Good morning, my comrades. It's a beautiful, if overcast, morning here in the gorgeous state of Washington, and I'm so happy to be able to spend this Friday with you, my best friends. Howdy. Oh, yeah. How we doing today, folks? Is the camera aligned properly? The answer is no. Hey there, Chef Shingen, aka my actual IRL brother. Hello, I love you. You knew that. Here, what's going on here? Come on. Why? I feel like it's the cats. That feels a bit better. It's the cats, you know. They jump up on the thing and they knock the fucking grip on the thing. Yeah. Well, how's everyone doing? I didn't have time, unfortunately, to do a little treadmill jog before stream. I slept in a little bit. Just barely had time to make coffee, which I didn't even get to finish, so if I take a couple of sips, I hope you'll forgive me. Alaska is now a competitive state. Trump is up 5. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. Last I checked, Biden's chances of winning Alaska were like 10%. Let's take a peeperoni, okay? Let's take a peek. What is this? A Republican poll observer in North Carolina was charged with assault Friday morning after he pushed an election worker who was preventing him from entering an early voting center and went, whoa, that's a fun thing to retweet. Hold on.
Toss a coin to your streamer, oh, viewers aplenty.
There, I'm doing a boomer tweet. Okay? Here's what I'm tweeting, all right? These people are violent lunatics. Trump's poll watchers should be kept out with the dogs. Do you like that? I think that's pretty good. That's like a good boomer tweet, you know? Let me make my webcam a bit bigger. We were playing Bloodborne last night. There we go. That's a good boomer tweet. I'm here for it. Oh, speaking of beta bitch boy, Scott Adams never replied to my offer to be the person he interviews to discuss the electoral viability of Trump. Trump's going to be holding another rally in Florida today. Can you cover it? What time is the Florida rally for Trump? And do we have time to do the other thing first? What time's the Florida rally? It's right now? Okay. Man, you really don't... Trump rallies based in Des Moines. Georgia City prepares for President Trump rally today. Your mic sounds bad, I think. Nah, my mic sounds amazing. Nice try. In Ocala. Friday, October 16th at 4 p.m. 4 p.m. what time? Why would you not put the time zone for a fucking presidential rally? EST? Okay, then we have 2 hours. Okay. We have 2 hours. All right, that's enough time. Are you ready for it, baby? Are you ready for it? He's live? Wait, how can he be live if it's in 2 hours? What do you want from me?
Homes all over the country.
What?
We've worked with a lot of governors.
Is he doing 2 rallies today?
Yeah, we've worked with a lot of governors, and some have done a great job, and some have done a not a great job, and some have done a very poor job, actually.
There are 2? Okay, we can't do 2 rallies. Every Trump rally is the same as every other Trump rally, okay? And listen, political rallies are very samey, okay? They repeat the same talking points, and what you're really looking for is the gaffe, okay? That's not just Trump, that's anyone, okay? Same with Biden, whatever, okay? You're looking for the gaffe, okay? Trump will do the same 99%, but that 1% difference, it could be him shitting himself on stage, it could be him raping a child live on the stage. It could be anything, you know, and that's what you're looking for. Could be the water bottle thing. It could be the him sliding down the ramp. Could be anything, you know. Biden has a 22% chance to win Alaska, according to 538. Damn! Let's take a look at that. Where are we at, baby? State, give me that. Alaska. Well, give me the chances of Alaska winning. Thank you. Wow. Okay, wait, it's about where it's been the whole time. Okay. I actually thought the chances were a little bit lower. Can you imagine blue Alaska? Can you fucking imagine? I can't eat. That sounds like a joke to me. Blue Alaska. That doesn't even. Okay, sure. Okay. Every single person in Alaska is a fucking oil rig worker or somebody who's gone off the grid to live with the wolves, okay? And Biden does not pull well with either of those demographics. Why is Alaska so red? For the reason I just described. Alaska, the state's so fucked by oil companies, they pay you to live there. Did you know that? That's actually true. In return for the state of Alaska giving oil companies just the ability to do basically whatever they want with the state, you know, pretty much anything they want. The oil companies kick back some money to the state that they give to all the citizens who live there as kind of like an apology, you know, like, sorry, all your rivers are, you know, slick with fracking fluid. Here's $1,000, you know? It's $18,000 a year? It's that high? They get a fucking $18K a year UBI? What the fuck? I thought it was like 6,000. They get 18K? Oh shit, guys, you got to get on up there. Keep in mind though, wait, it's not that high? Wait, hold on. Alaska UBI. Is it that high? I think it's 1K a year. Then who would say it's 18K a year? You only know this because of the Simpsons movie? Maybe. Man, it's only 1K? No, everyone cancel your plane tickets. It's like 2K or some bullshit ass like that. It's like 2K. You could save that much money by not getting Starbucks every day. We got really excited over a chat message, and that's my bad. All right. Chill out, everyone. Yeah, no avocado toast, and you'll get your 16 fucking hundred. Yeah. Yeah, it's like no money. Eh. Alaska is canceled. True. They're trying to do that in Nevada with the mining companies here. They should do that in California with all the Silicon Valley guys, you know? Sorry for letting Silicon Valley dipshits ruin the entire west coast of the United States. Here's $2,000 every single month just to shut you up. That's it. I feel like the United States of America should just be... Every state has its own thing to apologize for, you know? Yeah, California with the forest fires, too. Like, here, listen, okay. Here's a portion of all the money all of our electrical companies saved by not updating their fucking electrical lines leading to these forest fires. Just don't complain too much about the fact that the sky is 2% ash. Yeah, New York, it could be everything, you know, just literally everything. Everything that you could possibly apologize for, you know? Oregon, probably all the Nazis, right? Oregon has so many fucking Nazis, dude. A lot of people don't realize this. Oregon, there are two Oregons, okay? There's Oregon, the state, and then there's Portland, the city. And these are two very, very different places, okay? These are very, very, very different places. And when they clash against each other, that's why there's so much fighting all the time in Portland. You think when you see all the Antifa versus right-wing people, the fighting in Oregon or whatever, you think all those people are in Portland? Motherfucker, that's people from rural Oregon coming into the city of Portland to fight. Every time. Eugene is cool, though? Yeah, Eugene is fine. Yeah, Eugene is like Portland light, you know? Isn't Eugene like 5 minutes away from Portland? They're right next to each other. They're right next to each other, you know? This is completely unrelated, but one time I drove up to Oregon and I saw a little dust devil. That was it. It was a bright sunny day, and there was a big old farmland, and there was just a dust devil like 30 feet tall. I was driving back. It was pretty big too, like because I've seen dust devils before. This one is really, really big, and for a dust devil, you know, it wasn't a tornado or anything. But it was cute, you know? What are they? Can we get a picture of a dust devil and then we can get to the fucking town hall? Yeah, it looked like this. Like this. It wasn't this close to the road, though, because that'd be kind of spooky. But it was like that, yeah. Fucking, just, yeah, like a mini tornado, you know? Bopping. No, it's too early for cat appearance. No, fine, here, quick. You have to stand there so you take him away so I don't have to walk around. Woo!
What's up, baby?
Okay.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, he doesn't like it. He doesn't want...
He's mad.
Hello. No. You resist.
He just ate, so he's mad.
Toss a coin to your streamer. Oh, viewers
Look at him.
plenty.
Beep, 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 beep. He's purring. No! Don't flail. Don't flail. Don't flail. Baby.
Lower him.
Whoa. Baby. All right, here. Return him. Return him. Oh, he's so heavy. Oh, God, he's so heavy. All right. What a delightful interlude. It's not really an interlude if we haven't started yet, though, is he? Why is he so floppy? He's just a very permissive cat. He just likes hanging out. All right, folks. So anyway, you know what else is like Dust Devils? From what I've heard, there was a town hall. You know what? I'll save the intro for once I actually have it. Let me get my earbuds back in. Fuck you. Your webcam overextends past the frame? Oh, shit. Cringe. Ew. There we go. Got it back in, baby. Imagine unironically having an unprofessional dipshit as your favorite streamer. Ha! There are streamers with 1/10 as much viewership as me who put so much more effort into their content. Okay. Why is there a city in Washington at the Oregon border called Vancouver? Specifically to confuse people who are in the middle of Washington who are trying to drive up to Vancouver. It's actually a practical joke the city founder played on the entire state. You know, you're like, oh, dude, Vancouver's south of here? Oh, yeah, sure. Turn the car around. And you don't realize till you're 2 hours down. That's the fucking man. Yeah, it was actually named that by a Canadian trying to keep Americans from making their way up there, you know? You know, it's like the D&D campaign where it's like, the Lost City of Gold. And they're like, but there are 18 Lost City of Golds. Which one is the real one? You know, it's like that. Yeah, Vancouver too. Yeah, it's like what Zion is to the Matrix, exactly, okay? The intellectual border wall. Okay. All right, chill out. Everyone, calm down, okay? There are 2 places called Las Vegas and Nevada. Probably brings in some money, right? What class do you play in D&D? I DM in D&D. I don't play a class. All right, folks, let me close this out, and we'll begin. Oh, man, are we going to begin? I have heard so much shit about this. I'm actually really, really excited. All right, people. If you were paying attention just a little while ago, you probably noticed there was a bit of drama. Some people were saying, NBC, why would you host a town hall for Donald Trump at the exact same time as a Biden town hall? Isn't that detracting from Biden? Isn't that moving media attention away from him, from the person we want to be president? Well, here's the issue, folks. First of all, when has Trump being on television ever helped his electoral chances? Trump needs to take the Biden strat, my dudes, because every single fucking time this guy opens his mouth, he says some... Yeah, 2016. Yeah, I'm sorry. Wait, I should clarify. There's an answer to that, and it's 2016. Because since then, it's just been just not good, folks. Not good. His brain is melting. He is high on steroids. He will say or do anything. He's a madman, okay? He's an animal, all right? The other reason why is, hypothetically, it would actually be extremely funny if the bombastic, crazy showman Donald Trump, with a pedigree in reality TV hosting, ended up getting thrashed by the sleepy Joe Biden in ratings. But, as it so happens, with 13.9 million viewers to Biden and 10.7 million viewers to Trump, Trump actually got fucking obliterated in the polling, which is very funny because I would be willing to bet the only reason Donald Trump accepted this town hall at this time slot is so there was a potential of him blowing Biden out in ratings. But it didn't happen at the DNC versus the RNC, and it didn't happen today. So, you know, you might be wondering, okay, maybe Donald Trump was just really fucking boring in his interview, and that may be the case. Maybe his town hall was boring, but judging from what I've seen online, and I haven't watched a single clip, by the way, this is a completely authentic. I'm going in blind, baby. Judging from what I've seen online, it's wild shit. Let's get to it. Come on, people. Donald Trump town hall with voters on NBC News, live streamed just 18 hours ago in the beautiful state of disbelief. Blowing out the audio with those trumpets, okay.
This is an NBC News special presentation of today.
Thanks, don't milk it.
I'm feeling great. I don't know about you. How's everyone feeling?
Yep, I do follow the election.
This was supposed to be
There we
Donald
go.
Trump, and we want to say right off the top, this is not how things were supposed to go tonight. This was supposed to be a town hall debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. But after the president contracted COVID, the debate...
What the fuck is going on with the sound? Holy shit. Wait, is that real? Is this really happening right now? Is this actually the audio for the official live broadcast? Holy shit. That's incredible. Why does our mic sound like shit? I don't know. Everything on my end is fine. Wait, hold on. We're 1 minute, 19 seconds in. Let me skip just a little bit.
Going to not let them do
What
it.
there
the
was an event
fuck?
with the Gold Star
There was
families
exactly
the day
right.
after the Supreme
A
Court
Gold
event.
Star event with the most incredible people you've ever seen. And I
What the it sounds like there's an amphitheater inside my skull. The audio never gets better? It's outside. I don't care if it's outside. I could host a fucking town hall in a bouncy castle and get better audio than this. Where the fuck is the microphone? Underneath the floor? Where are they getting this from? It's outside. I know it's outside! Yeah, did they eat the microphones? Where is the audio engineer? What the fuck? All right, well. Never let it be said I'm not tenacious.
The commission announced it would have to be a virtual debate because of health concerns. The president then said he would not participate in a virtual debate. At that point, Joe Biden scheduled a town hall tonight in Pennsylvania on another network, and now the president is doing the same, his own town hall with the same venue, format, and time as NBC's town hall with
The other clips I've seen didn't have this bad of audio. Yeah, does anybody have a different source for this? Does anyone have a different source for this? It's NBC News. This is the original source.
This is an NBC News
Oh, here's CNBC. Hold on.
special.
town hall tonight in Pennsylvania on another
Wait.
network, and now
When the president
Wait,
dies,
no,
who
what?
a test though on the day of the
You know, if
debate.
you ask the doctor, they'll give you a perfect answer.
What? Why would CNBC have better audio than NBC? What? They're the same. Okay. Let's just do this. Man, this is a powerful town hall. My morale is already being beaten the fuck down, and we haven't even started the content yet.
Participate in a virtual debate. At that point,
Okay.
Joe Biden scheduled a town hall tonight in Pennsylvania on another network, and now the president is doing the same, his own town hall,
Yep.
with the same venue, format, and time as NBC's town
Yep.
hall with Joe Biden last week.
Got blown out in
the
ratings.
two candidates go head-to-head tonight, though not face-to-face, each in a key battleground state. And tonight, the president will be taking questions from voters here in Miami, who we should mention are socially distanced and they're wearing masks. And I should say this.
This is cute. I like this though. All the viewers are like in like booster seats, 6 feet apart from each other. I like that. That's cute.
Audience looks a bit like America. It's divided. Some here voted for the president in 2016 and plan to again. Some support Joe Biden, and some say they are truly undecided.
Wait, this one sounds better than the one you're
This is
listening
an
to? Okay, here's CNBC television. Let's try this one.
NBC News special.
Mention our social for being
That was
here.
very well stated, I have to say.
I think this is about the same as the one we were just listening to.
Good job.
Thank you. We're glad you're here. We're glad you're well.
I think this is the same.
We're going to get a mix of questions on a range of topics, and we're going to get to those questions in a moment. But first, with all that ado, welcome, Mr. President, and thank you for being
That
here.
was very well stated, I have to say. Good job.
Thank you. We're glad you're here. We're glad you're well.
12 feet between the president and her. I like that. Everyone knows Trump still has COVID.
We send our best to the First Lady and
Thank
to
you.
Barron.
Thank you.
Do you have any remaining symptoms from COVID?
Nothing whatsoever. I'm great. I feel good. Was in North Carolina today and did a big rally. We had tremendous turnout, and just feel really good. Florida, Pennsylvania.
The video is still playing. I'm sorry. The video is still playing. This isn't it having a loading failure. It's still. This is in the official CNBC live stream format.
And they said,
Okay.
let's go to the hospital. I said, that's okay. I'm going to, respond to what you say.
Dude, what the fuck did the fucking NSA have to cut out of that segment, dude? Holy shit. Did he flash his cock and balls? What the fuck did it what necessitated the emergence of the Illuminati to void that segment of the fucking digital recording? Oh yeah, he was coughing too hard.
And we went over to Walter Reed, where you have tremendous professionals. They gave me Regeneron and Remdesivir both. And
Remember, Trump has investments in the companies that makes these products, even though he's broke as shit. So when he shills for them, he makes money from the stock going up.
all I know is I felt good the following day. I felt really good.
Did the doctors ever tell you that they saw pneumonia on your lung scans?
No, but they said the lungs are, a little bit different, a little bit perhaps infected. And
infected with?
I don't know. I mean, I didn't do too much asking. I really felt good. I didn't have much of a problem with the lungs. I did have a little bit of a temperature. Obviously, I felt there was something missing. And then I tested, I tested positive.
Well, let's talk about testing, because there's a little bit of confusion about this, and I think we can clear it up.
Yeah, and there shouldn't be.
Your first positive test was Thursday, October 1st, okay? When was your last negative test? When did you last remember having a negative test?
Well, I test quite a bit, and I can tell you that before the debate, which I thought it was a very good debate, and I felt fantastically. I had no problem before.
Did you test the day of the debate?
I don't know. I don't even remember. I test all the time, but I can tell you this.
The Trump administration still can't say when he last had a fucking negative test before the positive test. Dude, Trump has here's my new thing. Trump has never gotten tested in the entire presidency, okay? He hasn't been tested once. He had a cough and they tested him for the first time and it was positive, okay? He had never been tested before. He acted like a mom bringing him to the dentist. Every time they're like, Trump, you got to get sir, you need to be tested. You're the president of the United States. I don't wanna. I'm not coughing. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not coughing. Okay, well, all right. I'll talk to you tomorrow. He's actually had COVID the entire presidency. It's amazing.
After the debate, I guess a day or so, I think it was Thursday evening, maybe even late Thursday evening, I tested positive. That's when I first found out
Well,
about
back
it.
to the debate, because the debate commission's rules, it was the honor system.
Except there were doctors who said that he had had 72 hours of treatment, or that had been 72 hours since the diagnosis, very early on into his treatment. So I don't know. I don't know. On the honor system, he didn't get tested the day before the debate. I don't know. Just God. There are people in his administration who have actually said, there are people in the administration who have said some people believe either he still has COVID or he never had it to begin with, and it was all like a sham, a publicity stunt, because there's so much dishonesty coming out of what is his name, Sean Connery, the doctor, and the administration in general, that it's impossible to know what the fuck is actually going on. Conley, yeah.
Be that you would come with a negative test. You say you don't know if you got a test on the day of the
I
debate?
had no problem. Again, the doctors do it. I don't ask them. I test all the time, and they.
Did you take a test, though,
Yeah,
on the
Sean
day of the
Connery.
debate?
If
his
you ask the
doctor.
doctor, they'll give you a perfect answer.
Yeah.
But they take a test, and I leave, and I go about
So
my business.
did you take a test on the day of the debate, I guess, is the bottom
I
line.
probably did, and I took a test the day before, and the day
Bullshit.
before, and I was always in great shape. And I was in great shape for the debate, and it was only after the debate, like a period of time after the debate, that I said, that's interesting, and they took a test, and it tested
So
positive.
just to button it up, do you take a test every single day?
No, but I take a lot of tests.
Okay, and you don't know if you took a test the day of the debate?
Possibly I did, possibly I didn't. But you know, the doctor is very accurate information. And it's not only that doctor, it's many doctors. The one thing, if you're president, you have a lot of doctors you're surrounded by. But I was in great shape for the debate. And sometime after the debate, I tested positive.
Let's
and
talk about...
That's when they decided to
I
let
have to say, by the way, I know we're just getting started, but I like the fact that the moderator will interrupt him while he's rambling to just move on to the next subject, because I do really appreciate that. Because, you know, if you ask Donald Trump, if you give him the right primers, he will talk about any subject for an infinite length of time. So the moderators really have to come down hard on him. He will spend the entire 1 hour talking about how many doctors and how bigly and huge and many and good and very good the doctors are who treat the president of the United States. So she has to drag him over to the next one.
Let's go.
Okay, good. I've hopefully provided some clarity for folks. Let's talk about the event that was held at the White House on the Saturday before you tested positive. Subsequent to that, 13 people connected to that event tested positive. There was an outdoor reception. You've seen the pictures. There was an indoor reception. People were not wearing masks. My question to you is,
True.
at this point in the
Now they're all
pandemic,
dead.
knowing what we know, shouldn't you have known better? Shouldn't the White House know better than to hold an event like that?
Well, they do a lot of testing in the White House. They test everybody, including me, but they test everybody. And something happened. But as far as the mask is concerned, I'm good with masks. I'm okay with masks. I tell people
What does
wear
that have
masks.
to do?
But just the other day, they came out with a statement that 85% of the people that wear masks catch it. So, you know,
They
this
What? 85% of people who wear masks catch Do they put COVID in the mask? What? What the fuck is he talking about? You know, I'm good with masks. I just heard that when you wear masks, little arms come out of the mask and they choke you to death. When you're not paying attention. You know, I'm good with masks. You know, just the science. Many doctors say you choke on the mask. If you inhale too hard, the mask goes into your throat and you choke to death. Here's a debunk of that insane point. Wait, do I really need to click a link to debunk the idea that 85% of everyone who has ever worn a mask of the hundreds of millions of people in this country has gotten COVID-19? Sure. Fact check. Digging into Trump's false claim that CDC found 85% of people who wear masks get coronavirus. Facts first. Trump's claim is false. Okay. That's all the time I'm investing into that particular inquiry.
didn't
is a
say that. I
very
know that
tricky-
study.
well,
That's
that's what I heard, and that's what I saw. And regardless, but everybody's tested, and they're tested often. And I also knew that, hey, I'm president. I have to see people. I can't be in a basement. I can't be in a room. I can't be.
What?
I have to be out.
You can see
And I
people with a
also
mask,
know-
though, right?
I can, but people with masks are catching it all the time. I mean, if you look at the governor of Virginia,
Dude, this is insane. He went from denying that masks are effective to saying, actually, I love masks. I've been in favor of masks the entire time. And now he's like, I'm the president. I can't just like wear masks. That would probably give me COVID if I wore the mask. I would get COVID from the mask. He'll just anything. He'll say anything.
He was known for a mask. If you look at Tom Tillis, a great guy, he always had a mask, and they caught it.
Well, there are pictures
it doesn't
of Tom
make you
Tillis actually
immune.
with one of Judge Barrett's kids not wearing a mask. But, you know, Chris Christie, he was part of your debate prep.
Yeah.
He was, I believe, at that event. He came out tonight. He was sick, very sick. He was in the hospital for about a week.
It's still worth wearing a mask, even if that was true. Listen, if every single person in America wore a mask, 100% of people who catch COVID would have masks. If every single human being wore a mask, that means everybody who got COVID would have been a person who wore masks. That's how statistics works. Masks don't make you immune. They decrease the likelihood of spreading it. That's the point.
Yes, I know
He
that.
came out tonight and said, I was wrong not to wear a mask.
Well, I mean, he
he's
has
an
to
idiot.
say that. I think it's great. He's a friend of mine. He's a good guy.
He's an idiot, though.
And
shouldn't
wrong
have
or
worn.
not wrong. You have to understand, as president, I can't be locked in a room someplace for the next year and just
Nobody's
say and do nothing. And every time I go into a crowd, I was with the parents of our fallen heroes. These people are the most incredible people. And they came up to me, and they would hug me, and they would touch me. And I'm not going to not let them do it,
Now,
to be
there
honest.
was an event.
He's like a child, dude. He's incapable of not getting affirmation. It is so obvious that everything in his life is based around trying to get the affirmation his dad never gave him, dude. You know when you can read that in people? Like when you meet a person and it's so obvious they never got enough attention as a kid, and like every part of their personality is about trying to compensate for that. He can't. Trump is incapable of avoiding any opportunity to get affirmation, any hug, any kiss. That's probably why he was on Epstein's Island. He just thought he was popular with kids over there. That's why he can't denounce QAnon, because QAnon likes him. Anything that he does, everything he does is just about getting the fucking crowd. That's it. That's the only thing he cares about.
With the Gold Star
That was
families
exactly
the
right.
day
We had
after the Supreme
a
Court
Gold
event.
Star event with the most incredible people you've ever seen. And I could have chosen not to talk to him or to keep everybody away.
I can't
And
not
you know
hug.
what? And I don't think that's probably where it was caught, but maybe it
Well,
was.
I was going to say, you bring it up. You brought it up yourself. I mean, are you trying to suggest that? Do you believe a grieving military family gave you COVID?
No, I don't know where it came from. You don't know
Ooh, that was good, actually. I like that.
where it came from, and the doctors don't know where it came from. But as the president, I have to be out there. I also know.
Well, there's no one that says you can't be out there, but it's just about wearing masks and having, for example, your
But I
rallies.
know this.
Your rallies
As
don't
an
require
example,
masks.
No, I mean, let's see.
Dude, she's
Kamala,
on him.
She's got people now that people have it, and I'm not blaming
she's
her.
getting
I'm
them.
not saying, oh, she did a terrible thing. As president, I have to be out there. I can't be in a basement. I can't be locked in a very beautiful room someplace in the White House. And I want to see the Gold Star.
From Bunker Boy, by the way. I really liked it. He actually can't address the mask thing. He actually can't do it. He's not capable of doing it. She'll be like, you should wear a mask when you go outside. He'll be like, I can't spend my entire 4 years of my presidency locked in a refrigerator. I can't spend my entire presidency, a whole year, in an ice box, and they only feed me through an intravenous drip. I can't do that. I'm the president. Okay, well, what if you like wore a mask when you go outside? I can't spend my entire time locked in a cupboard. I can't do that. They're having two completely separate conversations.
Families, and I want to see everybody. And I also say to people all the time, it's risky doing it. It is risky doing
But
it.
as
It's risky
president,
seeing people.
you're right. You don't want to. You want to be a leader, but you also are a leader and a setter of an example. And if you're not wearing a mask when your administration is saying best practice right now is wear a mask, no, it's not foolproof.
But many
that
people
will
are catching it. Many people are getting this disease that was sent to us by China, and it shouldn't have been allowed to happen.
Oh, there we go.
Many
Pivot.
people are getting this, and I mean, nobody's being blamed. Everybody is working hard
Except
to
China.
get this thing out of our country, get it out of the world. Look at what's going on in Europe.
I can't believe, literally 2 consecutive sentences. This China, they sent it to us. It's terrible. But hey, don't like blame people about how the virus spreads. Like, come on, dude. Don't like blame people for that. Like, it just happens. It's unbelievable. Literally, like, sentence to sentence. It's incredible. Vosh, I popped in on Nick Fuentes' stream. He was literally praising Trump for dodging the questions. Yeah, no shit. Far-right people don't care about truth. They care about winning. The concept of empiricism, or like being right, like as a concept, like one idea being more correct than another idea, isn't actually a thing they consider. It's not a part of their worldview or mentality. It's not a part of their system. It's only domination, supremacy over minorities. That's it. And Trump dodging questions and just lying relentlessly is a part of that strategy, and it's worked for the entirety of his presidency.
Massive spikes.
In all fairness, we also care about winning. No. We care about winning because we're right. Very critical difference there. The reason I care about winning as a socialist isn't just because I value axiomatically the idea of my boot trampling on everybody else's face. It's because I think my ideas are good and I want them to, be represented in in our law and in our culture. And I'll defend those values using empirical information that I can defend. If advocacy for your ideas requires praising people for dodging questions, I think that's a pretty strong indictment of your position.
They've done a very good job, but now you take a look today at the UK, you take a look at Spain and France and Italy, there's tremendous spikes.
But our death rate is worse than, well, not Spain, but those other countries.
I have things right here that will tell you exactly the opposite.
Me too.
So the UK
Pulling
is
out
up
his
2,500%, because I knew you'd be doing this.
bracelet.
I know you very well. The UK is up 2,500%. The EU's up 722%.
Completely disconnected out of context statistics.
But we have, our deaths per capita is among the highest among industrialists.
Excess mortality, we're a winner on the excess mortality. And what we've done has been...
As opposed to the normal mortality. We're not, by the way. We're not good on the excess mortality at all. We're winning. We're doing very good. The term excess mortality kind of implies like a normal good amount of mortality, which I like it. I like the pivot to that term. It's always about finding the politically correct term for the Republican Party, Like, okay, we're killing hundreds of thousands of people. How are we going to sell this?
Amazing, and we have done an amazing job, and it's rounding the corner, and we have the vaccines coming.
Rounding the corner for 8 months now. This is the widest corner.
I got it. I had a choice: do nothing or use some of the things that we're looking at, like in this case, Regeneron. Yeah. And Eli Lilly makes something that's supposed to be
back to
incredible.
The shilling.
And I think that maybe I wouldn't be doing this discussion with you right now. We have therapies now and cures.
Guys, we're winding the curve. We're winding one of the curves. I don't know which part of the curve we're on or where we are in relation to the broader track, but there's a curve, and we're currently rounding it. And that's all I know, okay? We're rounding the curve. We've been doing this for a while now, actually.
Maybe you can use the word cure, but we have therapies that are absolutely incredible.
I want to pick up on something you just said. You said we're rounding the corner.
I believe we're rounding the corner.
Now, 10% of the country approximately has had COVID. That means 80, 90%, 90%, let's do the math, is still vulnerable.
Right.
There's been some talk, including from the White House lately, that perhaps it approves of what's called herd immunity. That's where you basically just let young people and everybody get sick. You try to protect the old people and those who are sick, and hopefully it gets up to a certain level, and now we're all immune. Yeah. So let's just be clear about it. It also,
by the way, completely bunked. The UK actually tried this approach early on, like, well, what if we all just burn it through and protect the elderly? Didn't work. Their deaths fucking spiked, and then they dropped it because it didn't work. It doesn't work. The whole herd mentality thing, it doesn't work. Yeah, Sweden tried it too. How are they doing, Doesn't work.
Means more deaths. Do you support herd immunity as a strategy? Essentially just let people get sick?
Yes or no?
The cure cannot be worse than the problem itself.
So
we
yes.
did the right thing. We were expected to lose 2,200,000 people and maybe more than that. We're at 210,000 people. One person is too much. It should have never happened because of China. It happened because of China. And you have to get that and understand that. But it shouldn't have happened. But we were expected to lose. If you look at the original charts from original doctors who are respected by everybody, 2,200,000 people.
That was if we did nothing. By the way, the 2,200,000 estimate was if Americans did literally nothing. If New Yorkers continued their long held tradition of doorknob licking, if people in Minnesota continued their old, the ye old practice of the quick spit and lick, of clasping each other's hands and sharing fluids. You know, this is only if you continue practicing the old venerated American traditions of bonding and brotherliness that have brought us together as a nation for so many hundreds of years. But now that we have done lockdowns and have had people wear masks, the number go down.
Million figure, though, is if you
We
literally
saved 2
did
million
nothing.
people.
The 2 million figure is if you did absolutely nothing, it would be 2 million.
If
The
we-
question is,
if
should
we
the deaths be better than?
To be perfectly clear, Trump here is taking credit for doing more than literally nothing. That's that right now. And by the way, most of the not nothing that we've done has been state governments. But like literally not, like he's like, yeah, well, we didn't do literally nothing. That's what he's actually trying to take credit for right now.
200,000 when
I don't
relative to the
know.
rest
Let
of the
me
world,
tell
we
you
have
what
a
is
worse
happening.
death rate.
I left North Carolina, which I love. I left Pennsylvania. We won a big case in Michigan.
What? Hold on. I thought I was opening in the other tab. My bad. I love you guys.
You
We
literally
saved 2
did
million
nothing.
people.
The 2 million figure
Sorry.
is if you did
Okay, we're back.
absolutely nothing, it would
I
be
thought
2 million.
I was opening at the
question
other
is,
tab.
Should the deaths be better than 200,000 when
I don't
relative to the
know.
rest
Let
of the
me
world,
tell
we
you
have a
what is
worse
happening.
death rate?
I left North Carolina, which I love. I left Pennsylvania. We won a big case in Michigan because that governor has a lockdown where nobody but her husband can do anything. He can go boating and do whatever he wants, but nobody else can. The fact is we're winning all these cases because it's unconstitutional what they're doing. And I think they're doing it for political reasons. But the fact is the cure...
So this has been a long-standing Trump and Republican talking point that the lockdown stuff is only a Democrat ploy to hurt the economy. And that after the election, after Biden takes in, they're going to lift the lockdown and the economy will go up, and that it's all like a political hoax. This is, of course, not the case. The funny thing is that Trump actually could have had such an insane fucking boost to his electoral chances come November if he had actually dealt with this properly. If Trump had actually doubled down and said, all right, motherfuckers, national lockdown, 2 months, here's some stimulus, just get it the fuck out of the way, cut immigration to every other country, and then start doing contact tracing, we could have gotten this underway better than almost any other country on earth because we have the money to front that kind of solution. But instead he doesn't. It's been this constant pitter-patter, back and forth, lockdown, unlockdown, lockdown, unlockdown, rounding the curve, unrounding the curve, rounding the curve, unrounding the curve. That's probably, let's be real, going to keep going for the next, like, year. Yeah. And because of that, now he has to deal with questions like this. He has to, well, when the Democrats try to save lives, they're trying to be political.
You can't let this continue to go on with the lockdowns.
Well, most
and I
of the
believe
states-
that on November 4th, you're going to have a lot of these governors. Look at what's happening to New York. New York is a mess. They lost almost 40,000 people. They have a lockdown like you've never seen. Now
Wait.
they're open. It's like a ghost town.
Let's get
New York handled COVID-19 extraordinarily well, like unbelievably well, considering the fact that they have New York City. New York City is a disgusting cesspit. You people have to understand. Have you ever been to New York City? New York City is the closest thing we have to like a dystopian futurescape, where like you can look up from waking up from a bender and pull your head out of a gutter and just see like neon glow and like smog choked infrastructure as far as the eye can see. Now there's something beautiful about it, don't get me wrong, but New York City is an insanely densely populated city. New York City right now, if it had a Republican mayor and a Republican governor for the state, would be dead. Every single one of them would be dead. New York City would be like the plot of Pathologic, okay? It would be 800,000 people would die every single week, and survivors would be wandering the streets, breaking into houses and looting, okay? That would be the fact that New York City still exists is a testament to the incredible fucking tenaciousness of that city and of the people who have led it. So seriously, they keep trying to God, they wish New York City got fucked up. God, they wish New York City got fucked up. It makes them look so stupid when they keep pointing to New York City as some kind of failure when it did better than almost any other part of the country.
So that is very important. People are leaving New York by the thousands, and
what?
You're going to have a hard time ever building it up again.
Let's
So
It's
that
New York.
That so-called cure that you talk about, it can't be worse than the problem. The problem is a bad problem.
We've got more questions on COVID,
It's
so
okay.
let's drop it
Fine.
for now. We were supposed to, as mentioned, be watching you on a debate stage right now. we're not doing that, so let's clear up a few things from the last one. You were asked point blank to denounce white supremacy.
This is the fleeing California narrative that PragerU pushes. I mean, the Republicans can push this as much as they want, but the fact remains, cities will always, always, always be slanted massively towards Democrats, and more people are moving towards the cities. Give it some time. Austin is already pretty liberal. Houston's going to go the same way. Every major city, with a couple of exceptions, is going to slant towards Democrats. The reason being, people in cities get exposed to more ethnic, cultural diversity, and they have better opportunities at education. The more educated you are, the more likely you are to be Democrat. It's an inevitable fact. This is one of the reasons, by the way, why we need to get rid of the Electoral College, because in 40 years, 80% of the population is going to live in like 10 states, and we're going to have the election results being dictated by like the remaining 2 million fucking farmers and tractor repair contractors who live in the rest of the states. Now, by the way, I don't support the death of like Midland America. I think there are a lot of fucked up things that we've done to that part of our country, and I think it's largely a product of capitalism. But right now, that's the trend we're on. And if that is the trend we're heading down, I do not want the fate of a 330 million pop country being dictated by an extreme minority.
In the moment, you didn't. You asked some follow-up questions. Who specifically? A couple of days later, on a different show, you denounced white supremacy.
No,
My question to you is,
you've done this to
what
me and
does
everybody.
it seem like?
I denounced
Mad.
white supremacy, okay?
You did
I've
2 days
denounced
later.
white supremacy
Mad.
for years, but you always do it. You always start off with a question. You didn't ask Joe Biden whether or not he denounces Antifa. I watched him on the same basic show with Lester Holt.
Dude, because Antifa fucking hates Joe Biden. That's the main difference, though. Like, Antifa people aren't running around with pro-Biden flags. White nationalists scream their support for Trump, okay? I can go online right now and find literally thousands of news postings, articles, pictures, whatever, of people Heil Hitlering in front of Trump memorabilia. You will not find people, except for me, I am the lone anarcho-Bidenist. So what you should really be saying is, Vice President Joe Biden, do you denounce Vosh? And depending on what he says, we'll see how I respond.
And he was asking questions like Biden was a child.
Well, so this
So
is a
are
little
you
bit of a
ready?
dodge.
Everyone's
Are you
unfair to
listening?
me.
I
The
denounce
mods
white
hate me.
supremacy.
Okay.
What's your next question?
Do you feel, it feels sometimes you're hesitant to do so, like you wait a beat.
Here we go again. Every time, in fact, my people came, I'm sure they'll ask you the white supremacy question. I denounce white supremacy.
Okay.
And frankly, you want to know something? I denounce Antifa, and I denounce these people on the left that are burning.
There we go. What people always say, they always ask me if I denounce white supremacy. And you know what? Sure, I denounce white supremacy, but I also denounce Antifa. I denounce these looters. I denounce these rioters. Like, man, do you wonder why maybe people don't think you're being sincere when you denounce the white supremacy? Does anyone remember Notch, the guy who made Minecraft, and then he went kind of Nazi? Whoops. And on Twitter, somebody was like, do you denounce Nazism? And he was like, I denounce Nazism and all other extremist radical ideologies. No, just say you denounce Nazism. I denounce Nazism and communism. There's a reason for that, you know? By only being able to denounce one extreme while also denouncing the other, they equivocate both of them. And that's the thing, okay? White supremacists wish they were held in the same regard as Antifa, because Antifa is largely a non-violent, non-militant organization that supports protesters fighting back against fascists, and white supremacists want to see all of you put in mass graves. White supremacists want to be held on equal... Sorry, I didn't put my finger quotes up for organization. I apologize there. I should have signal posted that a little bit more. Antifa is a Soros-operated, well-oiled military machine. There we go. Sold it. But the white supremacists want to be equivocated with Antifa. They want that. So when people like Trump say, I denounce this and I denounce this, they're still supporting white supremacy. Imagine, for example, if we tone down the contrast a little bit, imagine if it's the 1960s and somebody's asked, do you denounce the KKK? And the Republican politician responds, or would it be Democrat back in the day? I guess it could be either, depending on which state they're in. I denounce the KKK, and I denounce the civil rights protesters who are terrorizing our towns with their zoot suits and their long pants or something like that. No, it's not Kenneth. Listen, the Clone High voice. Can we? You know what? Back to the thing. Just nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys. Can we? Look, I said 60s and I just tried to do a voice and I thought 60s. Okay, just can we?
Down our cities that are run by Democrats who don't
All
know
right,
what
while
they're
we're
doing.
denouncing, let me ask you about QAnon.
Oh.
It is this theory that Democrats are a satanic pedophile ring and that you are the savior of that. Now, can you just once and for all state that that is completely not true
So,
and that
I know
disavow
you-
QAnon in its entirety?
Okay, there is a 0% chance of him being able to do it. So
I know nothing about QAnon.
bullshit.
I just told
I know very little. You told me, but what you tell me doesn't necessarily make it fact. I hate to say that. I know nothing about it. I do know they are very much against pedophilia. They fight it very hard, but I know nothing about it.
They believe it is
If
a
you'd like
satanic.
me-
I don't know anything about them. All I know about them is they're very fine people fighting pedophilia, you know? I wish I could get a QAnoner to debate on stream, dude. QAnoners are pro-pedophilia. I need to do a little spiel on this. I know I've done this before, but this is very important. I need you people to understand this, okay? First of all, if you're QAnon, you're pro-pedophilia. Trump raped a 13-year-old girl who only dropped the only dropped the civil case because she was being spammed with death threats, okay? Trump bragged about how he entered a Miss Teen America pageant changing room while they were changing so we could see some little underage titties. Trump was close friends with Epstein and bragged about how both of them had a shared interest in young girls, okay? If you're anti-pedophile and you support Trump, you're a fucking lunatic, okay? If you actually care about pedophilia, here's what you should do. Try to end child homelessness with welfare programs, create organizations to provide support for children who are already homeless, fight sex trafficking, real sex trafficking, by the way, not made up George Soros, Democrat, Hillary Clinton, Pizzagate sex trafficking, actual sex trafficking. Thank you. And most importantly, you want to hear it? Teach sex education to kids. One of the main reasons why children get abused by their parents or by people in a elderly role is because they know the kid doesn't know what the fuck's happening to them. If you're like a little kid and you're sheltered because your Christian parents don't teach you anything about the birds and the bees, you know what happens then? You get raped by your uncle. You don't know what the fuck just happened. It was fun playtime with uncle. You don't fucking know. If you get these kids sex education, they know they're being abused. That's why these conservative communities fight against child sex education so adamantly. That is one of the reasons why. Oh, by the way, we can talk about Republicans being hugely in favor of the little child beauty pageants, or maybe we could talk about how millions over the course of America, and up till this day, several states still allow for child marriage, arranged marriage between underage girls and overaged adults. And that's legal as long as you have the permission of the parents. And guess who keeps fighting laws to change that? Republicans. You can go look. Totally true, by the way. Completely fucking true. Republicans really like it when little girls get married off to adult men, you know? Roy Moore. Why did Roy Moore have to fucking rape a 14-year-old for him to have even the slightest chance of not winning his electoral fucking, his chances? Why? Why do Republicans like children getting raped so much? It's insane. They really do. I'm not being hyperbolic when I say Republicans are pro-pedophiles. If you ever want to know why do I say all conservatives are pedophiles, it's because fuck me, dude. It's like saying conservatives are racists. Like, is every individual conservative a racist? I mean, probably some of them are just kind of deluded. But if you look at the policies they support and the shit they keep doing, like, the pattern here is pretty fucking obvious. Yeah, here's an article that came out yesterday. QAnon's obsession with hashtag Save the Children is making it harder to save kids from sex traffickers. It turns out that a real problem like child sex trafficking is actually made much harder to solve when it gets obfuscated by a bunch of lunatic far-right cultists who are trying to turn the very real issue of child sex trafficking into a fucking political stunt to unearth the fucking Zionist documents that tell you how to dispel the lizard curse from Hillary Clinton to allow her to be killed. Like, that actually makes it harder to save the kids, believe it or not. These people are pro-pedophilia. Sorry. Give me a QAnoner on stream. Find me one to debate. I'll tell it to their face. I don't care how much of a boomer they are. They're 75 years old. Their grandkids don't call them. And the only thing they have left in life is Trump 2020. I'll tell him to his face. Yeah, you're pro-pedophilia. Quit being a QAnoner, dipshit. I'll give you a book to read. All right. We need to chill. Back at it.
Call run by the deep
Study the
state.
subject. I'll tell you what I do know about. I know about Antifa, and I know about the radical left, and I know how violent they are, and how.
Oh, sorry, last one. One of the current QAnon and Pizzagate subreddits, r/Pedogate, has been banned 2 weeks after the mod revealed himself to be a pedophile. I remember this drama. It was really, really, really fucking funny. It was like Pedogate, like, let's unearth all the pedophiles. And it turns out the person doing it was a pedophile. Crazy, right? Just, what are you gonna do, folks? That's how it is. Hey.
vicious they are, and I know how they're burning down cities run by Democrats, not run by Republicans.
Again, burning down cities. It's never they burn down this building or this block. It's burning down cities. Republicans actually think the city of Portland doesn't exist anymore.
Senator Ben Sass said, quote, QAnon is nuts, and real leaders call conspiracy theories conspiracy theories.
He may be
Why not
right.
just say it's
Can I be
crazy and
honest?
not true?
He may be right. I just don't know about QAnon.
You do know.
I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't know.
Let me ask you another.
First of all, he's a fucking coward. He's the president of the United States. There are people in Congress and congressional candidates who believe in QAnon. He absolutely fucking knows. And additionally, Trump's like, I don't know anything about them. I can't make any comments, but I've heard they're very anti-pedophilia. I'm very in favor of that. That's what I've heard about them. You know, that'd be like being asked about the Ku Klux Klan. Like, I don't know anything about the Ku Klux Klan, you know? I've heard they're very in favor of preventing the rape of white women, and I have to say, I'm not in favor of the rape of white women. So, I mean, that's, you know, I know that, but...
Let's waste the whole show. You start off
Waste
with
the whole
white supremacy. I denounce it. You start off with something else.
Yeah, I did this with
Let's
David
go.
Duke,
Keep
too.
asking me these questions.
I do have one more
let
in
me
this
just,
vein.
Let me
One
just
more.
tell you, what I do hear about it is they are very strongly against pedophilia.
Yeah.
And I agree with that. I mean, I do agree with that, and I agree
but
with
there's
it
not
very
a
strongly.
satanic pedophile
I have
cult
no
they run
idea.
by.
I know
You
nothing
don't
about
know
that.
Okay.
No, I don't know
You
that.
just
and
this
neither
week.
do you know that.
Okay, just this week you.
This is an endorsement of QAnon, by the way. Oh, QAnoners looking for pedophiles. Okay, chill. Let's chill out, okay?
Why aren't you asking me about Antifa? Why aren't you asking me
Because you
about the
just-
radical left?
because you're
Why aren't
volunteering.
Because what are you gonna
asking
say
Joe
about
Biden questions about why doesn't he condemn Antifa?
Why don't you
does he
ask me
say it
questions
doesn't exist?
everyone
Because you're
knows the answer
Antifa,
to?
No, excuse, so cute. Antifa
So cute.
exists. They're vicious, they're violent, they kill people, and they're burning down our cities.
He never talks about white supremacists this way, by the way. Interesting. You know, he denounces both of them, but which one does he actually go on tirades about?
And they happen to be radical left.
Just this week, you retweeted to your 87 million followers a conspiracy theory that Joe Biden orchestrated to have SEAL Team 6, the Navy SEAL Team 6, killed to cover up the fake death
Oh,
of
yeah,
Bin
that was
Laden.
insane, by the
Why
way.
would you send a lie
I know
like that
nothing
to your
about
followers?
it.
You
Can I-
retweeted
That was
it.
a retweet. That
What?
was an opinion of somebody.
But-
What?
That was a retweet. I'll put it out there. People can decide
I
for
don't get
themselves.
that.
I
You're
don't
the
take a
president.
position.
What? You're the president. What? I just retweet. I thought it looked funny. I don't believe in it. You know, you can believe it yourself. What are you talking about, dude? Dude, Trump is like the most obnoxious fucking Twitter. Retweets are not necessarily my opinion. I just like to see the drama, you know? He's the fucking president. Are you kidding me? Remember, one of the members of SEAL Team 6 actually responded to that and said, I know who I killed. Fuck you. Holy shit. Yeah, a retweet is still a tweet. It counts in your tweets. It's a tweet.
You're not like someone's crazy uncle who
No,
can
no,
just
no,
retweet
no.
whatever.
That was a retweet, and I do a lot of retweets. And frankly, because the media is so fake and so corrupt, if I didn't have social media, I don't call it Twitter, I call it social media, I wouldn't be able to get the word out.
What?
The word is false.
And you know what the word is?
You're the president! What are you talking about? You're the president of the United States of America. What are you? Frankly, the way the media is, if I wasn't retweeting conspiracy theories, I would have no way of getting my. You can call a press conference. You're the president. This is insane. This is actually more insane than any other fucking Trump appearance I have ever seen. This is fucking incredible. This is unbelievable. He's getting more and more deranged the closer he gets. Yesterday he was retweeting people like Lauren Southern and Six Hexenhammer like neo-Nazis. He's at the point now where he's just retweeting neo-Nazis, and he's on here now, and he's like, well, I just retweet people, you know, it's just the fake news media. I have to.
Word is very simple. We're building our country stronger and better than it's ever been before. And that's what's happening, and everybody knows it.
Okay, we got a bunch of questions for you.
We're winning in a lot of states.
I wish you would call him a coward.
A lot of states.
Let me ask, okay, I'm glad you brought up the election because I do want to ask about that. That's another kind of leftover item. A lot of people have asked you, will you accept a peaceful transfer of power? You have said repeatedly, the only way we lose this election is if it is rigged. Now, that is simply not true. The fact is either candidate can lose fair and square without ballot fraud.
And
so will you accept the results of the election?
That's the way I want it to be. But when I see thousands of ballots, right, unsolicited ballots being given out by the millions, and thousands of
ballots being given out by the millions, my dude's brain is in a fucking bath right now. It is floating in a cocktail. Da Vinci?
Dumped in dumpsters, and when you see ballots with the name...
Oh, you mean like the QAnoner guy who found, who gathered up 9 garbage bags of ballots and was going to throw them away in a Democrat area? Or you mean the Republicans in California who made fake ballot boxes to engage in actual illegal election fraud? Those people?
Trump military ballots from our great military, and they're dumped in
9 ballots.
That is a handful. We could go all night, which we won't.
No,
but we
it's
could go all
happening
night,
every day.
one by one.
We don't even know why those 9 ballots were tossed out. That could have been a fucking guy who had collected them to deliver them, and then he saw a cute dog, and he threw them up in a elation, and then he chased the dog. And all of them landed in the garbage. We don't know. There's no plot there. We just found 9 ballots. That's it. There's no narrative here. It wasn't even all Trump ballots.
On a single case, a single day. You're talking about 150 million votes. Your own FBI director says there is no evidence of widespread fraud.
Well, then he's not doing a very good job. All you have to do is pick up the papers every day. 50,000 in Ohio, the great state of Ohio. 50,000 in another location, I think North Carolina. 500,000 applications in Virginia.
What applications for what? What is he talking about right now? 500,000. What is he referring to right now? But just ballots? Thrown away ballot? There were not that many ballots thrown away under any circumstances. Fact checking some of the top claims President Trump made on ballots voting. What about the Virginia one? I don't see any of the 50,000, 500,000 ballot thing here.
No, there's a tremendous problem. But let me just tell you.
Oh, and VA people sent out ballots with typo or something, then resent them out. Oh, yeah, that's not election fraud. That's not how that works. That's not voter fraud.
They talk about the peaceful transfer, right? They spied on my campaign and they got caught, and they spied heavily on my campaign, and they tried to take down a duly elected sitting president. And then they talk about, will you accept a peaceful transfer?
Dude, this is QAnon signaling. Yes, he's still talking about how they attempted a fucking coup on him.
I will. But I want it to be an honest election, and so does everybody else. When I see thousands of ballots dumped in a garbage can and they happen to have my name on it, I'm not happy
didn't
about
happen.
that.
Those are there is in fact no evidence of widespread fraud, and you were sowing doubt about our democracy.
How can you say that? You do read newspapers.
I do.
You do watch the news.
Yes,
I know you read the news, but do you watch it?
I do.
What?
Because every day they're talking about ballots that are corrupt, that are fraudulent.
He's literally just like, he gets all of his info from fucking OAN. That's it. That's the only thing. He's literally like, do you read the news? Oh, do you watch the news? You know why he specified watch instead of read? Because OAN is broadcast and doesn't have articles the way Fox News makes articles out of every claim it makes. He literally just sits on the couch watching OAN, and that's it. Or the Epoch Times is written down. So yeah, this is just QAnon shit. Can he even read? I don't know. Sources are still out. Oh yeah, 15.6 thousand people watching. That's fucking crazy. If you enjoy the stream, by the way, you should totally subscribe to the stream. I would love you very much if you did that. I would normally never sink so low as to ask for this in the middle of a segment, but you know what? I'm just so excited to see all of you here. It's making me queasy. Okay. Yeah. I give you the quality content best I can. Okay. Give it a shot. I love you, personally. You know. Anyway.
And millions that are
Sure.
being processed right now.
But you can win a race. Take a look at me. You can win a race by 1%.
But why are you laying the groundwork for that right now? It's
I'm
like
not.
if I
I don't
go
want
play
that to
tennis with
happen.
my husband and I say my ankle's
Do you
hurting
know
right
what?
now.
I don't want that to happen. Savannah, I want it to be clean.
Okay.
I really feel we're going to win. But I want this to be clean.
Let's get
but
to-
it's sort of ironic that you and them talk about the peaceful transfer when I spent 3.5 years fighting off these maniacs, and now it turns out everything's there, that they were the ones that dealt with Russia.
What?
And it's too bad. But
okay.
peaceful transfer, I absolutely want that. But ideally, I don't want to transfer because I want to win.
Yes, and I think that your words will probably reassure.
I need to reiterate, there are unironically conservatives who think that Trump is some sort of alpha masculine man. All he ever does is complain. All he ever does is bitch and moan about how unfair life is. It's insane. These are the same people who will nod their heads and go, life isn't fair, snowflake. Sorry that your gender or whatever got you beaten up inside of the bathroom at Arby's. That's just life sometimes. And then they go watch Fox News and listen to the president complain for 20 minutes that his first term didn't count because the Democrats were mean to him. So true! Like, these people are completely spineless. Trump has absolutely no integrity when it comes to, like, sucking it up or, like, recognizing that the shake isn't fair sometimes. Can you imagine if a Democratic Senate had done to him what a Republican Senate did to Obama for 6 consecutive years? Can you fucking imagine? Holy shit. He would personally be suicide bombing like the halls of the Senate. Like, he would actually try to go out in a blaze of glory because only the veneration of God could possibly absolve him of the fucking righteous fury that he experiences watching happen to him what happened to his political opponent.
Some folks. Let's get to our first voter. We've got Jacqueline Lugo.
Oh, here we go.
Now, she is, I told you this audience is truly split between y'all. You are leaning Biden. She voted for Clinton in 2016. She's registered as an independent. Jacqueline, what's your question for the president? And you hold the mic up close and take off your mic because it's hard to hear out here.
Good evening.
How are you?
Welcome to Miami.
Thank you very much. It's beautiful.
Mr. President, if you knew COVID-19, as you told Bob Woodward in February.
As what?
As you told Bob Woodward in February was airborne and deadlier than the flu, why did you only put in place a travel ban from China and not put in place other measures mitigating the spread of COVID-19, potentially saving tens of thousands of American lives?
Well, I did put it in very early, as you know. Joe Biden was 2 months behind me, and he called me xenophobic and racist and everything else because I put it in.
Not true.
And it turned out that I was 100% right. I also put it on Europe very early because I saw there was a lot of infection in Europe. And it's sort of an amazing question. And
Trump's whole re-election strategy is pretending that Joe Biden was the president for the past 4 years, you know? You remember the fucking campaign ad where it was like taking a look at Joe Biden's America and it was Trump looking at like a burnt building or something? These people are fucking insane.
Appreciate the question and respect the question, but the news doesn't get out the right answer because I put on a travel ban far earlier than Dr. Fauci thought it was necessary, who I like, far earlier than the scientists. I was actually the only one that wanted to put it on, and I did it actually against the advice of a lot of people, including Nancy Pelosi, who had no clue what she was doing, and Biden. When I put on the travel ban, I put it on in January, the end of January.
So he's saying the travel ban here sort of ubiquitously because he doesn't want to reaffirm the fact that the travel ban was from China, and then he spent an entire month before doing the travel ban to Europe, in which a period of time over which he did absolutely nothing. The travel ban from China was probably at a fine point in time. Like that was like a reasonable time to do it, I guess, given the information that he had. But the Europe ban only came a month later, and he did nothing between the China ban and the Europe ban, even though he knew the virus was ravaging the rest of the world.
When I put on the travel ban, Joe Biden and others said, this is ridiculous. You don't do that. Well, Dr. Fauci said I saved thousands and thousands of lives.
Did you?
I was early. I was extremely early when I put on the travel ban.
Can I ask you,
The
did
China
your
ban.
national security advisor on January 28th in the Oval Office warn you that this would be the greatest national security
I
risk
read
of your
that, but no, he
administration?
didn't.
he didn't say it, or you don't
read
remember?
I read it someplace. Maybe Woodward said it or something. But no, he did not say that. But I knew it was a big threat. At the same time, I don't want to panic this country.
There we go. Bring it back to that rhetoric.
Everybody's going to die. Everybody's
Isn't there a middle ground? You don't have to
there's not a
mislead,
middle
but
ground.
you can.
No.
So to clarify, he doesn't want to get the stockholders to panic. The only reason he did what he did, remember how just like 1 month into COVID-19, there were all those political commentators who were talking about how it's time for us to open back up because the stock market is plummeting and they were all getting nervous about their portfolios? That's what he's talking about. He doesn't give a fuck if the people panic. He doesn't give a single shit. And you know that because of the way he talks about Antifa. He doesn't give a fuck about people panicking at all. In fact, he likes people panicking if that panic gets them to vote for him. But yeah, no. That early shit, the aversion to a lockdown, is 100% about stock line go up.
There's not a middle ground. You have to be safe, you have to be vigilant, and you have to be smart.
You're going to like this next couple of voters. It's
Good.
a mom and a daughter.
Good.
Mom, Barbara, voted for you in 2016. She's leaning to vote for you again. Now, her daughter was too young to vote last time. She's going to vote for her first time in a presidential campaign, and she is leaning Biden. So imagine the dinner table at their
We'll
house,
talk you
okay? So, Barbara, why don't you
Make
go
'em
first
fight.
and ask your
Make
question?
them fight!
Bienvenido a Miami.
Thank you.
Mr. Trump, as a frontline ER doctor working through the coronavirus pandemic,
Right.
I know firsthand, and I've seen that many hospitals throughout the United States are suffering financial hardships. These economic effects are trickling down to the frontline workers.
Trickle down!
We are being, across the country, frontline workers are being fired, they're being furloughed, our salaries are being cut.
Also, I just want to say, I just can't fathom what would lead a frontline worker to vote for Trump. It's actually insane to me. I assume, I'm just guessing because we're in Florida, that she's a descendant, she's Cuban. I'm just guessing that. I just have a feeling. This is the only Hispanic voter base that Republicans can consistently get. And it's pretty fucking funny. In case you guys are wondering, there are two main reasons. There are two main reasons why Cubans in America are so fucking conservative. The first one is that a lot of the Cubans over here in America are descendants of the people who had to flee the Castro regime. A lot of them were slave owners and property owners. Fuck them. Some of them were not. There were a lot of people. The transition from Batista, it was, you know, there was some turmoil. Not all of them were terrible human beings. They just became them when they came here and became conservative. But the other reason was because JFK, a Democratic president, was the one who orchestrated the disastrous Bay of Pigs invasion, where they got a bunch of Cuban expats, gave them all a bunch of little cork guns, and then shipped them off in like a raft over to Cuba, and gave them the thumbs up and said like, hey, we'll help you out when you make it to the shore, okay? You know? Yeah. Well, my day be so fine, and then boom, Bay of Pigs. Yeah, it's not, yeah. It's not good. The Bay of Pigs was, oh yeah, then they all fucking died. It was actually, like, when you actually think about it, the Bay of Pigs invasion it's actually like a comedy skit. Like, think about this for a moment. You're the president, okay? You're the president, you're thinking right now, your brain is being used to think, okay? What do I want to do about Cuba? What if I take a bunch of fucking civilians who left Cuba and I just send them back with guns, and this like barely trained militia will overthrow the revolutionary army of Castro. And then we abandon them when they get there anyway. I don't know. It's not good, folks. All right, So anyway, that's the reason why so many Cubans are the U.S. literally supported Batista before Castro came to power. Yeah, of course. America loves fucking dictators, obviously.
And this is also happening in other economic sectors as well, including the travel industry and hospitality.
Right.
My question to you is, how are you going to get the United States back on track, both in terms of the economy and the pandemic?
So it's happening. We just set a record, 11.4.
Vosh, people are using slurs in chat. All right. Fucking chill, okay? The Gusano thing is very, like, contentious in the extent to which it could be reasonably described as a slur. I don't think that gusano is a slur in the same way the N-word is. It's also probably kind of a dicey word to use. So maybe chill, okay? I don't like when people equivocate gusano to a slur the same way like the N-word is. I cringe because I know they're Destiny fans. But yeah, no, probably chill with that. Gusano means worm. Am I missing context? It's a derogatory term specifically used to refer to a given ethnic group. I don't think that saying it's a bit dicey with its usage is probably that's like saying, well, the N-word only means black in Spanish. Like it doesn't matter. Like it's what it's used for. Okay, chill.
4 million jobs. We are going to have a phenomenal third quarter, which will be announced on November 1st, just prior to the big November 3rd day, where I think you're going to see a red wave. But we're going to have a tremendous announcement. I believe. I mean, we're going to find out. But GDP is going through the roof. Jobs, real estate, houses, so many things are happening. So people were saying we're going to have a 42% unemployment. Look, this was a thing that came into our country. And it happened more than 100 years ago, and it happened now. They were talking about a 42% unemployment rate.
Who was talking about that? I heard 20%.
I'm sorry, who the fuck was talking about a 42 unemployment? A 42% unemployment rate sustained would be like the death of the country. Who that must have been some extreme fucking estimate. Like made right when the unemployment benefit claims were like spiking. Yeah.
At 7.8% unemployment, and people can't even believe it.
What?
Our economy, 0.42% unemployment rate.
Who was talking about that? I heard 20%.
It just came out at 7.42% unemployment rate.
Who was talking about that? I heard 20%.
It just came out at 7.8% unemployment, and people can't even believe it.
Wait, is our unemployment at 7.8 right now? Let me see. Civilian unemployment rate, Bureau of Justice Statistics. Huh, son of a bitch, it actually is. Man, that's a wacky spike. Look at that. We're down to 7.9% right now. Okay. I mean, it was down here, I guess. Yeah, it depends on the metric, true. If you look at underemployment as well, that's the U3, not the U6. Well, people typically use the U6. Let's take a look at people typically use the U3. Let's see, U6. Okay, for U6, we're at 14.2%. Yeah. I found unemployment 41% in a 2016 article. Okay, well, I don't think that's relevant necessarily.
Believe it. Our economy is going to be next year, if we don't have somebody that raises taxes and quadruples taxes, which they want to do and kills everything.
Wait,
our economy is going to be phenomenal next year. We're going to have a phenomenal. And I'll tell you, Savannah, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country last year, including the state of Florida, where we are now, and Pennsylvania, and North Carolina, and Ohio, every place. We had the greatest economy we ever had. We had to close it down. We saved 2 million lives. We're opening it up. We have a V shape, and it's coming back. It's coming back very fast. One other thing, we really helped the hospitals. We've sent billions and billions of dollars to the hospitals. In addition, hundreds of millions of masks and gowns. And we went into the ventilator business because this country was not equipped with ventilators. And I'm not blaming anybody for it. But we're now making thousands of ventilators a month. And we have all we can use. We're sending them all over the world because the world needs them. So they've worked very hard and really very, very effectively.
The reason he's not blaming anyone is because it's his fault, by the way. Hospitals still don't have enough supplies or money, and we're also starting to climb back up towards hospital capacity in some parts of the country, which will massively increase the death rate. Also disbanded the pandemic team, also didn't do the European lockdown. Yeah, what are you going to do, folks?
Thank you. Great question.
Let's talk to Isabella. Put the mic close to your mouth. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. President, my parents are, as you heard, both frontline healthcare workers, and I've seen the physical and the mental tolls that this pandemic has taken on them firsthand, as well as the exacerbation of coronavirus due to Americans who are not wearing masks or participating in social distancing. After contracting COVID-19 yourself, has your opinion changed on the importance of mask wearing?
No, because I was okay with the masks. I was good with it, but I've heard many different stories on masks.
Dude!
I had, being president, you have people, they bring meals, they bring this, and I had an instance recently where a very wonderful person is bringing me a meal, and he's playing with his mask, and he's touching his mask all over the place, and then he's bringing a plate in, and I'm saying, well, I don't know if that's so good.
Is this the story that he used to say that millions of waiters didn't want to wear masks at the presidential debate? Do you remember that like 2 weeks ago? He was like, I know who doesn't want to wear masks. Waiters. It's this one time he saw one waiter like adjusting his mask and he was like, now I'm going to use this one. It's the same fucking story. Dude, I love this guy. Whether or not he is pro-mask usage or actually masks aren't even that effective completely depends on who's asking him, what time it is, and what the fucking moon, waning, waxing, full, retrograde. It's completely arbitrary. But just a week ago, he was like, I'm very pro-mask, very good. The masks are good. Everyone should wear. A week before that, he was mocking Biden for wearing masks. The week before that, he was saying he's incredibly pro-mask. No one's ever been more pro-mask than me. I was pro-mask since the beginning. And now he's back to, it's all a hoax. 85% of people who wear masks, the masks themselves give you COVID.
The good news, I didn't eat it, okay? I decided not to eat it. This was a month ago. But look, you have on the masks, you have two stories. You have a story where they want, a story where they don't want. I am all for it.
I don't get that because it's just all of your public health officials, your administration, they're in unison about this.
Oh, sorry, it was the Chris Wallace interview, not the debate. Okay, so that goes back even further. So he's actually had this waiter story in mind for like 2 months.
They're all in unison about it. The University of Washington, which is they have a model that your coronavirus task force relies on, says that if everyone wore a mask, you could cut expected deaths in half.
And then you have other people that disagree.
Well,
what other people?
If you look at Scott, Dr. Scott, he's from great guy, Stanford. He will tell you
he's
that
not
he
an
disagrees
infectious
with you.
disease expert.
Oh, I don't know. Look, he's an expert. He's one of the great experts of the world.
But I don't get it because you have so much power and influence as president.
So he found one guy who he likes who disagrees. This is insane.
Go to you could require it at your rallies, and you could say, everyone put on a mask right now. And the University of Washington says you would save lives.
University of Washington, then you have other places say different
things. Then you have the one guy.
Hey, Dr. Fauci said don't wear a mask, right?
At first, but then everybody agreed.
7 months ago.
He changed his mind. But then you have a report coming out 2 days ago that 85% of the people wearing masks.
I looked at that report.
No.
It's not about mask wearing. It was neutral on the question of masks.
We're on the same side. I say wear the mask. I'm fine with it. I have no problem. We're on the same side.
Let's take a break.
We're on the same side. I'll just invoke the most insane fucking conspiracy to justify people not wearing masks. By the way, the only reason why he's saying all this mask stuff is ambiguous is because he doesn't want to front the blame for him and his contemporaries in the Republican Party not wearing masks and not social distancing. That's the only reason. If it weren't for the fact that the White House now has more COVID cases than the entire state of New Zealand, he would probably be like, oh yeah, masks are good, masks are great, they work, fantastic, we should use them. But because he made a fucking clown of himself and the Republican Party made clowns of themselves. Oh, sorry. A country is a state in a, in the political science sense. Eventually all countries will be American states. Okay. Now he has to go back to the, maybe they don't work thing to cover his ass.
We're going to get more questions right after this.
Bum, 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 bum. Oh, look at that face!
We're going to get more questions right after this.
He's like, I don't know about this one. The high's wearing off. It's been 72 minutes since I was last injected with horse steroids. I'm trying to, they're being very unfair to me. They aren't even talking about how great the economy was before I tanked it. Power walking. Good, great. Oh yeah, this was a live stream, so it's in real time. Okay, let's skip ahead. Oh, okay.
Miami with President Trump for a town hall. Live in Miami with President Trump for a town hall. Thank you again, Mr. President. We have another voter now, Christy Alonso. Come on out, Christy. She is leaning slightly towards you. She says she voted for you in 2016. Christy, you ready? Take the mask off, hold the mic close, and let's hear your question.
Thank you for your service, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
What service?
We're hardworking, middle class.
Wait, is that typically something you say to the President of the United States? Isn't that something you usually say to soldiers? Wait, he had bone spurs. You know, wait, he skipped out. Not that I'm making fun of him, by the way. Draft dodging is the only cool thing Donald Trump has ever done in his life.
Family of 4. My husband and I are both self-employed, and we have to get our own individual health care. As you know, healthcare costs have gone up considerably over the decades, and you had originally said you were going to repeal and replace Obamacare. What is your plan now in 2020 to make healthcare costs affordable for Americans like myself?
So we got rid of the individual mandate on Obamacare, which was the worst part of Obamacare, and now you could actually say it's not Obamacare because that's how big it was, where you had to pay a fortune for the privilege of not having to pay for bad health insurance. So
wait, what? Wait, what? The point of the individual mandate was that people shouldn't have to be paying the penalty for not having health insurance because they get the health insurance. Because the health insurance now has to pay nothing. Okay, just let's.
We got rid of that. That was a big, big thing. And by doing that, and we will always have, by the way, we're always protecting people with pre-existing conditions, and I can't say that more strongly.
Bullshit.
But we've been able to bring healthcare costs way down. Now, I took over Obamacare.
Wait, no, you haven't. Wait, healthcare is insanely fucking expensive right now. What the fuck are you talking about? There are people in my community who have talked about how they have to spend like 15 to 20% of their income on health insurance. Like, it's insane. And how has it gone down?
Got rid of the individual mandate, made it good, managed it much better. Remember, they had the $5 billion website disaster and all of the problems they had.
What?
The problem with Obamacare, it's not good. We'd like to terminate it, and we want a much less expensive health care that's a much better health care.
Dude, this is what he says every time. We want to get rid of Obamacare. We want to make a health care that's cheaper and that's better. Well, great. Wouldn't we all? Remember him back at the beginning of the presidency? No one could ever have imagined how complicated healthcare is. Remember that? Remember that? He was like, no one knew this is so. I thought there were levers on the Oval Office desk. Where healthcare good, healthcare bad. I didn't know there was like policy. I can't like a wish list is not a plan. The Republicans have had 12 years to come up with an alternative healthcare plan. They have never done it. It's been 12 years. It has been so fucking long. It has been so long that if you were entering first grade back when Obamacare came out, you are now old enough to vote. And over the course of your life, from fucking first grade to your entire education, they have not come up with another healthcare plan at all. They have not come up with another healthcare plan for the entire length of the age of, what's a 12-year-old anime character? Ash Ketchum? Maybe? That guy. Ash is 11. Then for Ash is 10? His parents let him do that shit? He's 10? He's not even, okay. All right. I think that's irresponsible, personally. I don't support that. Well, the point is, the Republicans have, let me be perfectly fucking clear, literally zero interest in giving you health care at all. Literally none. Absolutely none. The only way forward for this country, the only way we can improve this country's healthcare situation is detaching healthcare from your job, because that's insane. How is that? That's insane. Whoever decided that was a good idea? That it should be attached to your fucking job. That's insane. Detach it, and either some kind of public option, which is what Biden wants, or preferably, hey, you know where I am, Medicare for all, completely decommodified healthcare. Both of them are cheaper than what we have now. Both of them are better. The only reason the Republicans are not doing anything better is because they are in the pocket of the insurance agency industry, which makes hundreds of millions of dollars every single year from fucking you in the ass. I need to be really, really, really clear about this, okay? Have you ever wondered why sometimes Americans get hospital bills for $80 trillion when they go in to get like a splinter removed from their finger? You've seen those pictures, right? Here's the emergency room bill, $1 trillion. You've seen that, right? You know why? Here's the simple version of why that is, okay? If you have insurance, you don't have to pay that. Do you think your insurance company pays $1 trillion? Serious question. Do you actually think that's what happens? Do you actually think that's what your insurance company pays? Nope. See, the doctors and the insurance company are in an agreement, okay? The insurance companies are given by the hospital a super duper extra bonus 90% discount pass. Only they get it. And what they say, the hospitals, is, you got treatment at our place, we are going to make up a number. The highest number we can think of. 1 quadrillion. That's the amount of dollars you have to pay, son. Sorry. Oh, you have insurance? Okay. Hello, insurance company. The actual number is $100. Fork up. That's how it works. They just make up numbers. This isn't a joke. You think this is funny? If you don't have insurance, you're dead in this country. Unless you're rich, like really, really rich, you're dead. You need the insurance. And the insurance keeps costing more and more and more and more and more. And it doesn't need to, because the insurance companies don't have to pay shit when they actually pay out. Because everyone's fucking deductibles and premiums are so goddamn high, these people are making hundreds of millions of dollars for nothing. The only reason these insurance companies exist is because they're profitable. If they weren't, they wouldn't exist. There has never been in the history of this country a major medical insurance company that has gone under because they actually charged premiums that were necessary to pay off the medical debts that they incur when their services are used by the people who pay them. That is how it works. Oh yeah, and the insurance companies want this interaction, by the way, because the higher the prices the hospitals charge, the more people need insurance companies. It's an incestuous relationship that fucks you for nobody else's benefit. It costs us more per outcome in the United States than other countries with better outcomes. All right, sorry. We got lost in the weeds a little bit here. I just want you guys to know it's bad. Sorry.
That's where we're aiming. And if we can do that, and we have a very good chance of doing it, but we've also brought down the price of Obamacare. Problem with Obamacare, It basically is never going to be great. And I want to give great health care.
The problem with Obamacare is it's bad, and I like good things. This guy, he's such a fucking moron, dude. Even if I was Trump, if you could just put my brain in Trump and someone held a gun to my head and said, you have to keep the game up, otherwise we'll kill your family, I could bullshit way better than he could. I think, honestly, his stupidity is the selling point, though. If he actually went on this roundabout, dishonest explanation, he would lose his dumb fuck followers. But because he's a fucking idiot, his idiot supporters can just clap like seals anytime he lies to them.
Mr. President, I got to follow up on the pre-existing conditions. This is such a big issue for voters.
It is a big issue for me, too.
In point of fact, your administration is about to go to the Supreme Court to argue to throw out the rest of Obamacare, which includes the protections for pre-existing conditions.
That's right.
So your administration is in court right now trying to get rid of that protection.
In order to replace it with a much better health care at a much lower price. And
where's the plan?
Under all circumstances, we are going to protect the Republicans. And I mean, maybe I changed the party a lot over the last 3 years, but we will protect people with pre-existing conditions.
Where's
Savannah,
the plan?
What I want to do, get rid of the terrible Obamacare. I've already done it to a large extent because, as you know, the individual mandate is gone. That was the worst part.
You repealed, but you haven't replaced. Now, you've been in office almost 4 years.
What we have done.
You had both houses of Congress, Senate and House, in Republican hands, and there is not a replacement yet.
That's right. I'm sorry, but if you look, we had both houses, and what did we do? We got rid of the individual mandate.
You failed. McCain voted against you, and for that reason, you weren't able to repeal, but you've never put forward a plan to replace.
The promise was repeal and replace.
Look, we should be on the same side. I want it very simple. I'm going to put it very simple. We would like to terminate it, and we would like to replace it with something that's much less expensive and much better. We will always protect people with pre-existing conditions.
But if you're successful in court in November, those pre-existing conditions, that promise will be gone.
If we don't succeed, we are running the remnants of whatever's left because we took it apart. We are running the remnants of whatever is left much better than the previous administration, which ran it very badly. But we'd like to have new health care, much better and much less expensive.
Let me get to question number 5, and you'll like this. He's stuck in traffic. His name is Joe White. He is registered as a Democrat. He says he's leaning toward Biden. And
just to be clear, like, we are legitimately within probably a couple of weeks of we are within a couple of weeks of pre-existing conditions no longer being covered. Do you, statistically speaking, there are probably a 4-digit count number of people watching this stream right now who will lose their insurance because all of a sudden the insurance companies that you get your insurance from are going to say, I don't know about that. I don't know about that insulin you need, buddy. I don't really know about your family history of heart disease. I don't really know about that one. We're actually within a couple of weeks of that. Okay? Just so you know.
And Biden had voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016. And his question was, a second stimulus payment has been broadly agreed upon by the Republicans and Democrats, and yet now we're in October and it's still not passed. Why not use your office to make the second stimulus payment a separate targeted emergency relief package to help Americans weather the pandemic?
Well, we've actually passed 3 packages, and we're on our 4th. And I agree with him 100%. He should vote for me. The problem you have is Nancy Pelosi. She couldn't care less about the worker. She couldn't care less about our people. And we should have a stimulus. And I want a stimulus. The Republicans.
Keep in mind, the Republicans and Mitch McConnell have been blocking a stimulus for the entire fucking length of COVID. Just be perfectly clear with that. Keep that in mind. We can talk about the logistics of Pelosi trying to like like stall and hardwall right now for political gain. Fine. It's a complicated question, but the Republicans want you all fucking dead, okay? Oh yeah, didn't Mitch McConnell just shut down Trump's 1.3 stimulus, like recently? Yeah, Mitch McConnell is continuing to kill bills even put out by the White House. Which actually gives a lot of credence to the idea that Mitch McConnell and other Republican senators are kind of abandoning Trump because they know he's not going to win, and that they don't want to, they care more about preserving their relationship with the businesses that own them than they do with Trump himself, which is interesting because that would actually mean Kyle Kulinski was right. So, hey, I'll just say this. If all this pans out the way Kyle Kulinski predicted, I was totally wrong. Credit to your political instincts there. Kyle, I didn't expect Mitch McConnell to actually abandon Trump in favor of preserving his financial relationships. But if that's the case, yeah, that's a sick shot from you. But we'll see.
Republicans will approve a stimulus. The problem is she doesn't want to do it because she thinks it's bad for her election. The fact is she's wrong because people know she's in our way. She's not approving it. She doesn't appreciate our people, and she doesn't appreciate at all our workers. Nancy Pelosi, we are ready to sign and pass stimulus, but she's got to.
People do not love the back and forth of Washington, but this has been a roller coaster. Back in early October, you one day tweeted, no more negotiations until after Election Day. I'm walking away. Then I think the next couple of days you said maybe we can do something targeted.
Yeah, remember that when Trump said, we're not going to negotiate any of this anymore. And then the drugs kicked in. He was like, wait. No, somebody showed him his re-election chances, and somebody was like, wait, my dude.
Then you said, I want a big, big bill. But then Senate Republicans said, no, we're not for that. So you're the big deal maker. How come this is so, you yourself have changed position?
Oh, no. Oh, no. No. Ah, no. Ooh. Updated yesterday. What are you going to do, folks? Look at the top of his head. Only 1.8 trillion. Well, that's what Pelosi was saying anyway, but yeah. Bro, does McConnell want to lose? No. This is actually a long-standing political tradition in dying political parties. A political party isn't just its president. It's made up of a lot of powerful people, Mitch McConnell being one of them. Mitch McConnell has a relationship he wants to maintain with powerful people who, fork out the cash that's needed for stimulus. And those people don't want a stimulus. Those people would rather all of you desperate and starving, the economic elite of this country. And Mitch McConnell is thinking, well, Trump's probably on the way out anyway. Might as well just do what the wealthy people are telling me to do anyway. The only solution to this, because keep in mind, by the way, if we win the presidency but we don't win the Senate, all of this is for nothing. All of this is for nothing because McConnell is going to continue to block every single fucking bill that tries to get passed. The only victory here is a total fucking blowout. What's the 538? That's a great question. It's still 87-13 for Biden versus Trump, which is not enough for me personally. We need to get those numbers way up. For the U.S. Senate, it's 73-27, meaning it's basically a 3-to-1 odds on the Democrats winning the Senate. That's not enough for me. I want these numbers to go up, up, up. I want that to be 80-20. I want that to be 88-12. I want that to be 99-1. I want it to be 101 to -1. I want our numbers to be so high that there is a statistically probable chance of a Democratic senator entering the negaverse to get a reverse Senate seat where they will be seated on the underside, the understudy of the Senate floor, and their screams of agony will be interpreted as affirmations whenever a Democratic bill is passed. Okay? That is what I want. That is our only chance.
Did you ever hear of a word called negotiation? We're negotiating, okay?
What? But people's lives are hanging in the balance.
And you know who I'm negotiating against? Nancy Pelosi, because she doesn't want to give the money. We should have stimulus. This was not our people's fault. This was China's fault. And she's penalizing our people. I'm ready to sign a big, beautiful stimulus. You saw the other day, I say, go big or go home, right?
That's what I
want it to be big. I want it to be bold. I want the money to go directly to the people.
Senate Republicans with you? They're going to go big?
They'll go.
Big old number?
They'll go. They're going to be
okay,
very
happy. So far they have...
Nope! Senate Republicans going to go along with you? Yeah, for sure. Nope!
I know, because I haven't asked them to, because I can't get through Nancy Pelosi.
Wait. Is Trump saying the only reason the Senate Republicans haven't affirmed support for the bill is because he hasn't gotten it through Pelosi yet? Like they're only allowed to say they'll support it until after Nancy Pelosi in the House supports it?
If Nancy Pelosi and I, through my representatives or directly, I don't care. If we agree to something, the Republicans will agree to it.
Okay. Our next question comes from...
Does he think like Pelosi is like physically blocking the halls of the Senate? Like, no, you can't get through me. You can't get through me till we pass the deal. Like McConnell's in a room somewhere behind her and she's like, you can't, you're never going to see him, Donald. Like, how does he, you can call Mitch and get his support beforehand.
Oh, this is interesting. She voted for Clinton in 2016, but recently changed her registration from Democrat to Independent. She says she's truly undecided. Her name's Becky Lightman. Hello, Becky. What's your question?
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Nice to see you. Thank you.
Good to see you. So, corporate tax rates are a hot button issue, and you have cut corporate tax rates, and your opponent Joe Biden is planning to raise them.
Right.
A lot of Americans think that corporations don't pay their share of taxes and want to see those tax rates increase. Right. What do you say to those Americans to maybe tell them why you want the corporate tax rate lower and why that helps them?
Softball question. Why don't you get, Mr. President, sir, why don't you give everyone the opportunity to listen to you tell why lowering taxes for multi-billionaires is actually good for America? Yeah, she's a plant.
Great question. We've created more jobs than this country has ever created. We were up to 160 million jobs. We were never even close to that number. We were just hitting 160 million jobs. Companies are pouring into our nation because of the tax rate. And if Biden comes in and raises taxes on everybody, including middle income taxes, which he wants to do, you will blow this thing and you'll end up with a depression, the likes of which you've never had. That's what's...
Remember when under FDR, we had a massive corporate tax rate on the upper ends and we still built the most powerful country in the world at the time and corporations didn't leave this country because there were other reasons they would want to stay here? Hey, guys, let me tell you the lie you've been sold. If you're watching and you're a capitalist or a soak them or some shit like that, let me blow you the fuck out, okay? The American economy in the future is not going to be based on our manufacturing. Manufacturing jobs are never coming back. It's not happening. Why would America, which makes infinitely more money with its intellectual property, cultural development, service economy, and tech work, ever go back to fucking manufacturing? They only talk about this to get a voter base in the Rust Belt. That's it. We can get these people better jobs, but we don't even try to. We just use them for points, okay? Why do these people talk so much about keeping the corporate tax rate low so corporations stay here. Well, you want to incentivize corporations to stay here, right? Right? Well, here's the thing, people. In the old days, all these fancy-pantsy, highfalutin, new age jobs were incentivized to stay here in the United States, not because of the low corporate tax rate, but because we were the only country with the infrastructure and educated population capable of supporting those companies. That was what made us great. That was how we incentivized corporations to stay here, because of our incredible infrastructure, because of our incredible level of civic and social development, because of our incredible level of education. Now, we don't have that. We're falling behind. Math and sciences, we're shit. India produces way the fuck more tech proficient people than we do because we don't give a fuck about our education. America doesn't have anything to incentivize corporate investment anymore except for two key things, one of which works and one of which doesn't. Low corporate tax rates, which lets corporations rape this country and give nothing in return, or the high wages of the working class. This is what people learned back after the Gilded Era, you know, the Ford days. It turns out that if the average person in a country has a lot of money, that's more money for them to spend on shit. The fact that so many Americans are poor these days is an economic depressant because we can't buy shit. We can't consume as much because we're poor. Now, this all feeds into the infinitely, cyclical nature of capitalism and infinite expansion. That's all bad. But in terms of immediate corporate investment, in terms of making corporations interested in staying here, the solution here is not to say, oh, please, God, stay here. We won't charge you anything. You won't have to pay any taxes. In fact, we'll pay you to stay. That's the cucked-ass answer, okay? The based-ass answer is that we invest enough into the people in our country that only our population is capable of sustaining whatever business adventures they plan on doing. And this is all capitalism. I'm not denying that. But as long as we live in capitalism, how about we approach this a little bit more sensibly? Less corporations raping our country, more we use that money to invest in our population, which makes corporations want to work with us, okay? How is this supposed to be a debunk of not socialism, Vosh? Wait, it's not a debunk of not socialism. It's saying as long as we live in capitalism, let's do the not worst version of it. That makes sense? You know? Like, for example, I don't like gender as a concept. Like, as a social concept, I don't like gender that much. But that doesn't mean I can't say, hey, as long as we have men and women, we should probably teach men and women to behave reasonably. Like, I thought you were going to slam Soakdems, though. No, I was going to talk about a good way to approach the current problem. All right.
Going to happen. We have something that's really good. The reason we're coming back so strong is because we built a very strong foundation. Companies are moving in. Car companies are moving into Michigan, into Ohio, into South Carolina and North Carolina just today. So what's happening is they're coming in.
The Trump administration has lied nonstop about the number of jobs that have been brought back from their manufacturing shit. It's not happening. It's not. They're not. People in the Rust Belt are still suffering. It's not getting better.
Because we reduced the taxes. Our taxes, our corporate taxes, were the highest in the world, and now they're among the lower taxes. They're not the lowest, but they're among the lowest. And what that means is jobs. But also, we're doing a very big, and we've done a very big middle-income tax package. So if we get in, we're going to do the middle-income tax package. But it's a great question. And if he comes along and raises rates...
What is the middle income tax package, and how is this not just deficit spending? Keep in mind, they'll be funding all of this by cutting welfare programs and healthcare, not by cutting the military budget.
All those companies that are coming in, they will leave the U.S. so fast your head will spin. We can't let that happen.
Except they didn't in the past when this country was the best.
As you know, the New York Times has obtained, it says, years of your tax returns, among other things. It says that you have debts of approximately $421 million that you have personally guaranteed and that will come due in the next 4 years. The question is, on behalf of voters, who do you owe $421 million to?
First of all, let me answer. What they did is illegal, number one. Also, the numbers are all wrong with the numbers they released.
Prove it.
And just so you understand, when you have a lot of real estate, I have real estate, you know a lot of it, okay? Right down the road, Doral, big stuff, great stuff. when I decided to run, I'm very under-levered.
Oh, sorry. Somebody posted this right here. The truly undecided voter who asked about corporate tax rates that just showed up. Remember when we said she was a plant? Senior Vice President of Wealth Management, Becky Lightman. Yeah, actually, like, should have known from a fucking Becky. Yeah. Let me just ask you guys about this. Let me just ask you about this question that's on the mind of every American. Why is it good that people like me shouldn't have to pay much in taxes?
Fortunately, but I'm very under-levered. I have a very, very small percentage of debt compared. In fact, some of it I did as favors to institutions that wanted to loan me money. $400 million compared to the assets that I have, all of these great properties all over the world, and frankly, the Bank of America building in
But your assets are bleeding money. That's not how that works. The tax documents that were released indicated that you're losing tens of millions of dollars through your investments in these properties. Yeah, he's admitted the 400 million number. I thought it was fake, but apparently he's indicating he does have these debts. So who are these debts to?
San Francisco. I don't love what's happening to San Francisco.
Well, do I hear you right? It sounds like you're saying $400 million isn't that much.
One of the biggest office buildings.
But are you confirming that yes, you do owe some $400 million?
What I'm saying is that it's a tiny percentage of my net worth.
That sounds like
yes. And you'll see that soon because we're doing things.
So yes.
We've given, I think it's 108 or 112 pages of financial detail to elections. And, we have to file as the president, as any politician, you have to file. Nobody ever looks at that. When they do, they see how incredible the company is. But more importantly, they see where this debt is. No, I don't owe Russia money. I owe a very, very small. It's called mortgages. Yeah. People have a house, they put a mortgage.
Any foreign bank, any foreign entity?
Not that I know of, but I will probably, because it's so easy to solve, and if you'd like to do.
Not that I know of. Just so you guys know, having a United States president who's in debt to companies or to foreign interests is a national security risk. Just so you guys know. That is actually a national security risk. You really want your president being $500 million in debt to some company? What do you think he's going to do? What do you think he's going to do to kind of... I see some people say he's more than $1 billion in debt. We're working with the town hall now. What is he going to do to pay that off? What favors is he going to have extorted from him?
I will let you know who I owe whatever small amount of money. I want to say just...
Oh, yeah. Also, this is why presidents are supposed to completely move away from all of their businesses when they become president. That's why every other president in all of American history has done that, by the way. They're supposed to completely separate themselves from all their businesses, so there's no chance of them profiting off of a favorable coverage or behavior towards. This is one of the reasons why he keeps... Remember all of the Secret Service details he would bring over to Mar-a-Lago, his fucking resort, and all the hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars that had to be spent on there from all the people who would come with Trump? He's just pumping money into his own businesses.
Things. Number one, it's a very small amount of money. Number two, it's very straight. It's very, very straight. But it's a tiny percentage of the worth. Did you ever hear the expression under-levered?
Yeah.
I am extremely under-levered.
Well, here's the thing. You could clear this up tonight by just releasing your tax returns yourself.
True.
I mean, that's what I don't understand. I think people are just wondering.
As you know,
you're
I'm
the
under
only...
audit. It turned out that I am
yes,
under
but
audit.
the
They
IRS
actually...
says
Excuse me. No, but you
the
accused...
IRS says that doesn't stop you from releasing.
Me of
He's used this excuse for his entire presidency. The IRS has never said that means you can't release your taxes. Being under audit doesn't mean you can't release the information he would need to release to discredit the New York Times leak.
Not being under audit previously, and so did
not.
other people at NBC, and I am under audit. So that was solved. That's good. I am under audit. No person in their right mind would release prior to working out the deal with the IRS. And I'll go a step further.
What deal?
I'm treated very badly by the IRS. They treat me very, very badly. You have people in there from previous administrations. They treat me very badly. But we're under...
What deal? What deal with the IRS is he referring to here? You don't... When you're under audit, they're just making sure everything's fine. What deal do you anticipate having to make?
audit. It's very routine in many ways, but we're under audit. They like to change the game,
It's
change
routine?
the rules, do everything.
Change
you
the
saw what
game?
they did with the Tea Party people. You saw what they did with the
But to
religious
be
group.
clear,
That's not
there is
relevant.
no law or rule that prohibits you from releasing your tax
No,
returns.
except common sense and intelligence and having lawyers that say, because I would love to release them, and as soon as we come to a conclusion, I will release them, and very gladly. But if you go to elections, and if you...
He's never going to release his taxes before he dies, by the way. Don't be like, I hope everyone knows that, right? He is never going to officially release his taxes. He will die. It is never going to be released.
You take a look. You'll see 112. I think it's 112. It talks about the income, which is rather massive. It talks about all of the properties. They have them listed. You can never learn more. But you know what happened? People went there. All the reporters went there. It was like a feeding frenzy. This was originally when I filed it. And I file it every year. I update it every year. My son is here. They run the company. I don't run the company.
It also says that you paid
Savannah, let me just tell you.
$750 in taxes in the year you were elected.
Yeah,
Is
because
that
that's
true or
a
not?
statutory number. It's a statutory.
But
It's
is
not
that true?
I think it's a filing number. You pay $750. It's a
But
filing
is that
or a
all you
filing
pay?
fee.
Because most people here probably paid
No,
more.
I don't know. I can tell you this. If they have my tax returns, as you know, they have to go to jail. It's illegal. But their numbers were wrong. But let me tell you what else. I don't owe money to any of these sinister people. This has been going on for years
Who do
now.
you owe it
Russia,
to?
Russia, Russia. It turned out to be a hoax. And it turned out to be that Hillary Clinton and the Democrats were dealing with Russia, not me. It's a whole hoax. So
Wait, you were literally dealing with Russia. Weren't you planning on building a tower in Moscow right as the election started? You were literally dealing with them, like directly, openly. What are we talking about right now?
I would not mind at all saying who it is, but it's a very small. When you look at vast properties like I have, and they're big and they're beautiful and they're well located, when you look at that, the amount of money, $400 million, is a peanut. It's extremely underlevered. And it's levered with normal banks. Not a big deal.
All right, let's take a break. We'll get more voter questions right after this.
Bring him in. Bring him in. Get it out. Let's finish this shit show.
President Trump, thank you.
Get it.
We are live.
Thank God we found a better audio version of this, by the way. Can you imagine if we did this whole goddamn thing using the original tinny-ass audio? Holy shit.
In Miami, in the middle of a town hall with President Trump. Thank you again for being here. We've got another voter, Adam Schuker. He voted for Clinton in 2016. He's registered as a Democrat and says he's supporting Biden. Adam,
True.
take it away.
Thank you, Savannah. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Adam.
4 years ago, Senate leadership said it was inappropriate to push through a nominee in an election year. Yet they fast-tracked your nominee for the Supreme Court just today. The question I have for you is, what do you say to the voter that thinks it's hypocritical to act in that manner and that they can't trust Republicans' word?
So when I was elected and when a president is elected, they're elected for a period of 4 years. And Justice Ginsburg said it best. I think talking about President Obama having to do with somebody else, that the president is put there for 4 years, not for 3 years. So during this fourth year, it happened to come up, unfortunately, because I had great respect for Justice Ginsburg, but a vacancy happened to come up, and we picked somebody that's outstanding. She has been an absolute star. And
so we're completely dodging, again, right off the bat. We know this happened. Thank you. The question is, why this, but then also that?
I'm extremely proud of it. But again, plenty of time. I mean, there's plenty of time. We're going to do it before the election, but we also have much time after the election, but there's no reason to wait.
You blocked Obama's pick for 8 months before the election. RBG died like a month and a half before the election.
Because it's almost unanimous, it seems to me, certainly within the Republican Party, and frankly, most of the Democrats within closed rooms. I guarantee you that this is an outstanding person. And I'm using my fourth term. And you know,
fourth term.
If you look at it, and if you put the shoe on the other foot, if they had this, they would do it 100%. So there's been 29 times when this has happened.
No, the question is, why did your party? He's answering a completely different question, except they couldn't do it. That's the difference.
29 times a president has done exactly what I've done.
Can I just, to the voters' point, I'll just say that in
I just want to point out you didn't answer a single fucking question. You just completely didn't answer that question.
2016, you were on another show, actually another morning show, and you were asked whether President Obama should nominate a Supreme Court Justice Merrick Garland. And you said, I think the Senate should wait until the next president and let the president pick. Now, that was 8 months before the election. This is 3 weeks before the election.
I have a lot of respect, by the way.
So you have changed your position on this.
I have a lot of respect for Judge Garland. I want to tell you that. But I'll tell you, the whole ball game changed when I saw the way they treated Justice Kavanaugh. I have never seen any...
There we go. Finally, an answer. Because they were mean to Kavanaugh, so that means we get to change our minds. It's retribution. There we fucking go.
Any human being, and I'm not just talking about Supreme Court, I have never seen a human being treated so badly with false accusations and everything else. I have never...
Then why did you block the FBI investigation into his past? Remember that, folks? Remember when people were like, "Hey, well, we could settle this by doing a proper investigation." They didn't really want to do an investigation to whether or not he raped that woman. Remember?
Never seen anything like it. And you know what? The truth is, Savannah, like it or not, the ball game changed a lot. There has never been anybody treated so badly as now.
As Ford, when she was being raped by Kavanaugh.
Justice Kavanaugh.
You've mentioned...
By Justice Kavanaugh. Yeah, he said it. I said it. He said it. He finished me off.
That you would like to see Amy Coney Barrett confirmed to the Supreme Court in case any challenges come up in connection with the election. Yeah. Do you expect her to rule for you?
I think she'll have to make that decision. I don't think she has any conflict at all. You know, a Supreme Court judge does not have, I mean, they can make their own decision. And they actually have additional power to make that decision. It would be totally up to her. I would think that she would be able to rule either for me or against me. I don't see any conflict whatsoever. We have an election coming up. I think it's the most important election in the history of our country. If for any chance, and it probably won't, and I hope it doesn't ever get to the Supreme Court, but if it did, I would think that she would rule one way or the other. I would think so.
But for you think she would rule for you?
I have no idea.
I mean, of course she'll rule one way or the other, but...
Believe it or not, I never asked her about it.
Hold on. Somebody in chat says, accusation is not 100% proof that he did that to her. Yeah, of course. That's why we want an FBI investigation. That's the point. Republicans blocked it. That's the point. Yeah, of course. See, that's the key difference there. Me Too types like me, let's get to the truth types, we want investigations. Republicans, they don't want investigations. Yeah, for the Republican Party, whether or not you're a rapist is on a don't ask, don't tell basis. Okay, listen, as long as we don't look too deep into it, nobody's a rapist. Yeah, Ford's accusation was pretty darn credible, too. Like, even without an investigation, everything held up really, really well under investigative scrutiny. Like, pseudo-investigative scrutiny.
Never talked about it. I didn't talk about any of the obvious things that you could talk about. And I think a lot of people in my position might. But in speaking to a lot of very brilliant people and people that do this for a living, they say it's better not to talk. So I talked to her about life. I talked to her about the fact, would you like to do this? Are you willing to do this? Because it's a tremendous burden. The answer was yes. She's unbelievably well qualified, but I never spoke to her about these.
Couldn't say what 5 protections the First Amendment made, by the way. I just have to say, man, you guys have all seen that clip, by the way, right? What protections does the First Amendment ensure? And she couldn't name all 5 of them. She forgot protest. That was the it's critical that that's the one that she forgot as well.
These various questions.
Let's get our next voter. She's leaning to you, Mr. President. She voted for you in 2016. She is a registered Republican. Her name is Mariah Green. Mariah, what's your question?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. President. I'm honored to be with you here tonight, sir, so thank you. I'm a pro-life millennial, and my question for you today is...
I'm sorry, wait. Okay, listen. Pro-life millennial. That's I can see this on a TikTok now, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not like the other girls. I'm a pro-life millennial, so, step to me. Yeah, I can see it, okay? Yeah, I'm discriminating. What's the opposite of simping?
If Roe v. Wade is ultimately overturned in the future, what protections would be put in place or kept for where the mother's life is in jeopardy in relation to high-risk pregnancies?
Well, again, I'm not ruling on this, and Roe v. Wade is something that a lot of people would say, obviously, you're going to speak to somebody. I also, two other great justices, Justice Gorsuch and Justice Kavanaugh, I never spoke to them about Roe v. Wade.
What
I
are we
never spoke to
talking
them
about?
about election laws. I never spoke to them about anything.
What are we talking
about? And I've done
about?
the right thing from a moral standpoint. I don't even know from a legal standpoint, but it was the right thing.
What are we talking about?
I think, depending on what happens with Roe v. Wade, I think that perhaps it could get sent down to the states.
What are we talking
about? And the
about?
states would decide. I also think perhaps nothing will happen. I have not talked to her about it. I think it would be inappropriate to talk to her about it. And some people would say you can talk to her about it.
It would be inappropriate to talk to a Supreme Court appointee about what position she might hold on her job. So what he's essentially saying is if Roe v. Wade gets overturned, there is absolutely no federal intention to make protections for instances where birth would threaten the mother's life. Absolutely none.
I just think it would be inappropriate.
But what is your preference? Because it agreed that's not something you should talk to the judge about. But would you like to see Roe versus Wade overturned?
I would like to see a brilliant jurist, a brilliant person who has done this in great depth and has actually skirted this issue for a long time, make a decision. And that's why I chose her.
Hey, all the dipshit religious fundy Trump supporters living in the middle of America, how does it feel to watch your president not even be able to commit to the pro-life agenda that's been keeping you voting red for the past 50 fucking years? Do you not feel like a little bit cucked right now? Like just a little bit? That this is literally like one of the most pivotal issues that the Christian Republican base has been basing their support for Trump on. And he's on the precipice of being able to overturn Roe v. Wade through his appointments to the Supreme Court, and he can't even say his preference. He can't even say his preference. He doesn't care about you.
I think that she's going to make a great decision. I did not tell her what decision to make, and I think it would be inappropriate to say right now because I don't want to do anything to influence her. I want her to get her...
You as the president can't say your opinion because you would be influencing another political appointed? What are you talking about?
Approved, and then I want her to go by the law, and I know she's going to make a great decision for our country.
But you running as a pro-life Republican, most pro-life Republicans would like to see Roe v. Wade overturned and abortion banned.
Many of them would.
What do you
Perhaps
think?
most of them would. I am telling you, I don't want to do anything to influence anything now. I don't want to go out tomorrow and say, oh.
You just lost the far right, Trump. Sorry. You just lost the right. Poof. Sorry. You just lost the right. He actually, this is probably the single strongest Republican talking point along with Law and Order. These are the two ones. It's Law and Order and pro-life. These are the two strongest carrots, the biggest, juiciest carrots Republicans have to hang in front of their voters. And he actually can't commit to this one.
Oh, he's trying to give her a signal because I didn't speak to her about it. I've done the right thing in so doing.
Hassan is right. Republicans use abortion as a carrot, won't actually take action on it. Well, that would make it awkward for how many fucking abortions Republicans need to get for their mistresses. There's no denying that. But also, I mean, if you actually get rid of abortion, what are Republicans supposed to vote on? Like, get the people to vote for them on now, you know? You never actually want to fix the problem that you run on a promise to fix, because if you do, there's no longer a need for you.
How she's going to rule, you're going to find out perhaps, or you might not find out. I mean, it may never get there. It may never get there. We'll see what happens.
All right. We have another question. This is Cindy Velez. She is
Is that true for Democrats and climate change? No, because whereas pro-life is fucking stupid, climate change is an existential threat to all of humanity. No, for multiple reasons. First of all, no single presidency will be able to fix climate change. Second of all, it's not a manufactured need. The planet literally actually needs to deal with climate change or we're all going to die. So it's not a cynical political bid as it is the only way society can continue to exist. But Democrats still suck. Fuck them.
decided. She says she's leaning to Biden, and she did vote for Clinton in 2016. She's registered as a Democrat Hi, Cindy. What's your question?
Good evening, Savannah.
Cindy.
Good
Thank
evening,
you.
Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
As the mother of a young male of color, I have raised him to respect authority, not only because it's the right thing to do, but also out of fear that he may face profiling or be considered a criminal. As an educator, I've also had similar conversations with my high school students. Mr. President, what will you and your administration do to better prepare our law enforcement officers to work in collaboration with the communities that they serve, and also to protect the lives of innocent Black and Latinos from police brutality and injustice?
Right. I fully understand the question, and I saw everything that you saw over the summer, and it was a terrible thing to watch.
He can't answer this question because he can't acknowledge the existence of systemic racism. He's not, because in the question here, the framing implicitly acknowledges the existence of systemic racism in the police, and he can't do it. So
we're very strongly. We have a senator named Tim Scott from South Carolina.
This is true, though. We're kind of forced to respect authority in a way white people can disrespect in the open. Yeah, of course. No shit. This is protesting 101, okay? If you're white and you're Black, you get way different instructions on what protesting guidelines are, to a massive degree, okay? That's why people say if you're a white protester, it's your job to be the front line, because if you're Black and you're at the front line, you're way the fuck more likely to die. Let's be real here. Black kids get this talk, at some point in their life. Every Black kid in America, unless you're some crazy suburban Christian fundamentalist, upper middle class Black, whatever. Most Black families in America get this talk, and it's, hey kids, listen, basically everything in this country is designed to fucking kill you. So be careful, okay? And that's the talk, that's it. And it's true. It's a true talk.
He came up with a bill that should have been approved. It was great. It was a bill that was strong in terms of law enforcement and strong in terms of enforcing the proper thing and doing the proper thing by law enforcement. And the Democrats just wouldn't go for it. They wouldn't go for it at all.
The one Black Republican put forward a milquetoast bill.
It was a really great bill. But I do have to say this. And some people don't like it when I say it, but a lot of people agree. I have done more for the African-American community than any president.
Do it, man. Yeah.
Criminal justice reform, prison reform.
I think this is true. Some people don't like it when I say it, but I think it's true anyway. Yeah.
Historically Black colleges and universities, I got them funded. They were on a year-to-year basis. They could have been put out of business. As soon as our country had a little bad year, they would have said, I'm sorry, we're not going to fund you. I got them 10-year funding and financing, and more than they even asked for. I became very friendly with a lot of the heads. But we've done more, and of course, opportunity zones. But criminal justice reform, everybody said it could not be done. President Obama and Biden never even tried to do it. They never even tried. But
I don't think there was much police reform passed during the Obama-Biden administration, was there? Well, you have to keep in mind, police reform has to be done on a city-by-city, state-by-state basis. It can't be done nationally. There's no national police department. I mean, the military, I guess, the National Guard. But the actual police departments are county and city issues, and then you have, state troopers. But this is like a city-by-city kind of thing. The president doesn't actually have that much power here, except the president can incentivize cities and counties to adopt better guidelines and practices with tax incentives or by providing them free equipment on the condition that they meet a certain threshold of, policies passed, that kind of stuff. The most Obama did was help push more cameras into the force. Yeah, but let's be real here. Obama was not great on criminal justice reform. Obama's treatment of early Black Lives Matter was fucking despicable. He wasn't exactly, a guiding light on this issue.
I say that, and I say it often. I'll say it loud, and I'm very proud of it. And I have a great relationship because of what I've done with the African-American community. I'm very proud of it.
Let's go to our next question. We have Paulette Dale. She leans slightly to Biden. She voted for Clinton in 2016. She's registered as a Republican. Paulette, what's your question?
Thank you. Good evening.
Wait, you went from voting for Hillary to registering for Republican to leaning to Biden. Okay.
Good evening, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
I have to say, you have a great smile.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, he does. You're so
Wait,
handsome when you smile. Okay. As the daughter of...
I will say, I do think Trump has a great smile. I wouldn't tell him that, though. I wouldn't tell him to his face, but I do think he does. I do think he does. Terrible person. He was on TV for a long time. I think he's got a good smile, you know? If he was, can you imagine like a leftist Trump? Like, it's Trump, but I mean, different political positions, you know? And he's just kind of like this big Alex Jonesy buffoon with like just like this big round orange head, and he just like talks with his hands a lot, you know? Yeah, he's disgusting. Well, a leftist Alex Jones would be pretty based, and Alex Jones is disgusting. All right, you guys aren't on my level, okay? Just chill.
Of immigrants to the United States who fled Eastern Europe due to religious persecution.
Right.
The United States immigration policies are very personal for me.
Right.
Surveys show that most Americans and the majority of Republicans support the Dreamers program.
Cool.
So my question for you, Mr. President, is if you are elected to a second term, do you expect to pursue your previous efforts to cut the DACA program?
Yeah.
Why or why not?
And the DACA is somewhat different than Dreamers. You understand that, and you understand it better than anybody probably in this room. Where do you come from, by the way, originally? Where?
My grandparents were from Russia and Poland.
That's very good. Okay. So we are going to take care of DACA.
Wait, isn't DACA literally the Dreamers Act? Isn't this literal? Is this just like a? Is this like a Obamacare Affordable Care Act deal? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is exactly the same thing. Yeah, okay. Well, there are very big differences actually. Oh yeah, here's here's the socialist Trump.
Folks, the bourgeois, they know that more and more people.
Never mind. I clicked it and I was excited, and it sounds terrible, and we're not continuing.
DACA, we're going to take care of Dreamer. It's working right now. We're negotiating different aspects of immigration and immigration law. We've built now over 400 miles of border wall, southern border. Mexico's working very closely with us. We have the strongest border we've ever had. We want people to come into our country. They have to come in legally, but we
Vosh, I think DACA was the stopgap measure until the Dreamer Act could be passed, so he's technically right. Oh, okay. So they were the same basic effort, but DACA was like the executive order made to protect people until the Dreamer Act could be passed. But the Dreamer Act never was passed, was it? We just have DACA, don't we? Yeah, okay. So by getting rid of DACA, but not having the Dreamers Act, you just fuck all these kids. Not that Trump is any stranger to that. It was passed and it expired? Dream Act, legislative proposal to grant temporary, In August 2001, introduced the bill in the Senate. It did not pass. The proposal was reintroduced several times, not been approved by majorities in both houses. Yeah. So the Dream Act is not, has not been passed at any point. It's not that it expired. It just hasn't been passed. So DACA is the only, it's the executive order that kind of temporarily shores up the issue.
We are working very hard on the DACA program, and you will be, I think, very happy over the course of the next year.
Wait,
because I feel the same way.
Wait, how would she be she just said, yeah, everyone wants the Dream Act, basically, and you're like, we're going to get rid of DACA anyway? You're going to be very happy with it. Wait, how?
Way as you do about it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, in point of fact, the DACA program, there are, under your administration, no new applicants are allowed. And in fact, the DACA recipients now have to renew every year as opposed to every 2 years. So in fact, the DACA program has been curtailed by your administration.
Well, what happened is because of the pandemic, much changed on the immigration front. Mexico is heavily infected, as you know, and we've made it very, very difficult to come in because of the pandemic.
This has nothing to do. Wait, when were the DACA changes made? Yeah, weren't they made before COVID? No, okay. This right here, Trump administration refuses to accept new DACA applicants despite court rulings. Isn't it interesting how so many of the things the Trump administration does is despite courts ruling against it? Really, really weird. This is from July 28th, though. August 28th, July 28th. What about the 1 year to 2 year? 1 year. You have 1 year DACA extension to extend DACA for 1 year. No, this is all after COVID. Unless something took place earlier. I remember there being changes to DACA before COVID, but it's not being shown here. I still don't think there's any relationship, though, between the needs of the country and curtailing DACA and COVID. Here we go. In 2017, the Trump administration announced a plan to phase out DACA, triggering multiple lawsuits challenging the action. The government deferred implementation of this plan for 6 months to allow Congress time to pass the DREAM Act, but that didn't happen, did it? Look more into it later.
Pandemic and other reasons, and crime. But we have a very strong border right now, and we have to keep it that way. But we want people to come into our country, but they have to come in through a merit system, and they have to come in legally. And people are very, very happy with it. You haven't heard any complaints about that. But what happened is because of the pandemic, we have to be extra cautious.
You have been promising this immigration bill since, well, at least July, when you told my colleague on Telemundo it was coming, but nothing's come yet.
It's very happy. The fact is, we got rid of catch and release, which is a disaster. You know, you catch somebody, they could be a murderer, they could be a rapist, and we're supposed to release them into our country. These are the laws that I inherited. We ended that program. Now, I think you're going to see something very, very good. The whole immigration, if you look at what's going on, people used to pour into our country, and especially during the pandemic. I think even you, Savannah, will be very impressed.
Sir, we have about 30 seconds
Sure.
left. I think about people sitting out there tonight. There are some who love you. Some of them are sitting right around here, and some who will never vote for you. But there are people in the middle. There are people who aren't sure.
That's right.
There are people who want to know why they should give you a second chance and how you might improve in a second term. 30 seconds. What would you say to them?
Because I've done a great job. We have the strongest economy in the world.
Yeah, he's a fucking narcissist, dude. He's incapable. What will you do to appeal to the people in the center who haven't made up their mind yet? Oh, let me repeat the same thing I've said 80,000 times about how good of a job I've already done. Not about what I plan to do, not about my aspirations or my, how I've learned or anything like that. Just how I'm already perfect and how you already should have been supporting me.
We closed it up. We are coming around the corner. The vaccines are coming out soon, and our economy is strong. We are at a level with jobs like we've never been before. We've rebuilt our military. We've rebuilt our borders. We had no borders. We had no nothing.
What?
We've rebuilt so much. We've given you the greatest tax cut in the history of our country, greatest regulation cut, equally as important. And we created new levels of jobs that nobody thought was possible. And next year is going to be...
Dude, what the fuck? Before Trump, we were a borderless anarchist state, and now we're back to having fucking borders? This sucks. Well, now I know I'm voting for Biden.
Be better than ever before.
I got to leave it there. I got a wrap from the control room. Mr. President, thank you for your time. Thank you for listening to the voters' questions. That concludes our town hall. We do want to thank the president again, as well as our audience.
All right, cool. So yeah, just the same as pretty much any time Trump is ever asked to speak in front of any group of people ever, the answers essentially boil down to, I don't know. I've talked to some people. I've talked to some other people. Some people say this. Some people say that. I've thought about it. You're going to like what's going to happen. We're going to look into it. We're going to look into it very good. And yeah, some people say it's very, very good. We're going to do very good. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to do very good. And that's essentially every answer to every question he has. All right. Nice fucking meme. We take a 10-second break to denote a transition from this segment to another. That's long enough. I want to go over Biden as well. You guys fucking mad? We're going over Biden too. Absolutely we are. We gotta know what's going on. The Bidester. Let's take a look at the higher rated town hall from last night. That's what we need to look at. Before we can look at that though, I'm gonna make an earnest and sincere plea to all of you. Subscribe to my channel. I love you. I know a lot of you motherfuckers are here, and you're just popping in. You were just like, damn, what was that wacky looking graphic of the man whose head was coming out of the glowing TV screen with 15,000 people claiming to watch Trump Town Hall, and you're here and you're thinking, wow, pretty cool guy, funny jokes, but can I trust him to deliver quality YouTube content day in and day out into my subscription feed? And the answer is undeniably yes. Take a look at the testimonials of these satisfied YouTube subscribers. If you're on my website, you're probably happy with what I do. Oh, do you like it? Hypers if you like it, folks. Show me the happy frog, okay? If you're here for it, all right? Look at these satisfied customers, okay? There's nothing they love more than a hot, fresh cup of well-prepared Vosh content in their inbox every day. Look at that. So subscribe, and I love you. And I'm also going to go pee and close the blinds because the sun is shining in my eyes. And then we're going to do Biden, okay? We're going to do Biden. Yo! What's up? Can't tell you how much I missed you people. Honestly, every second I was away. Yeah, I washed my hands. Get the fuck out of here. All right, let's take a peep. Let's get the full range of motion going right now. With regards to our presidential aspirant. Oh no. Oh no. There's a new Rising video. What?
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. We have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. We've got
basically got asked iterations of this question yesterday and how they handled it.
mask, social distancing, but right now.
You know what? We're going to go over this after we've watched the Biden one. Maybe not today, but we're going to go over it. We want all the information. We want all the information first, okay? But I have to say, I want to say, by the way, the what's the opposite of rising? The sinking project is going well, because I've seen more and more avid criticism of Rising and of these two every single fucking time I see people talk about them. I have seen them being criticized from major news figures. You know, Sam Cedar recently said that the best case scenario is that Crystal Ball is an enabler of far-right ideas or something kind of like that. That was the ballpark. And I'm really, really happy because I would like it. I would like it. May I be arrogant for just a moment of my life? I would like it if I could believe that my insistence in criticizing Rising has in some way contributed to a shift in public opinion. I'm large enough now to have a little bit of influence, maybe, you know. Hundreds of thousands of people have heard my criticisms. Maybe some of those people, they're in other communities too. Yeah, I'd like to believe that. I'd like to believe that. Wait, what? Matt Lech basically said that before he passed away, Michael Brooks didn't want to go on Rising anymore. Can't say I blame him. That said, I would love to go on Rising, dude. I'll go on there and simp for the Democratic Party just to counterbalance all the dumb fuck populism they're running for, okay? I'll go on there. I'll be like, yeah, I'm an anarcho-socialist, you know, destroy the state and all that. Let me tell you why I'm voting for Biden, you know? I'd really sell it up. Did Tim Pool ever respond about a debate? Yeah, it's in the works. I'll let you guys know if there are any big developments, okay? Don't you worry. Think I'm going to keep you out of the loop for that? All right, people. Fight on. That's how they say it in their Japanese speak. Okay, let's go. That's ABC Biden beta. Here we go. Please give me good audio on this. This is 3 hours long and number 1 on trending, apparently. That's nice. Hello, Biden. 3 hours. This can't... What? Wait, what? Oh, is this just the whole news day?
First wave with fewer than this race.
Have much of it.
Okay, it's the whole news day. Okay. All right. Let's get to the... I think the actual segment is an hour long. Okay, I assume we're about... Yeah, right around here, just before an hour. And so it should be ending... Okay, yeah, okay. All good.
4 decades ago, their seagrass was killed off by pollution.
90 minutes? We'll get to as much of it as we can.
News 10 all sides. Professional so to you. Good to and the people.
Yeah!
Chief anchor
Biden!
George Stephanopoulos.
Woo! And good old proletarian Joe here to deliver the good old 1-2 of workers' rights to this George Stephanopoulos town hall. There you go. Get hyped up. Yeah, for this moderate Democrat.
Welcome to our town hall with Joe Biden. Mr. Vice President, welcome to you.
Good to be with you.
We're here with a group of Pennsylvania voters. You can see they're all appropriately socially distanced tonight. And they're a group of, some are voting for you. Some have said they're voting for President Trump.
Cringe.
Some are still undecided. And we're going to try to take questions from as many of them as we can tonight. And we're going to start with Nicholas Fedden. He's from Jenkintown, Pennsylvania. That's close to here in Philadelphia. You're a Democrat.
I am a Democrat. Thank you,
Cool.
George. Mr. Vice President, every day, my wife and
Vosh, can we not listen to Biden? I don't like his actual policy. Let me tell you why I'm doing this right now. There is nothing that Biden could do in this town hall to change my vote, and I assume most of your votes, unless he demonstrates himself to in some way be worse than Trump. But with that being said, I still think it's important that you guys not go into this election with your eyes closed. I want you to know who the person I have encouraged you to vote for is, not solely on the basis that he is better than Trump, but also on the basis of whatever individual merits he may have, limited they may be. I think it is responsible to familiarize yourself with both sides of this equation, even if he's a doddering old dipshit who is beholden to corporate interests. I still think that important. So let's get it going.
I are in disbelief at the lack of coordinated federal action on COVID-19. We know that your administration would follow the science. My question for you is 2 parts. First, looking backwards.
We're going to go 1.25, and you guys are going to get used to it really, really soon, so don't even worry about it, okay?
To when this country first became aware of COVID-19. What would following the science have meant in terms of actual policy? And then, looking forward, what would your administration do in terms of following the science with real concrete policies that haven't been done by the current administration?
Well, first of all, going back, the fact is that the president was informed how dangerous this virus was. And all the way back in the beginning of February, I argued that we should be keeping people in China. And we had set up in our administration a pandemic office within the White House. There were 44 people on the ground. I suggested we should be seeking, and I didn't hold public office. I was a former vice president. I suggested we, in fact, ask to have access to the source of the problem. And to the best of our knowledge, Trump never pushed that. All those 44 people came home, never got replaced. And in addition to that,
what he's describing right now is the health experts that we had on the ground in China at the time coronavirus struck. Trump just brought them home. He had no interest in having those people work with the Chinese government to understand the pandemic or to develop a solution or a plan faster. Like, they were literally in there for the explicit purpose of being ready for a pandemic coming out of China, and Trump just pulled them back. This is at 1.25 speed.
I pointed out that I thought in February, I did a piece for USA Today saying this is a serious problem. Trump denied it. He said it wasn't. We later learned that he knew full well how serious it was when he did an interview with Bob Woodward. And at the time, he said he didn't tell anybody because he was afraid Americans would panic. Americans don't panic. He panicked. He didn't say a word to anybody. True. Then I wrote a piece in March about what I thought we should be doing to take hold of this, using there's an act that's passed a long time ago that allows the president to go into a business and say, stop making this and start making that. And it took a long time for him to even institute that, to get ventilators and so on. And so the point was, he missed enormous opportunities and kept saying things that weren't true. It's going to go away by Easter. Don't worry about it. It's going to all, when the summer comes, it's all going to go away like a miracle. He's still saying those things.
Before you go to the future, can I follow up on looking backward just a little bit? You did have an op-ed in January where you warned of the seriousness of the pandemic, but there's no record of you calling for social distancing, limited social gatherings, mandatory masks.
Not back then.
In January, February.
No, in
right.
January, February. No, that's correct. There wasn't. That came at the end of March, and then I laid out a detailed plan relative.
I know that we don't like Biden here unironically, but isn't it incredible how he just directly answers questions? It's actually astonishing, the difference in terms of like the just general demeanor. Like if Trump had been the one asked that, like, but you didn't call for that back then, he said, well, no, I mean, I did, but they said, you know, if you actually asked them, they didn't do it either, but I did back then. But he actually just directly answers questions. The bar is so low. The bar is very low, but the bar, the range by which they clear this bar or don't clear it is massive, absolutely massive. It's important to remember that. Trump is not normal, but to 30% of America, they want him to be the new normal. They want that to be life going forward forever.
To school openings in June and July, and I talked about, by that time the science was becoming clearer and clearer of how this was spreading so rapidly. But the president kept denying that. If you notice, from March on, I stopped doing big meetings. I started wearing masks. So it was at a time when the science was saying, and his key people, Dr. Fauci, were saying, you should be taking these precautions. So what we should be doing now, there should be a national standard instead of leaving this up. And remember what the president said to the governors. Well, they're on their own. It's not my responsibility. The governors can do what they need to do. Not my responsibility. It is a presidential responsibility to lead. And he didn't do that. He didn't talk about what needed to be done because he kept worrying, in my view, about the stock market. He worried if he talked about how bad this could be unless we took these precautionary actions, then in fact the market would go down. And his barometer of success for the economy is the market. Thirdly, what we didn't do is the president had an opportunity to open and allow schools and businesses to stay open if they got the kind of help they needed. So the Congress passed a couple $1 trillion worth of help, and what happened was most of that money, significant portion of that money, went to the very wealthiest corporations in the country, didn't get to the mom and pop stores. True. So you had 1 in 5, 1 in 6 minority businesses closing, many of them permanently, people being laid off. And then what happened was when the first tranche of the first round of money for unemployment, enhanced unemployment, went by, he didn't do anything. He didn't do anything. And to the best of my knowledge, and I mean this sincerely, I can't think, I've been around for a lot of presidents, and you know a lot of presidents in a crisis. I don't ever remember one never calling the House and Senate, Republicans, Democrats together.
Let's look forward a little bit. You said
that is completely true. There is it's actually insane how many businesses have closed. If you actually go through like any downtown area or any, not even downtown, but like any shopping area, the number of like mom and pop businesses you'll see that have been boarded over and just disappeared is fucking insane, you know? And it depends on the area you're in too, I imagine, for example, you know, in my parents' town now, in like Beverly Hills or parts of Los Angeles, depending on the area you're in, it changes massively. Like, I doubt Beverly Drive is much affected. But if you go into downtown Los Angeles, it is just a fucking maze of boarded up windows. It's insane. Yeah, the damage is very real here. And, you know, right now, they say capitalism incentivizes innovation. Let me tell you, nothing quite disincentivizes innovation like a country where it takes your entire life savings to open up a small business, and if it goes under, you're fucking dead. But that's unfortunately the country we live in. And there are a lot of people right now who just had their dream at a better life just shuttered up. For minorities, about 1 in 5 to 1 in 6, it seems. And that sucks.
that you would lock down the economy only if the scientists said it was necessary.
Well, by the way, that wasn't the context. They said, "Well, I lock down the economy if science said so." I said I'd follow science. But I don't think there's a need to lock down.
But I want to press you on that point.
Sure.
You've been in the Oval Office for 8 years with President Obama. He would always say that only the hard to solve problems get his desk. What is most likely to happen is the scientists will disagree. The scientists will disagree with the economists. So the question is, how are you going to decide this? Who are you going to listen to? And how can you contain the pandemic without crushing the economy?
Well,
this is a really important question, and it's God. These are actual real questions, not just like bear wrestling with somebody who's like lubed up with butter so they can't be fucking held down to anything. This is actually a difficult question because there actually is and has to be a compromise between a scientific, medical, and an economic response to this. So obviously, the absolute most medically healthy response to COVID-19 is a full country shutdown, full stop, with payments being made to absolutely everybody. But that's incredibly expensive. Unbelievably, unfathomably expensive. This isn't a tiny Southeast Asian country. This isn't Vietnam or Korea. This is the fucking USA. That is hard to do. Now, could we have done something like that? I'm sure it's possible. But there would have been long-term economic consequences for something that drastic. But on the other hand, if you just keep businesses going as normal, obviously a lot of people die. Vietnam is 80 million people. It's not small. No, I literally mean the size of the country and the supply lines that would be necessary for the government to take control of our supply chain. Like, the economy is going to suffer no matter what happens. But who do you listen to? Do you listen to the people who are telling you that you can get minimal casualties and preserve the economy if you do X, or the people who say you can minimize casualties but harm the economy if you do Y? And that can actually be tough because long-term economic damage is damage to people's health. If a person loses their job, that's damage to their health. Not the same as them getting COVID, but it is damage to their health in a variety of other causative and correlative ways. So I'm interested in the answer to this.
You can contain the pandemic by being rational and not touch the economy. For example, I laid out a plan how you can open businesses. You can open businesses and schools if, in fact, you provide them the guidance that they need as well as the money to be able to do it. What's happening now is we know, for example, if you can open a business and you could have a sign on the door saying safe to come in, that's why people aren't going anyway even when they're open, and say because you have social distancing, you have plastic barriers, when you go to the cashier, you have separators between the booths, you don't have large crowds, you reduce the size, the number of people you can have in the restaurant, you make sure there's testing. That's a really critical piece that he didn't do, testing and tracing. And you make sure that people are equipped, going to schools. You know, we initially said,
this is one of the greatest criticisms that'll be levied at the Trump administration over time. There's one commodity he didn't take advantage of, a big one, and it's knowledge. See, when you're talking about stuff like ventilators or shutting down businesses, we're talking about things with material consequences. There are finite amounts of these resources. Knowledge, however, you can disseminate this essentially free of charge. So, for example, here are some really simple things we could have done to really help this pandemic, even without big lockdowns. Really, really big ones, okay? Are you ready for it? First of all, get local organizations whose job it is to keep businesses up to code and give them an additional responsibility along with some funding. Make it so businesses can request their evaluation to be determined to be COVID safe. The same way you would get a food safety rating. Is this business safe to open right now? You can get a little official sticker, slap that shit on the window. A small thing you could do that would go a long way towards incentivizing businesses to take these precautions. Because that way, they can get a cute sticker. That'll make people want to come in. Additionally, get nationally delivered guidelines on proper response to COVID from the get-go. One of the big reasons why America's doing so badly isn't just because of lockdowns. It's also because the President of the United States delivers contradictory information to his fucking health advisors, and a third of the country doesn't believe there's any virus at all. All of these are problems that are 100% on the Trump administration and on Republicans in general. Not because we lacked the resources to do it, but because through malice, we made our country more vulnerable to these problems. I believe that if we had had sensible leadership, like, I mean, God, I'll say it, Hillary Clinton. I mean, for all what a horrible piece of shit she is, she's not Trump. I would say if we had like a sensible adult leadership, we probably would have had 20,000 or so dead. Even if we had kept all of the same basic policies that we did throughout COVID, the difference made in taking the disease seriously is unbelievable. Does that make Hillary good? No, of course. That's not what I'm saying, obviously. But Hillary was competent in a way that Trump is not, and that does make a difference.
The government initially said they're going to provide masks for every student and every teacher. Then they said, no. FEMA said, the president or whomever said, no, that's not a national emergency. Not a national emergency. We need more teachers.
Nah, fuck Hillary. Okay, listen. Remember, temper your dislike for people with reason and not with dogmatism. Hillary isn't bad because she would have handled COVID-19 as badly as Trump would have. She's bad because she's a corrupt, cynical piece of shit whose only goal in life is to have power so she can wield it over you and crush you in her hand. That's what makes her bad. Not because she would be worse at Trump than at COVID, you know? Make sure you dislike people for the right reasons, you know?
In our schools to be...
Wait, how do lefties look at these two town halls and say Trump and Biden are equally bad? Lefties don't look at the Biden town hall. There are people in my chat who are complaining and who are leaving because they think this is boring. That's one of my issues with the left. Look at Biden's face. This is the face of the man who will lead the party we are trying to infiltrate. You have to know your enemy. This is the enemy we have chosen. Okay?
Be able to open smaller pods. We need ventilation systems changed. Well, there's a lot of things we know now, and I laid them out in some detail. Now, again, when I say I laid them out, I'm not an office holder. I'm running for office. It's not like I'm still vice president or I was a United States senator pushing this. So I don't want to say I. But we did lay out exactly what needed to be done. And take a look. We make up 4% of the world's population. We have 20% of the world's deaths. We're in a situation where we have 210,000+ people dead. And what's he doing? Nothing. He's still not wearing masks and so on.
We're getting some more questions on COVID.
Sure.
The next one comes from Kelly Lee. She's from Philadelphia.
Thank you.
Republican. Voted for Donald Trump in 2016. Undecided now?
Weird that some of the people saying this is boring harp on Trump for acting like a reality TV show president. Yeah, well, this is what I said the other day about video games, too. People will complain about the state of the video game industry, forgetting that a lot of the people who buy video games just have shit taste in video games, and they incentivize the production of bad games. And I mean, that's kind of the issue, right? People are like, oh, you know, we hate Donald Trump and his hyperbolic, ridiculous behavior, but then that's the only shit you turn in for, isn't it?
Hey, Kelly, how are you?
Hi, Mr. Biden. My question is about the coronavirus vaccine, or potential. Senator Harris stated that she absolutely would not take a vaccine from President Trump. And of course, we all know it's not President Trump that would create this vaccine. It would be doctors and scientists that presumably we all trust. So my question for you is, if a vaccine were approved between now and the end of the year, would you take it? And if you were to become president, would you mandate that everyone has to take it?
Two things. Number one, President Trump talks about things that just aren't accurate about everything from vaccines. We're going to have one right away. It's going to happen and so on. The point is that if the body of scientists say that this is what is ready to be done and it's been tested, it's gone through the 3 phases, yes, I would take it. I'd encourage people to take it. But President Trump says things like, you know, everything from this crazy stuff he's walking away from now, inject bleach in your arm and that's going to work. I'm not being facetious. He's actually said these things. And now Regeneron is the answer. That's going to cure everything. There's 500,000 doses. We got a couple, you know, we have more than a few million people, you know, and most of if you notice, most of the companies who are developing these vaccines are working, they're making real progress. I meet with 4 leading scientists at least twice a week in the beginning, 4 times a week, giving us the detail on what kind of progress is being made. And right now, they do the right thing. When they run into a serious problem, they halt the test. They don't continue until they figure out what the problem was. They're not.
I would be extremely willing to bet that Biden actually meets with the people behind the coming vaccines far more often than Trump does. I would actually bet a lot of money on that. I would be willing to bet right now Trump's policy is, if there's good news, tell me, keep me updated on the date, and Biden actually does regular meetings. Bro, Vosh, this is a real section of the Trump website? Yeah, oh yeah, you guys haven't seen the Donald Trump official polls? Who would you rather see fix our nation's shattered immigration policies, President Trump or an MS-13 loving Democrat? This is a real thing. This is the future that Republicans want, by the way. They want everything to be a permanent clown show where you can be shot on the street for not demonstrating a sufficient amount of enthusiasm for your God Emperor. What's MS-13? It's a gang that effectively does nothing relative to every other problem in America, but people treat it like they're going to ride up from Mexico and destroy Western civilization. A corrupt Democrat, a radical socialist Democrat, a lion Democrat, a high-tax Democrat, a sleazy Democrat, a lion Democrat again, running out of content here, a low-energy Democrat, a low-IQ Democrat. Oh, I wish, you know what would have been great? If the question number 9 had been, who do you think is better for race relations in America? And it would have been President Trump or a low-IQ Democrat. I think that would have really sold that one. That would have been like a nice foghorn of a dog whistle, you know? And then we get the radical socialist Democrat again. I don't know why they didn't come up with more. They repeat twice. Like, why? What is the point of these polls? Fascism is all about getting your supporters into a constant stupid frenzy. They're not meant for Democrats, obviously. They're meant so 78-year-olds can fill these out, then submit it. They give their email, and then they get added to an email list. Yeah, wait, this is real? This is on the Trump website. Yes. And then they spend nonstop, woo, 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 nonstop party, you know?
There yet. And the most scientists say it's not likely to have a vaccine that would be available until the beginning of next year, into the spring of next year. And in the meantime, what I worry about is the same thing with Regeneron, which is a useful a useful tool. But what's happening is there was no plan to figure out how to distribute it. How many, we have 500,000, vials of it. Well, we don't have all the testing equipment. We don't have all the ability to get it to the people who need it. Sure. And what we should be doing now, and allegedly it's happening, but I've not seen it yet, nor the docs that I've talked to seen it, there should be a plan when we have the vaccine. How do we distribute it?
And once we get it, if it's safe, if it's effective, will you mandate its use?
The answer is, depending on how clear. There's vaccines, they say, have a...
I'm not sure how that could ever be possible. Is there, what do you guys think the likelihood is that whatever chemical concoction they use to develop the vaccine is even going to be capable of being distributed to 300 million people? Like, that seems so unlikely to me. We have stuff like the flu vaccine, and that's pretty ubiquitous. I guess it really depends on how you make the COVID vaccine. How replicable it is. I'm not familiar with the specifics of COVID production and the actual science behind it, but you would have to set up a prioritization system. And unfortunately, I think I would be at the absolute bottom of the prioritization system because I am a live streamer and I literally don't have to leave my house unless I really specifically want to. So the first people would probably be frontline workers and the like, and then you go down the chain. How amazing would it be, though, once we're able to start getting those vaccines rolling out? Oh, I'm going to be so fucking confident once I do, dude. I'm just going to stroll out into the fucking street, get hit by a car. Hey.
Very positive impact, and they're going to affect positively 85% of the American public. Or there's others say this vaccine is really the key. This is the golden key. It depends on the state of the nature of the vaccine, when it comes out, and how it's being distributed. That would depend on. But I would think that we should be talking about, depending on the continuation of the spread of the virus.
Wouldn't they prioritize people who can pay for it? I have a feeling that under a Biden presidency, I have a feeling that this is going to not be very expensive. Because it's a civilizational priority that we get over COVID-19. Charging people like $200 per vaccine is not a good idea. Vaccines are usually free, because you need people to be immune. Yeah. Also, vaccines aren't expensive. The R&D is what's expensive, but you could pay that down. The government can pay that down. After that, reproducing the vaccine, I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong on this. I'm pretty sure that generally speaking, the contents of a vaccine that you receive are about as expensive and hard to produce as the actual needle and syringe that it's injected into you with, It depends on the vaccine, but it's not much to reproduce. It's like the pharmaceutical industry. Drugs do not cost much to produce. It's the R&D, the billions of dollars it takes to produce them originally, the initial production cost. That's the tough one. Probably the same here.
We should be thinking about making them.
How could you enforce that?
Well, you couldn't. That's the problem. Just like you can't enforce measles. You can't come to school unless you have a measles shot. You can't. But you can't say everyone has to do this. But you would, just like you can't mandate a mask. But you can say you can go to every governor and get them all in a room, all 50 of them as president, and say, ask people to wear the mask. Everybody knows.
And if they don't, fine.
And they don't, no, not fine. Then I go to every governor, I go to every mayor, I go to every councilman, I go to every local official. Say, mandate the mask. Say this is what you have to do when you're out. Make sure you encourage it being done. Look, George, you and I know, and I think you do too as well, the words of a president matter.
Absolutely.
No matter whether they're good, bad, or indifferent, they matter. And when a president doesn't wear a mask or makes fun of folks like me when I was wearing a mask for a long time, then people say, well, it mustn't be that important. But when a president says, I think this is very important, for example, I walked in here with this mask, but I have one of
the Sorry. My day be so fine, and then boom, they make fun of me for my mask. I love it. Thank you. Vosh Lemaire asks, yeah, that's how JFK is drawn in the thing. It's very good. Okay.
The M95 mask underneath it. I left it in my dressing room, the room I was in before I got here. And so I think it matters what we say. And we're now learning that children are getting the virus, not with as serious consequences. But there's been no studies done yet on vaccines for children. So there's a long way to go, but we can make progress in the meantime and save lives. And the last point I'll make, if you listen to the head of the CDC, he stood up and he said, while we're waiting for a vaccine, and he held up a mask. You wear this mask, you'll save more lives between now and the end of the year than if we had a vaccine. True. It's estimated by every major study done, from the University of Washington to Columbia, that if in fact we wore masks, we could save between now and the end of the year 100,000 lives.
And avoid lockdowns?
And avoid lockdown, yes. You don't have to lock down if you're wearing the mask.
Let's get a question on the economy. Anthony Argyrakis.
Thank you. I hope I answered your question.
From Canada.
Oh, God, I'm so sorry. It's just the difference between him and Trump is so fucking insanely stark. Jesus Christ. A lot of people will say, isn't this liberal civility politics? But it's actually not. My issue isn't that Trump is rude and Biden is nice sounding. It's that Biden actually answers questions with factual information and Trump is a fucking loony. That's the big deal. So for example, here's bad civility politics. When people are like, man, Trump makes George Bush look pretty good now that I'm looking back at it. George Bush, at least he knew how to tell a joke. He was charming. That's bad civility politics right there. Bush was a fucking monster, and he deserves to rot in hell. When people say, I don't really like Bernie Sanders. He just comes off so shouty when he was, when he was doing his campaign. He's always like yelling. There's so much negativity when he talks about how things are bad right now, and I don't really know. That's bad civility politics. Bernie's based, fuck you, suck my dick. But this, Biden tells the truth and Trump lies. Biden answers questions directly and Trump doesn't. That's not civility politics. That's a real difference that matters.
Canonsburg, Pennsylvania. It's a suburb of Pittsburgh, Republican.
I know
it. For President Trump.
Thank you, George. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You stated that anyone making less than $400,000...
Holy shit! What a fucking lad, dude. Oh my God. Can we get this guy down there to fucking wrestle Biden? Jesus Christ. Look at him. His fucking shirt can barely contain. This is a power lifter body too, because he's got some chub on him too. This guy could fucking yeet people. Absolute fucking unit.
George, thank you, Mr. Vice President. You stated that anyone making less than $400,000 will not see one single penny of their taxes raised.
That's right.
You also state that you are going to eliminate the Trump tax cuts. The Trump tax cuts reduces taxes for the majority of workers. I would argue not enough. What is your plan for either extending the tax cuts for the middle class or creating a new plan that further reduces those taxes?
This is an important question, by the way, because Biden actually has... to my knowledge, there's an inconsistency here. The Trump tax cuts did affect people below $400K yearly income. If he says he's going to reverse the Trump tax cuts, then he will be increasing taxes for people with an income below 400,000. So I'm interested, does he have like a different tax plan, or like he only wants to kind of reverse it? I just want to see.
I carry this card with me. When I said the Trump tax cuts, about 1.3 trillion of the $2 trillion in his tax cuts went to the top 1/10 of 1%. That's what I'm talking about eliminating, not all the tax cuts that are out there. And by the way, if you just take a look, we reduced the corporate tax rate from 35%, and Democrats and Republicans who were in office thought it should come down
God,
to
he answers. I'm sorry. He answers questions.
28%. He reduced it to 21%. You have 91 out of the Fortune 500 companies not paying a single solitary penny. If you raise the corporate tax just back to 28%, which is a fair tax, you'd raise $1.3 trillion by that one act. If you made sure the people making over 400 grand paid what they did in the Bush administration, 39.6%, you would raise another, it goes up to, let me get the exact number here, about another $92 billion. So you can raise a lot of money to be able to invest in things that can make your life easier. Make you change your standard of living by making sure you have affordable health care, by making sure you're in a situation where you're able to send your kid to school, and if you have a student debt, you can deal with it, making sure that your home, you can pay your mortgage. You got 20 million people right now.
Mr. Vice President, let me press you on that, though.
Sure.
You're going to raise the corporate tax, you're going to raise taxes on the wealthy. Is it wise to do even that when the economy is as weak as it is right now? Another 900,000 people.
That's a great question. Moody's did analysis of my detailed analysis of my tax plan and my economic plan. They said, I will in 4 years, Moody's, Wall Street, said I will create 18.6 million new jobs, good paying jobs, number one. Number two, and I'll increase, the GDP will grow by $1 trillion more than it would under Trump.
I don't give a fuck about your GDP. Though actually, if I recall correctly, generally speaking, the GDP actually does better under Democratic presidents.
More jobs than under Trump. And the reason is when you allow people to get back in the game and have a job, everything moves. Everything moves. Right now, you got the opposite. You had last year, during this pandemic, you had the wealthiest billionaires in the world, in the nation. They made another $700 billion. $700 billion. He talks about a V-shaped recovery. It's a K-shaped recovery. If you're on the top, you're going to do very well. And the other thing and if you're in the bottom, or you're in the middle or the bottom, your income is coming down. You're not getting a raise. I don't know what you do. You may get a raise. Hope you're a billionaire. But all kidding aside, but it's about growing the economy. And George, the way out, the reason why I'm so optimistic about economic recovery, more than I've ever been, is we have these 4 crises happening all at once, and one helps the other. For example, we're going to invest a great deal of that money into infrastructure. And into a green infrastructure. We're going to put 500,000 charging stations on new highways we're building and old highways we're building. We're going to own the electric market. You know as well as I do from your days, in the old days, where
wouldn't that be fucking amazing if we were talking about how we could build new jobs with green energy, a Green New Deal, rather than build new jobs by lying about getting auto plants built back in Chicago or some shit like that, or Detroit, wouldn't that be fucking incredible? Oh God, the delusional belief that we're going to get a fucking auto manufacturing industry working again in this country, like an old one, it's insane. I want Green New Deal jobs, dude. Historically, pushes for greater wealth and greater productivity have always gone alongside technological development. Remember how many jobs were created by the car boom back in the 1910s and 20s? Can you imagine if back then there was the big horse lobby keeping politicians from investing in it? And they were saying shit like, we'll never abandon our venerated horse industry. Horse buggies are as American as apple pie. We're never, and they'll never, and it never moved on past that. And you blink, it's 20 years later, and all fucking Europe is driving beep beep cars around, and America's still fucking horses everywhere.
The president spends about $600 billion a year on government contracts. Everything from making sure they have aircraft carriers to automobile fleets in the United States. if you make, and we can, and it's not violation of any international trade agreement, made in America. If you actually insist that, whatever that product is, made in America, including the material that goes into the product, it's estimated we're going to create somewhere between another 4 and 6 million jobs just by doing that. But what's happening now? Under his trade policy, a lot of this is going overseas. You get a benefit from going overseas if you have much of it being made overseas. So if you send it overseas, you get a 10% tax increase on the product. If you make it in America and you bring it back, you get a 10% growth. If you bring back a company and you're going to open up an old facility, you get a 10% tax credit for all you invested. That actually works, George.
So there's not going to be any delay on the tax increases?
No, well, I got to get the votes. I got to get the votes. That's why, you know, the one thing that I have this strange notion. We are a democracy. Some of my Republican friends and some of my Democratic friends even occasionally say, well, if you can't get the votes by executive order, you're going to do something. Things you can't do by executive order unless you're a dictator. We're a democracy. We need consensus.
Got to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
I hope I answered your
cringe. Imagine not just getting everything you want done with an executive order. Personally, I'm in favor of the execution of any power whatsoever that suppresses the Republican Party. I think we're literally at the point where 30% of the country doesn't believe in democracy and just wants to build a death cult, a machine of bone and blood, a gladiator cage around the border of the United States, a Thunderdome until we all duke it out. And I don't want that. So really, I'm just in favor of literally anything to disenfranchise these people. If we could start doing gerrymandering for our side, please fucking God, absolutely do it. Oh God, I'll be on the fucking front lines. I'll be with a crayon. I'll be drawing the fucking gerrymandering lines around. I will take every white person in Alabama and put them in one county. All right? Every last one. I will draw a line that looks like a fucking amoeba with all of its little jiggly doodads at the end. All right, I'm gonna have to disagree with this one. I've said this before. My liberalism, my liberal beliefs really have been tested by this past election cycle. That's literal concentration camps. Wait, you do realize? Wait, hold on. You realize drawing a county border doesn't mean a literal wall, but you guys know that, right? When you draw a county border, it's only on a map. It was a county border. That's what gerrymandering means. It's not, yeah. Not a real border. Anyway, I've said this before, and this is a disagreement that I have with some of the other people who otherwise share a lot of beliefs of mine. At this point, it's essentially the tolerance paradox. You know, if you want to preserve a tolerant society, you need to disenfranchise and alienate and act intolerant towards people who don't believe in tolerance. Otherwise, they'll use tolerance as a guise to get themselves into power. And I believe we're at that point now with democracy. If you want a democratic country, or if you want a free country, you need to disenfranchise people who don't believe in democracy. You can't have an anti-democracy party in a democracy. You know, you can't do that. It just doesn't work. It breaks. It really, at this point, we're at a little, guys. Yesterday, the president of the United States bragged that the marshals who killed that 100% Antifa guy didn't want to arrest him. An investigation has shown that they just fucking executed him without him drawing a weapon or anything like that. They just killed the guy. Our president right now is literally organizing death squads to attack and murder political dissidents, okay? We're not at a point where we can play by the rules, because they're not. They're already breaking the rules. If we break the rules, they're going to cry about it. They're going to break the rules whether we break the rules or not. But we can still be decent people. I'm not talking about hurting or giving worse outcomes to Republican voters. In fact, I think we should give them better outcomes. In fact, if we gave these people better education, they'd probably stop being Republicans. So I'd say actually to our benefit to provide them the greatest possible civic service imaginable. That's the difference between them and me. If they got their way, I'd be in a fucking ditch. If I get my way, they get educated out of their stupid fucking beliefs. How generous we are. A sexy ditch? No, not re-education, dumb fucks. Regular old decent education. Like correlation, causation. I've talked about all this before. You guys are just pulling my leg. Have you been on poll in a while? These people are gone? Yeah, of course. They can't function within a democracy. It's not possible. They don't teach that in high school? Well, we need to fix high school, of course. What is this? Brianna Granger. Working with Trump risks validating him, but it's not true that meeting with him won't get anything accomplished. Trump is willing to make small concessions to reveal Dems won't even pretend to respond. That's what depresses the vote. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Slight departure from our scheduled programming. What is this?
There's a direct correlation between message consistency and whether or not you win a campaign. If you don't have a message, if you don't have something coherent, the fact that we can still remember, yes, we can 8 years from now means that, hey, that was a coherent message, and that's what people remember. Compassionate conservatism from 25 years ago with George Bush, we still remember that message. Trump hasn't had a message. Some days his message is Biden is corrupt. Some days the message is Biden is terrible. Some days the message is I don't like Senator Harris. Some days the message is I'm more important than Jesus. Some day the message is I'm the miracle worker. I'm Superman. I can't get sick. He has no coherent message. You couldn't sell coffee or Girl Scout cookies with what he's doing right now. So unfortunately, it makes it very difficult for Republicans running under him to come up with a coherent message. And all Joe Biden has to do is say, hey, I'm the sane one who's going to bring the country back together. So this is arguably the most incompetent presidential campaign I have ever seen or studied in my life. But then again, he's not running a campaign because he's just trying to consolidate power and steal things by messing up the post office and suppressing the vote in Texas.
I mean, that's not wrong. I understand what he's saying. MAGA is more of a slogan than a message, if that makes any sense. MAGA is like a good slogan to put on a bumper sticker, but if you were asked a question at a debate, MAGA can't really be your response. It's kind of meaningless. So it's true in that respect. Trump's biggest message would probably be the whole law and order, Antifa's burning down the city sort of thing.
Donald Trump thinks black men are stupid. I'm telling you all, he thinks black guys are stupid. He thinks he can throw out rappers like Kanye and Ice Cube, and that's going to convince black men who are dying at a higher rate than almost anybody else in this country from COVID that somehow he cares about us. So as a campaign thing, it's insulting. But the second thing it shows is this, and we saw this not just with Ice Cube now, but we saw this with Jim Brown, and we've seen this with Steve Harvey, this idea that black celebrity men, some, seem to think that if they go and kiss the ring with Donald Trump, that something is going to get accomplished. And Cube, look, we've all joked, I've never had dinner with the president, arrest the president, we got the evidence. But I want to quote Cube and say, snitches get stitches. Because you know what happened? Ice Cube met with the Biden campaign and he met with the Trump campaign. Biden didn't talk about him having a meeting with Ice Cube, but Katrina Pearson and the Trump campaign did. They snitched.
Yeah, no shit, because they're tokens to them. If a Democratic candidate has a black supporter, it's just another supporter to them. If a Republican has a black supporter, it's a black supporter. Let me make fucking 18,000 commercials about how this black supporter has left the Democratic plantation to come join the base Republican Party. The real racists are the Democrat. They tokenize black people like fucking crazy in the Republican Party. I tell you, the RNC, the 4-day RNC, the convention they had, was the only Republican institution that has ever actually been biased in favor of African-American attendance. Holy shit. I mean, you can go look at the Congress and the Senate. It's all white as fucking snow. All the Republicans, they're all white as fuck. But you take a look at the RNC, it's like a science textbook for elementary schoolers with how much diversity there is in these fucking shots.
They put his name out there, and now he's got to do damage control for the last 24 hours before he looks like a sellout. And that's what Donald Trump does to black men. He will use
Ice Cube is a JQ Hotep. No, yeah, I think he is. Isn't he like a black separatist or like a Nation of Islam type or whatever?
Use them, take advantage of them, throw them out in the cold, and then when he gets in trouble, he's got nothing to say. And that's the lesson ultimately of what Ice Cube did. He has made the same mistake as a lot of people. You can't show up in the last 5 minutes and expect radical change from a white nationalist president.
Okay, I think that sounds reasonable enough. And now back to Brianna Joy Gray. Working with Trump risks validating him, but it's not true that meeting with him won't get anything accomplished. Trump is willing to make small concessions to reveal that Dems won't even pretend to respond, and that's what depresses the vote. Wait, is Brianna suggesting that black celebrities meeting with Trump has extracted political concessions from him, and that Dems don't make concessions in response? What the fuck is she talking about? What did wait, I'm sorry, did I miss something? Did Kanye working with Trump lead to Trump changing a policy position? Trump got a couple people pardoned? Okay, I guess that's something. That's it. That just seems more like a virtue signal than anything, though. Like, that's not a policy change. That's just like, what, were they like Kanye's friends? We did get some prison reform. Wait. I think I remember this. Hold on. Trump, Kanye, prison reform. Hold on. Trump's meeting with Kanye masses record criminal justice reform. Okay, no, that's about how this is a virtue signal. Kanye West will meet with Trump at the White House to talk prison reform, violence in Chicago. Wasn't Kim Kardashian the one who actually did the negotiations and Kanye was just kind of along for the ride? With an assist from Kim Kardashian West, yeah. The bipartisan bill to reform federal prisons hung in the balance on December 10th as Van Jones settled in Jared Kushner's cramped West Wing office. Why do they write like this? Just give me the information. Holy shit. As Jones munched on mini peanut butter cups, I am live streaming. Be considerate to me. Jesus Christ. Now, the years of work by criminal justice reform advocates on both sides of the aisle has paid off. On December 19th, the bill passed the Senate by a margin of 87-12. Even McConnell voted for it. Wait, then how is this a product of Kardashian? The story of how the bill got to Trump's desk began with a broad coalition of conservatives and liberals, from the ACLU to the Koch brothers. Okay, listen, I can look more into this, but I have a feeling this was actually like a big bipartisan effort that was probably going to happen anyway, and working with Kim Kardashian and Kanye West was just a good way of selling this as some sort of major reform to the black population of America. And that's the only reason the Trump administration would, like, make this a celebrity-based kind of thing. You should look up Kim and Trump's meeting, not Kanye's. Kim Kardashian West meets with Trump. Recently commuted ex-prisoners at White House. His prisoner centers he commuted Wednesday. Announced the visit, saying would bring light to these women. Open discussion for more change our criminal justice system needs. West has worked with the White House in criminal justice reform issues since 2018. Three ex-prisoners. Okay, so the only thing this was a pardon for a couple of people. This seems like more of a PR stunt than anything. I'm sorry, I need to be a little bit cynical here, okay? Celebrities can flex their political influence sometime, but getting a couple pardons when it looks like there were a fuck ton of people already working on criminal justice reform isn't exactly the same as extracting concessions from the leadership of the Trump administration. So it looks like the meeting just led to the commuting of a couple of... Yeah, this just seems like PR shit. Trump is willing to make small concessions to reveal that Dems won't even pretend to respond. What is the evidence here that Dems won't... What does that mean? Dems won't even pretend to respond? This is shameful analysis for you, Vosh. You're attempting to prove a conclusion you've already concocted. No, I'm not. I'm trying to learn more about this Kim Kardashian thing, but the idea that, like, that Trump, the president of the United States, or any political candidate would ever actually make changes to their policy based on the influence of a fucking celebrity is ludicrous. Celebrities are always just used for PR, for presidential administrations. There's no other reason why they would use them. Do you think Kim Kardashian has insight into electoral viability that the Trump administration doesn't have? I just don't understand, because it seems like Brianna Greyjoy is indicating that, like, at least Trump is willing to change his policy if you meet with him. The Dems won't even pretend to. Where is this coming from? Sorry, I keep saying Greyjoy because that's a Game of Thrones character. My bad. Joy Grey, Greyjoy. Yeah, Trump respects celebrities. He used to be one. All right, can we chill? This was all a complete waste of time. She's ignoring all the concessions Biden made. Yeah, I just want to say it is pretty hilarious for somebody who, in her interview with Chomsky, acted as though she wasn't aware of any concessions that Biden had made to Bernie, acting as though the couple of people pardoned by Kim Kardashian's meeting with Trump is some sort of major concession. It's an interesting shift of priorities there.
Question.
We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice.
Oh, wait, we're on a break. That's right. Whoa, get your shit ass. Cringe ads. Okay.
Humphreys.
George Stephanopoulos.
And welcome back to our town hall with Joe Biden. We're going to get a question now from Cedric Humphreys, a student from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, progressive Democrat.
Don't jump, Cedric. You look like you're way up there.
I'll be okay. Thank you, George. And good evening, former Vice President Biden. Many people believe that the true swing demographic in this election will be black voters under the age of 30. Not because they'll be voting for Trump, but because they won't vote at all. I myself have had this exact same conflict. So my question for you then is, besides you ain't black, what do you have to say to young black voters who see voting for you as further participation in a system that continually fails to protect them?
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Speaking of Bernier Busters, this is like the line, right? Like, here we are. It's like, what do you have to say to indicate you're different from the side? And the contempt in his voice. This is good. I actually really want to see how this goes. Called out. Get it. I mean, it's a fair question. It's totally fair.
Well, I say, first of all, as my buddy John Lewis said, it's a sacred opportunity and right to vote. You can make a difference. If young black women and men vote, you can determine the outcome of this election. Not a joke. You can do that. And the next question is, am I worthy of your vote? Can I earn your vote? And the answer is, there's two things I think that I care, and I've demonstrated I care about my whole career. One is, in addition to dealing with a criminal justice system to make it fair and make it more decent, we have to be able to put black Americans in a position to be able to gain wealth, generate wealth. And so you look at what that entails. And it entails everything from early education. That's why I'm supporting making sure that we in Title I schools, as you know, schools with the least tax base to be able to support their schools. I increased the funding for them from 15 to 45.
So there's something that I want to clarify here from Biden's position. So Biden can't actually answer this question in the way that young man wants him to, because he is alluding to the existence of a systemic problem inherent to our two-party system that can only be solved with the introduction of viable third parties, and Biden is politically disinterested in the introduction of those third parties for reasons that should be fairly obvious. So Biden can't actually address the root of this problem. The best that he can do is say, to an increasing extent, I will do better than Trump. And now the response to that is, to me, sufficient. He will do better than Trump. So black people should vote for, everyone should vote for Biden. Trump voters should vote for Biden, of course. But is that enough to break free of the two-party cycle on its own? Of course not. It's unfortunate that Biden's incapable of giving a good answer here, because I feel like if he could, it would be devastating to Bernie or Buster arguments, and it would make me feel very smug. But in reality, the best he can do is indicate how he is better for black Americans than Trump, which again, he is, and by quite a bit.
$1 billion. That allows every teacher in that school to make up to $60,000. And the problem now is they're leaving the schools. They're not there. We're short about 1.5 million teachers, 1.25 million teachers. Number two, every 3-, 4-, and 5-year-old will go to school, not daycare, school. And with all the great universities, including the one you've gone to.
Wait, a 3- to 5-year-old going to school? Is that a thing? Not daycare, but school? Did he say a 3-year-old? Can they go to school? Preschool? Wait, you go to preschool at 3? Preschool age. The range is from 2.5 to 4.5 years old? I had no idea it started that young. Wow, okay. Well, okay. I had no idea. Sure. Get those kids in early. It's actually really, really good. You actually want your kids to be in daycare and in preschool and in pre-K, all of that crap. You want them to, because it's really important to socialization. Back when humans got their meat by wrestling bears to the ground, when babies were born, they weren't raised in some big empty suburban house with only 2 people looking over them. They would socialize with all the other village babies, and people would play with them and, like, poke them with sticks and crap. You want to socialize kids really early. So having kids get that early education, it's actually really, really important for development. That's one of the reasons why homeschooling is also really bad for people's development. It's not just a matter of the curriculum. It's good for kids, middle schoolers, high schoolers, whatever, to meet with other people their age and develop the social skills necessary. Not throwing shade to anyone in here who's been homeschooled, but y'all ever met a homeschooled kid? Like 16, 17 years old? Never really been to regular school? There are some critical social differences there. Like some substantial, it's social stunting. Humans aren't meant to be kept off like that. That's propaganda? No, it's not. It's really, really not.
Go to or what?
Regular school, way to be normative, Vosh? Yeah, you got me.
Went to, in fact, talks about in the last 8 years what's happened. What happens when you let them go to school, they make up rapidly whatever shortcoming they had in terms of their education prior to that. They have not heard as many words spoken, et cetera, et cetera. What happens is that the studies show that 58% will increase by 58% their chance of going all through 12 years of school and going through successfully. We'll also provide for the ability to bring in social workers and school psychologists. We have one school psychologist in America now for every 1,507 kids. It should be 1 to 500, not just in schools that are poor, but in all schools. Because we learned that, for example, drug abuse doesn't cause mental illness. Mental illness causes drug abuse. The failure to get hold of people and deal with their anxieties. In addition to that, I provide for $70 billion for HBCUs for them to be able to have the wherewithal to do what other universities can do because they don't have the kind of foundational support they need.
Why is he looking up? Because the black guy is like 30 feet above him.
And so that would allow them, for example, like we did in our administration, the president allowed me to go down and we awarded a cybersecurity laboratory ability to compete for a cybersecurity laboratory. The federal government spends billions of dollars a year on universities because they're the best kept secret of where most of the major inventions come out of. And so that school now will be able to produce young black women and men who are going to go into a field of the future that's burgeoning, cybersecurity. And that's what's going to help a great deal. In addition to that, if you're a young man about to graduate or you graduated from school and you want to own your first home, well, it's awful hard to get the money.
Dude, he actually has like quite a bit to say here. What is he talking about? He's talking about all the ways that investing in certain communities can provide certain outcomes. He's talking about the Black Achievement Gap. How do we address the disparity of academic performance? Wait, do you mean the academic disparity between homeschool and regular school, or do you mean between black and white people? Which academic disparity, Chuff?
Depending on the background, excuse me.
Yes, in homeschool, there is no real. There's the gap between homeschool and regular school performance is fake. You know why homeschool people tend to do pretty well? Because they're rich. Poor people don't get homeschooled. Wealthy people get homeschooled. So there's a confounding factor that interferes with their general academic performance. It's not just that they're getting homeschooled. It's that they have access to the best possible educational materials because of their wealth. If you take wealthy folk who are going into public schools, you'll see they, on average, have pretty great outcomes. Probably better than homeschooled people, too. Because, you know, it's a confounding variable there. And also, by the way, I would rather have, if I was an employer, I'm being serious, again, not trying to throw any shade. If I was an employer and I was hiring people, like an office job or something like that, or even just for a Subway, I would rather have somebody who didn't do great in school, who's socially competent, than a person who did amazing in homeschool and isn't socially competent. I just have to say, the socialization aspect, I mean, for service work, it's obviously more important. But even for, like, more professional work, it can be really important. Is homeschool like private schooling? Well, no, homeschooling is in your fucking home. A private school is a private school. Private school socializes you. Whatever problems it has, it does socialize you. What if you're bad at school and are autistic? I believe in the capacity of our country to provide the funds to make private schools accessible to people of all physical and intellectual capacities. I believe that if you're autistic, I believe if you're disabled, if you got some wacky stutter, you should be able to go to a fucking public school and get the best education available on the planet. I believe. And if you got to go to a special school specifically for people with a particular kind of condition, okay. We can't make everything perfectly fair for everyone. Sometimes life's hard, but we can make it a hell of a lot better now than we have now.
your economic background is, to get a down payment. So we're going to guarantee first-term home buyers a $15,000.
Wait, hold on. You wouldn't hire a stutterer for fucking Subway? Wait, when did I say that? I said people who haven't been socially. I would prioritize socialization. When did I say that?
Down payment for first-term home buyers. In addition to that, what all the studies now show, and I've been arguing this for a long time, is young black entrepreneurs are just as successful as white entrepreneurs or anyone else given a shot. But you can't get the money. Where do you go to get the startup money? So what President Obama and I did, we had a program where we took $1.5 billion, and we invested it in all the SBAs around the country, in the state SBAs, small business associations, and that generated $30 billion came off the sideline. Because if you have a guarantee of $200,000 for your new startup enterprise, young entrepreneur, you're going to be able to attract, if it's government money as a guarantee, you'll be able to attract another $100,000. It generated $30 billion. Well,
I can tell Biden is nervous answering this question, by the way. He's thrown out like 18 answers. And a lot of them are fair answers. They're not wrong necessarily. But I feel like there's not much of a cohesive answer here. He definitely got rattled by the "you ain't black" thing. Which, based, throw these people off their armchairs.
Changing that program, and I'll get this done without much trouble, I believe, in the Congress, from $1.5 billion to $30 billion to $30 billion. That'll take $300 billion off the sideline and grow, because and for example, if you, in fact, and I were the same age, and we split our differences, and we were the same age, and we went to the same builder to buy us each the same home, but my home was in a white neighborhood on one side of a highway, and yours is in a black neighborhood, same exact home. Your home will start off being valued 29% less than
during
my
the black question.
Yet
Tough
your
sell,
insurance
Biden.
for that home will be higher. You'll be taxed more for it. We've got to end this. That's what got me involved in politics in the first place, a thing called redlining. We can change so much, that we can do so much to change the circumstances to give people a real opportunity.
Cedric, did you hear what you needed?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just saying, do you hear what you needed to hear?
I think so.
There's a lot more if you're going to hang around afterwards. I'll tell you more.
Okay.
No, but I really mean it. It is the key. Look, this is the way every other. How do most, like my dad, he lost his job up in Scranton, and it took him 3 years to be able to move down to Delaware, to Claymont, Delaware, a little steel town, and send us home to our grandpop to live with him. We finally got back. We lived in apartments, became 6 and 8 housing. Much later, it wasn't. It was just normal apartments. But it took him 5 years to be able to buy a home. Well, we bought a 3-bedroom home with 4 kids and a grandpop living with us, but it accumulated wealth. You build up wealth. That's how middle-class folks make it. They build up wealth. Then he was able to borrow a little against that to be able to help us get to school, those kinds of things. It's about accumulating wealth. And you're behind an 8 ball. The vast majority of people of color are behind an 8 ball. And it's the same way what's going on now with all this money that's been voted. What's happened? You go to the bank, if you're a black businessman, and the president fired the only inspector general to oversee all this help coming from the Congress. And what happens? You go in and they say, do you have an account here? No. Do you have a credit card? No. Have you borrowed from us before? No. We bail these suckers out. They're not
some bombo clat shit. Well, the CDI Zelda game. That shit for 20 minutes.
Not liable for any of the money, but they still won't rent it. They still won't lend it to you. We got to change that. It's about accumulating wealth.
Want to get another question in here from Angelica Portales? No, not at all. Garnet.
I'm sorry. Okay. And I think addressing redlining is really important, though. Redlining is just as bad now as it was in the 1950s. The degree to which, and you can bear this out in mathematically in a ton of different ways, but the degree to which many of the major cities with large black populations separate their black and white or non-white populations is just as severe or more severe now than it used to be back when black people were legally second-class citizens. And that's a big issue. That's one of the reasons why the black crime rate is so high. You shove everyone into the shitbox part of the city. You don't invest in it properly. Then you over-police it. You create contradictions and problems that mean people can't afford to buy food, often unless they turn towards drug peddling or gang violence. Which, it's not a great, but nobody gets into gangs because they want to get into gangs, There's very evident redlining in Los Angeles. That's actually really crazy when you're just driving around. You can drive right down Pico Boulevard or Olympic or Wilshire, just straight east-west from the coast all the way to East LA, and you will drive underneath highway overpasses. And before you enter that overpass, on your left and your right will be upper middle class homes with big, expansive green lawns and clean sidewalks and nice cars parked out front in the driveway. And you will pass underneath 200 feet of overpass, or however wide a freeway is. And you will come out the other side in something that, honest to God, looks like a developing country. On the other side, you will come out, it'll all be lopsided chain link fences stretched around dead lawns with little shacks in the middle. It's just like that. And there are tons of places in Los Angeles where this line is incredibly clear. And the difference there, the critical difference there, today and 50 years ago, was this simple. Banks and homeowners will only provide housing loans or rent out places to certain groups of people in certain parts of town. It's that simple. It's redlining. It used to be you could just legally redline. Now you got to wink, wink, nudge, nudge it, but the principle is basically the same. And this is a phenomena across the breadth of the entire country. Any of you folks who haven't lived in a major American city, you are missing out on some truly black-pilling shit.
Valley, Pennsylvania, Republican who voted for President Trump last time.
Thank you, George. Thank you, Vice President Biden. Nice to meet you. What's your view on the crime bill that you wrote in 1994, which showed prejudice against minorities? Where do you stand today on that?
Well, first of all, things have changed drastically. That crime bill, when it voted, the Black Caucus voted for it. Every black mayor supported it across the board. And it didn't, the crime bill itself did not have mandatory sentences except for two things. It had 3 strikes and you're out, which I voted against in the crime bill, but it had a lot of other things in it that turned out to be both bad and good. I wrote the Violence Against Women Act. That was part of it, the assault weapons ban and other things that were good. What I was against was giving states more money for prison systems that they could build, state prison systems. And you have 93 out of every 100 people in jail now is in a state prison, not in a federal prison, because they built more prisons. I also wrote into that bill a thing called drug courts. I don't believe anybody should be going to jail for drug use. They should be going into mandatory rehabilitation. We should be.
Do you guys want to hear my hot fucking take? The hottest take you guys are ever going to hear? The crime bill was almost a political necessity at the time that it was written because Americans were terrified of crime at the time. It could have been a fuckload worse, and Biden is equally culpable as Bernie Sanders for voting for it. A lot of lefties go real hard on this one. But at the end of the day, if you vote for it, you vote for it. Why was it politically necessary? Like he just said, remember what he just said, like the Black Caucus was in favor of it? Everybody was in favor of the crime bill at the time. It wasn't like white people pushed it out to hurt black people, though of course we know what the consequences of it were. It was everybody. Crime was terrible back in the 90s. Crime was insane back in the 90s. Appeal to consensus, that is literally what democracies are. That is how that works. Back then, black communities also wanted the crime bill. And it was pretty much a political inevitability. It was really just a matter of how bad it got and what the long-term consequences of it would be. Because the law and order shit back in those days was even worse than what we have today. You know how right now a bunch of Republicans' brains are soups? Just completely made out of soup, and they act like the entire country is going to be burned down by Antifa at any point in time, and it's all, law and order, anti-crime. That's the Republican Party today. That was both parties 30 years ago. At the time, not voting for the crime bill would have been interpreted as you being complicit in allowing the countries to be devastated by crime. Are you saying the intent wasn't racist, but the outcomes were? Nah, I'd say more the intent was pretty racially loaded. The outcomes were super fucking racist, but I don't know how effective meaningful advocacy against it at the time would have actually been as a political candidate. What did the crime bill pass with? Hold on. Crime bill, what was it, 1992? right? Vote. Was it 1994? What was the year again? 1994. Thank you. The year I was born. Hello. Can we get the what the pass was? We can take a look at the provisions here. Be willing to bet most lefties don't talk about this. They just talk sort of broadly about the crime bill. Federal assault weapons ban. I don't care. Cringe. Federal death penalty act. Cringe. Elimination of higher education for inmates. Mega fucking cringe. Whoo, that's cringe as fuck. Elimination of higher education for inmates. Violence Against Women Act. That's not cringe. That's probably fine. Driver's Privacy Protection Act. I think that was just earmarked in. Jacob Wetterling's Crimes Against Children, a Sexually Violent Offender Registration Act. Probably fine. I actually haven't looked that much into that provision. Community-oriented policing services. That was probably fine. Yeah, isn't it a coincidence that I was born the same year racism was invented? Yeah, I think this one would be complicated. I'd probably have to look more into it. Violent Offender Incarceration and Truth in Sentencing Incentives Grant Program. I'd have to look more into that. And then you have the other provisions. What was it? What was it passed? What were the votes? You'd think they would include this in the Wikipedia article. Chill. Yeah, 55% yay, 45% nay. God, can you imagine a vote split ever looking like this again? I wonder why it passed so slimly in the House, but so significantly in the Senate. We're never going to see something like this again. A portion of Republicans voting with Democrats and a portion of Democrats voting with Republicans. You're never going to see that. We have the Senate as well. The reason why I'm talking about this is because remember way back in the primaries when Bernie was handed a devastating loss and we were all very sad? Yeah, the Senate was like super 95 yay, 4 nays. 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats. Yeah. Remember those days? Well, I actually looked into the crime bill thing, and the crime bill is terrible. It's really, really bad. And the outcomes that it's had are pretty bad as well. But judging from the actual, like, political environment at the time, it seemed like Bill Clinton was the president, crime was on everybody's minds, and there was an enormous amount of political pressure to do something about it, and it was just kind of drafted together as a way of meeting a sort of broad consensus for what could be done to address crime. A lot of it, I think, come down to the Clintons and the Clintons' approach towards I guess, political efficacy. But this is just a better reason to erase the viability of the conservative/Republican Party. Progressives and Democrats are both still willing to compromise. There's no point to let conservatives continue to maintain power if they continue to consolidate or destroy it. Well, yeah. I have a feeling that if it was a Republican president instead of Bill Clinton, that the House votes would have been flipped. It would have been majority Republican voting for it with a couple of Democrats and vice versa for the not voting for it. Just in large part because I think the Republicans were interested in fighting against it, in large part because you have to consider the Overton window at the time. Well, yeah, of course. Absolutely. How much do you think lead had to do with a massive amount of crime at the time? I don't know if it was a huge contributor, just a factor. If lead paint was used in substandard housing, that lead has been shown to increase the aggression of a person if they ingest it. Yeah, gasoline as well. But that probably wasn't like a huge contributing factor. There were other social factors. You think it was quite a bit, actually? Well, nobody knows for sure. It could be quite a bit, though. But it definitely varies. Oh, anyway, what was I getting at here? Oh, yeah. Whatever the case may be, I would be willing to bet the majority of people mad at Biden for the crime bill don't even know what the fuck the crime bill had in it or what it did to the country. which is a little bit weird, all things considered. And it's very funny that people who claim that they won't vote for Biden on principle were at the time okay with Bernie Sanders voting in favor of it because he wanted the protection of violence against women act, or protection of women against violence act. You know, political compromise is just a part of the system. Didn't it directly lead to the mass incarceration problem today? Yeah, it's terrible. Crime has dropped precipitously worldwide since the mandatory use of unleaded gasoline. The violence against the pro-violence against women act. My bad. The one that was the one Bernie Sanders was in on. He wasn't a big fan of the whole crime bill thing, but legalizing domestic abuse against women, he had to get that one in. You know how it is. Yeah, based Bernie taking it to task. Highly disagree with your which comparison? That's so vague. I think people don't really know the details. They just know the effects. They don't look at the context of the time. It's unfortunate. Well, we can imagine what the political situation might have been if a modern Bernie or Busty was transported back into that environment. So you have the Democratic Party capitulating to an extremely broad call for doing something about crime. A lot of it coming from minority caucuses. And what they did was they crafted a bill that was at the time quite popular, but ended up having disastrous outcomes down the line. Now, to what extent was this law crafted with racist intent? And to what extent was it merely a law which reaffirmed a pre-existing system of racism? You know? It's impossible for us to tell. I don't think Biden scrawled the N-word into the margins of any of the the pages in the bill. I'm pretty sure he didn't. I could be wrong on that one. Biden could have slipped a couple of them in there. The question was from a Trump supporter. From her point, it's moot and hypocritical. Oh, well, Trump supporters would have been in favor of much, much worse at the time. Is there a difference between writing the bill yourself and voting for it out of harm reduction? From a consequentialist standpoint, no. In both cases, you're just one vote passing it, you know? Also, you have to wonder from Bernie's perspective, was a crime bill that ended up reaffirming and doubling down on historical racial incarceration bias really worth needing to get the Protection of Women Against Violence Act out at that time? You could argue that's some bad math back then, you know? And it's totally possible that it was. The only thing that we can do now is look at what people's records are, what people are interested in today, and what their motivation seems to have been back in the past. This is an ecological in the study of the effect that lead exposure had on violent crime. Okay, this is an academic article. I'll have to take a look at that later. It probably wasn't. He voted for it because he specifically promised in his campaign to pass that Women's Act. Yeah, must have sucked to being him. What's the difference between utilitarian and consequentialist? They're basically the same thing in practice. Also, Bernie may have lost his seat if he voted against it. I wonder if those 4 senators kept their seats. Oh, that's actually an interesting question. Were there political consequences for the senators who did not vote in favor of it? I'll check that, and then we'll get back to the town hall. Hold on. So, one of these people's name is Durenberger, which is insane. Dave Durenberger, Doug Dimmadome. Republican member of the U.S. Senate from Minnesota. He was in office until January 3rd, 1995, the election after the vote for the crime bill. Interesting. Then we have Feingold, a Democrat from Wisconsin. Feingold. Not Feingold Diet. Jesus. The Feingold Diet? What is this? Feingold Senator. Jesus. Russ Feingold. Here we go. U.S. state of Wisconsin. Here we go. Okay. He was a senator from Wisconsin in 1994. And, no, he actually kept his office all the way up until January 3rd, 2011, after which he is now the United States Special Envoy for the African Great Lakes and the Congo-Kinshasa. Well, that's interesting. Okay. So that kept. Hatfield from Oregon. There we go. And he was in office until... Oh! Looks like he was in office until 1997. Which would have been the election after 1994 for him. So, yeah. Nothing there. Oh, man, he was a Oregon senator for 30 years, and then he was voted out after voting no on the crime bill. That's actually crazy. Holy shit. And last, we have Simon, a Democrat from Illinois. He was in office until 1997, the election after the 1994 crime bill. Wow. So 3 out of the 4 senators who voted no on the crime bill ended up losing their subsequent elections. That's... Yeah. Of course, this is purely correlative, but I mean, yeah. Politics is really complicated. I don't know. I guess maybe I sound like I'm being a gigantic libcuck who's engaging in apologism for Biden, who's not a good man or politician by my metric. And maybe I am. I guess I might be pushing back broadly because I feel like there's a lot of essentialism that goes into political discussions these days, and it really bothers me. Especially when it becomes, especially when I feel like it intrudes on people's understanding of issues. Essentialism really, really bothers me, you know? Like, I don't like Joe Biden. I like Bernie. Would have preferred Warren. Would have preferred, God, Pete Buttigieg, maybe. To Biden, maybe. You know, it hurts. But they were more progressive in some issues than Biden was, certainly. What about Bloomberg? No, Bloomberg was definitely worse than Biden. No. Bloomberg was absolutely worse than Biden. Hold on. Bloomberg, Klobuchar, and Delaney were the prominent candidates who were worse than Biden. Oh, and Tulsi. Fuck you, Tulsi. Pete would have lost. I only mean for their policy. But anyway, yeah, the essentialism has just been really bugging me lately. I don't know. Maybe I need to chill out a little bit. Because we're going to go right back around to being critical to Biden and the Democrats as soon as the election's done and settled. Yeah. Imagine living in a world where Bloomberg won the primary. Well, then I'd be voting for Bloomberg over Trump. That's an easy solution, my dude. Bloomberg is better than Trump, but Biden is a lot better than Bloomberg. And Bernie is leagues better than Biden. You know, that's the math. The main cinch with, I despise Pete. Oh, me too. There's no denying that, but, you know. And I'm leagues better than Bernie. Yeah, and I'm leagues better than Bernie. True. Very true. Oh, yeah, if it was a Bloomberg versus Trump election, I would have killed myself already. I can't... Listen, I think that Biden is generally a likable guy. He's pretty friendly. He's got a creepy big smile. You know, I don't know. I like watching him. He's fine. Like Obama. Fuck Obama. Charismatic dude, though. Bloomberg is a detestable fucking, reptile man. I am incapable. I can't. I don't know if it's just me falling for, like, the charismatic bullshit or whatever, but, yeah. I can't say anything good about Bloomberg. I'm not capable. You know? Do you think if it had been Bloomberg versus Trump in the first debate, Trump would have called him a Jew? I don't know. Maybe. Bloomberg did pay those bail money for Florida prisoners. Actually, Bloomberg raised the money for the Florida prisoners. I don't think that was actually his own money. What was so bad about Klobuchar? Oh, Klobuchar was just pretty conservative. Klobuchar's entire fucking primary campaign cycle was all about how we can't pay for X, we can't pay for Y, corporations are good, actually. Just wasn't, just... a relative reactionary and pro-corporate political candidate. Though it's been a while, I forget the specifics of the policy positions. Bloomberg is literally racist? Boy, have I got something to tell you about Trump. Hey, I'll tell you the big difference, okay? Bloomberg eventually came to say that a stop and frisk was a bad idea. Trump continues to defend stop and frisk and says we should bring it back in every major American city. So there's your key difference there, okay? Trump's world is one where he goes farther than Bloomberg dreams of. All right. We are so distracted today. Just
be building rehab centers to have these people housed. We should wipe out, we should decriminalize marijuana, wipe out the record so you can actually say in honesty, have you ever been arrested for anything? You can say no, because we're going to pass a law saying there is no background that you have to reveal relative to the use of marijuana. And so there's a lot of things, but in addition to that, we got to change the system. I joined with a group of people in the House to provide for changing the system from punishment to rehabilitation, along with a guy named Arlen Specter, who you may remember. I wrote the Second Chance Act.
But in the meantime, an awful lot of people were jailed for minor drug crimes after the
Exactly right.
Was it a mistake to support it?
Yes, it was. But here's where the mistake came. The mistake came in terms of what the states did locally. What we did federally, we said it was, and you remember, George, it was all about the same time for the same crime. What I had done as chairman of the Judiciary Committee, I took the 10 Circuit Courts of Appeals, took some really brilliant lawyers working for me in Judiciary. We did a study, and we determined what happens if, for the first, second, third offense, for any crime in the criminal justice system.
Hold on. At Vosh, I wouldn't ever vote for the guy who got me stopped and frisked on a bi-monthly basis. You're fucking insane if you think I'd see the half step that Bloomberg is for anything other than a shitlord. Listen, I love you, but personal anecdotes aren't arguments, okay? If Trump wants to do stop and frisk, and Bloomberg did but no longer wants to, then we know who's going to cause more harm in the future. This is the same argument as saying, like, a white suburban woman saying, like, well, I know who lowered my taxes, or like or somebody who, you know, like says, like, well, I know which Antifa is burning my neighborhood. Like, you can if you allow utilitarian calculus to be introduced, like, affected by these kind of considerations, you get people with wildly different answers. You're entitled to whatever vote you want to deliver, my friend. I'm not saying you can't, and thankfully you don't have to vote for Bloomberg. He's not running anymore. So that choice was kind of made for you. Great, good. But I mean, if it was Bloomberg versus Trump, I would be doing the same thing I'm doing right now, except for Bloomberg. And I mean, that would suck way more, but I maintain my belief that a horrible, dystopic, bourgeois democracy is superior to fascism. And it would make my job way harder, by the way. Time to shill for your YouTube again. If you like listening to my based anarcho-Biden liberalist takes, make sure to sub to my fucking YouTube channel, okay? Get the fuck in there. If you want to hear me talk about how in an alternate reality I would be supporting Bloomberg, okay? Get in there. The math is simple, but the decisions, they hurt.
At the federal level, if you're a black man, it's the first time you committed robbery. How long would you go to jail on average? If you're a white man, how long? Black man would go to jail on average 13 years. White man, 2 years. I go down the list of every single crime. So we set up a sentencing commission. We didn't set the time. Every single solitary maximum was reduced in there. But what happened was it became the same time for the same crime. So it said you have to serve between 1 and 3 years. It ended up becoming much lower. Black folks went to jail a lot less than they would have before, but it was a mistake.
Let me ask another follow-up on the crime bill. It also funded 100,000 police back in 1994. You've often said that
what Biden is describing here is the difficulty in controlling for disparity in sentencing with judicial discretion. So the main issue here is, you know how mandatory minimum sentences are like really dumb and bad, or like mandatory sentencing is bad? The issue is, in theory, mandatory sentences actually help alleviate racial biases in judicial discretion, because that way black judges can't do X, black criminals can't be charged for longer times than white criminals based on judicial discretion, you know? The issue with that is, though, is that it's up to the district attorney to decide which charges are brought, and not all charges have mandatory sentences to them, which means the actual problem we end up having, the actual problem that we end up having is district attorneys will work with the police to bring harsher charges to black people than they do to white people, meaning that when the black people get sentenced, if they do get sentenced, they end up getting that up their mandatory sentence, whereas white people, when they get sentenced, it's for a lesser crime, which allows for judicial discretion, usually leading to them serving a shorter length of time. Does that make sense? Apart from me misspeaking, does that make sense as a concept? Okay, good.
More cops clearly mean less crime. Do you still believe that?
Yes, if in fact they're involved in community policing, not jump squads. For example, when we had community policing from the mid-90s on till Bush got elected, what happened? Violent crime actually went down precipitously. Remember the significant rise in violent crime that was occurring in the late 80s into the 90s. It went down, and fewer African Americans were arrested because you had the requirement. The cops didn't like it. They didn't like the community policing because you had to have two people in a vehicle. They had to get out of their cars. They had to introduce themselves to who owned the local liquor store, who owned the local grocery store, who was the woman on the corner. And what they would do, George, they'd actually go and give people their phone numbers. A cop would give the phone number. So if Nellie Smith was on the second floor where drug deals took place and things happened below her, her apartment, she could call and say, it's Millie, and there's something going on here, and they'd never reveal it was her because they know if she knew that in fact they'd report, they'd never report the crime. She'd never report. So it actually started to come down. What happened? They eliminated the
What does he mean by community policing? This is another issue that I have. The abolition of police is a long-term goal which serves the interests of socialists, but with regards to making life better for people on the ground now, today, that usually involves more money being put towards policing. Not police, but policing, or at least the justice system as an idea. For example, if you want cops to have body cams, that costs money. The operator who manages those body cams, the security tech you need, the equipment you need to store all of that data. This all costs money. If you want to hire police officers in the communities that they work in, that means you need more stringent standards for hiring. That will increase the amount of money people cost. If you want people to be trained better, that costs more, so on and so forth. What Biden is saying here is not technically incorrect. There is just a better answer. The better answer is that these are issues which would be better addressed not through policing, but rather through the addressing of the sociological problems that cause crime in the first place. So the answer he's giving is correct. It is not the best answer. And that's there's a difference between that and him giving the wrong answer. What's your position on defunding again? Fuck police. You kidding me? We shouldn't need to have police in this country the way we have police in this country. If we fix the problems socioeconomically in our country, very obvious, evident, real problems, we don't need police the way we currently do. We certainly don't need them militarized the way we do. Militarized, sorry. God, it's been a long stream. However, Bernie lost, Biden won. We have what we get, and I would rather have the extra money police departments get going towards better training and body cams than I would the extra money going towards fucking armored vehicles and police union kickbacks, okay?
Funding for community policing. Community policing doesn't mean more people coming in up-armored Humvees and swarming like that. When they did, it turned out that by the time we got to the late 90s, the crime had come down so much, and the mayors and everybody asked the question, where do you want me to spend the money? They say, well, only 1% thought violent crime was a problem. It was as high as 22%.
But right now we have a systemic problem. How do you get the kind of policing, prevent the kind of policing?
You have to change the way in which they police. One of the things I'm going to do, George, is set up a national study group made up of cops, social workers, as well as made up of the black community and the brown community to sit down in the White House and over the next year come up with significant reforms that need to take place within communities. You have to bring them together. One of the things I've observed is, the neighborhood I grew up in Claymont, you either became a cop, a firefighter, or a priest. I wasn't qualified much to do any one of them. But here's the deal, all kidding aside. Most cops don't like bad cops.
Correct.
They don't like it.
That's correct.
This is lib shit. I disavow this. Everything you said before is fine. I disavow this. Cops love bad cops because they're all bad cops. Fuck them.
And so what happens is they get intimidated into not reporting. So one of the things we do is there has to be transparency available.
Okay. The issue with that is, if the bad cops were a minority, they wouldn't be able to intimidate the good cops into not reporting. The bad cops have to be the majority in order for that to work, including the system supporting all of them. So, you can't really say... Now, I will say this, good cops don't like bad cops, but you could have one good cop out of 100 bad cops, and it's like, does that really matter? Great. Get the good cop out of there, then fumigate the building.
We have to be able to go in at the federal level, be able to go in and check out whether or not there's systematic problems within police departments. If, in fact, a cop needs to be tried, it's not the prosecutor in the community, in the district or there. You got to go outside the community to get another prosecutor to come in and handle the crime. There's a lot of things we've learned, and it takes time, but we can do this. You can ban chokeholds, but beyond that, you have to teach people how to de-escalate circumstances. De-escalate. So instead of anybody coming at you and the first thing you do is shoot to kill, you shoot them in the leg. There's ways you have to do more background checks in terms of whether or not the person coming in passes certain psychological tests. And the last thing I'll say, and
okay, this leg thing he keeps coming back to is fucking hysterical, dude. You know, there's no such thing as shooting the leg. It's not a real thing. It's not real. It's not a real thing. If you're at a point where you're going to shoot a person, you shoot to kill. There is no shooting to not kill. That's a fake thing invented by movies. When people say shoot to kill, that's a movie thing. There's no shoot to not kill. It's not a thing. Hey, the Terminator did it. If you are a Cyberdyne T800 model, then maybe you can shoot people in the leg, okay? But if you're a regular-ass human being, okay, if you're like RoboCop or some shit, maybe we can talk about this, all right? But if you're not RoboCop, if you're shooting to kill. Like, it's that simple. Have you ever seen a person run? You notice that the body, the head, stays mostly in the same place. The legs are just like little sticks. They're blurs. You want to shoot this? I'm coming at you right now. My arms are my legs, baby. What are you going to shoot? What are you going to shoot? You going to shoot my fucking legs? Or are you going to shoot my chest, which is stable and stationary relative to your fucking orientation? What are you going to go for? Is that seriously taught in police academy? How do you know this? Wait, is what taught? No, legally, morally, gun trainingly, if you pull a gun out on a person and you pull the trigger, it's to kill that person. For a million reasons. First of all, legs are a much harder target than center mass. Second of all, if you're shooting at a person, they must be doing something that needs them to immediately be put down, obviously. Third of all, if they're coming at you, you have to like aim down to shoot their legs, whereas you keep steady center forward-facing gun position if you're trying to shoot center mass. Fourth of all, if you shoot a person in the leg, they're probably gonna die anyway. Have you seen how cops handle people who have recently been shot? They all just fucking pile around the bleeding out body and do the fucking Russia dance, you know, the fucking kick. They don't do anything. If you shoot a person in the leg, there are big fucking arteries in there. You know, you can't. You're not helping them. You know, you're just prolonging the process. Honestly, it's not good. Have you watched the police training video called "Surviving Edge Weapons"? I mean, I saw the JonTron video. Voss should be a libertarian. Then he'd be cooler. I am a libertarian, baby. The only real libertarian. A libertarian socialist. I looked it up. It would seem like cops in Europe are in fact trained to shoot for legs. Yeah, of course. They're Europeans. They don't know how to use guns. What the fuck are you talking about? Obviously. That's like going over to a fucking kindergarten class and saying like, yeah, they're using their iPhones to detect unicorns. Like, let them have fun, okay? Can you imagine all the fucking Euro cops are rolling around in their little like playpen with a bouncy castle with like the cardboard guns, and they're like, Papa, I shoot you in the leg, bruv. Oh, you got me right in the shin. Oh, you got me. And they just do that for like 8 hours a day.
I'm sorry, because what's really, I think, really, really important is you have to be in a position where you are able to identify identify the things that have to change. And one of the things that has to change is so many cops get called into circumstances where somebody is mentally off, like what happened not long ago with that guy with the knife. That's why we have to provide within police departments psychologists and social workers to go out with the cops on those.
Vosh, have you not heard of where most wars were fought in the past 2 centuries? Wars are fought by soldiers, dude, and soldiers don't shoot for the legs, okay?
Calls, though, some of those 911 calls, to de-escalate the circumstance, to deal with talking them down. But we can't, cops are kind of like school teachers now. You know, a school teacher has to know everything from how to handle hunger in a household as well as how to teach you how to read. Well, cops don't have that breadth. And there's a lot of things we can do. We shouldn't be defunding cops. We should be mandating the things that we should be doing within police departments and make sure there's total transparency.
Got to take another quick break. We'll be right back.
I don't know the answer to the question, but
Disney Plus.
From the Constitution Center in Philadelphia, here again, George Stephanopoulos.
And the Supreme Court is our...
You're just mad that we can go to the hospital without having to remortgage our house? I'm sorry, I saw criticism in chat. Somebody said dumb Vosh doesn't even know about guns, and I was wondering, is this guy a European? And then I saw his name was Clorbis Donkelstoop. And the question was immediately answered for me. So I know where the molding is coming from.
Our next topic, the questioner Nathan Osborne of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Democrat.
Hi, I'm George, Mr. Vice President.
Hey, Nathan.
Our country's first Supreme Court gave its first rulings just 2 blocks from here, from 1791 to 1800, and it's become more polarized since then. Merrick Garland didn't get a hearing for all of 2016, and Amy Coney Barrett's being pushed through at the last minute, even though millions have already voted. So what do you think about ideas from people like Pete Buttigieg and others to put in place safeguards that will help ensure more long-term balance and stability? And what do you say to LGBTQ Americans and others who are very worried right now about erosions of their rights and our democracy as a whole?
Well, let me start the last point, work my way back. I think there's great reason to be concerned. I was on the road most of the time during these hearings, so I didn't hear many of them. I just got the recaps when I'd get in late at night. I've been going around the country, Florida, and anyway. And
Biden taking booty calls all around the country.
What the judge said was she didn't answer very many questions at all, and I don't even think she has laid out much of a judicial philosophy in terms of the basis upon which she thinks are there unenumerated rights in the Constitution and the rest. So, number one. So I think there's great reason to be concerned for the LGBT community, something I fought very hard for a long time to make sure there's equality across the board. Number two, I think that also healthcare overall is very much in jeopardy as a consequence of the president's going to go directly after this election, directly to the Supreme Court within a month to try to get Obamacare wiped out after 10 million people have already lost their insurance from their employer and wants to take 20 million people out of the system as well, plus 100 million people with pre-existing conditions. So there's a lot at stake. I don't think it's appropriate. I think the Constitution implies. There's no provision in the Constitution. My problem is I made a mistake of teaching constitutional law for 21 years and the separation of powers. The Constitution implies that the way the people have a right to determine who's going to be on the court is how they vote for their senators and their president. We seek the advice and consent of the Senate and the
president's president for all 4 years, isn't he?
No, he is. But once an election begins, by implication, it is inconsistent with the constitutional principles, in my view. You get disagreement among scholars on this. But I believe it's inconsistent when millions of people already voted to put someone on the court. I think it should have been held until this election is over, see what the makeup of the Senate is going to be. If the president wins this election, he should be able to.
How about that question of expanding the court? Here's what you said exactly 1 year ago tonight at a Democratic debate. You said, I would not get into court packing. I would not pack the court. That's not what you're saying now. Is the nomination of Judge Barrett reason enough to rethink your position?
What is the nomination? What I wanted to do, George, if I had answered.
All right, I'm back. I finished the M&Ms. Good job, team.
Answered the question directly, then all the focus would be on what's Biden going to do if he wins, instead of on is it appropriate what is going on now. And it should stay. This is the thing that the president loves to do, always take our eye off the ball. What's at stake? One of the things Pete has suggested is, and there's a number of constitutional scholars have suggested as well, that there are at least 4 or 5 options that are available to determine whether or not you can change the way in which the court lifetime appointment takes place, consistent, arguably, with the Constitution. I have not been a fan of court packing because I think it just generates what will happen. Whoever wins, it just keeps moving in a way that is inconsistent with what is going to be manageable.
So you're still not a fan?
Well, I'm not a fan. I then say it depends on how this turns out. Not how he wins, but how it's handled. How it's handled. But there's a number of things that are going to be coming up, and there's going to be a lot of discussion about other alternatives as well.
What does that mean, how it's handled? How will that determine
well,
for extending?
For example, if there's actually real live debate on the floor, if people are really going to be able to have a time to go through this, I don't know anybody who's gone on the floor and that's been a controversial justice in terms of making fundamentally altering the makeup of the court that's gone through in a day kind of thing. I mean, it depends on how much they rush this. And you think about it, George. Here you got a lot of people not being able to pay their mortgage, not being able to put food on the table, not being able to keep their business open, not being able to do anything to deal with what's going on in terms of the economy as a consequence of COVID, and they have no time to deal with that, but they have time to rush this through.
Well, right now it looks like they're going to have a vote around Halloween. So if they vote on it before the election, you are open to expanding the court?
I'm open to considering what happens from that point on.
You said.
Yeah, he can't commit to this directly. That's the issue. The issue. So packing the court is actually really. I've heard a lot of people say that there are issues with packing the court conceptually, even if you want to go 100% nuclear. But I'm not entirely sure what they are. It's a complicated question that I want to know more about. But I am totally in favor of amending the imbalance in the Supreme Court. Wait, there's somebody in chat. What is this? Who is this? Vosh, your latest tweet encouraged mass degeneracy. People advocating for forced puberty blockers on kids should be hanged. Oh, shit, we got a real one. Jack Boy, got a Discord account? It's that or your band. Get on up here, kid. I love me these discussions. Come on, Jack. Jack. He said he's banned from the Discord. I can fix that. Why don't you just friend request me directly? I know you want to talk. Came in here with an opinion, didn't you? It's Vosh pound 5559. And if you just friend request that and then tell me in chat what your Discord name is, we can figure this all out. Incoming 68 fucking friend requests. Vosh pound. Well, how am I a transphobe when the retard attacked me for no idea? Jack! Jack, come on, man. Come on, Jack. Get in here, Jack. I'm excited now. After watching fucking town halls with 70-year-olds all day, I would love to take a break and have a brief conversation about something entertaining with such an entertaining person. I think Jack Boy might be behind on the VOD. That's the thing I don't like about YouTube. I don't know if everyone's up. Lukov, if you want an unban from YouTube, then email me. He wasn't chat on here. He's still in chat on here. Delay is super short, Vosh, couple seconds only. No, but people can be behind on the VOD. You can go back there. Started off with me being against puberty blockers. This guy's arguing against ghosts. Here. I'll ask myself. I'm just excited. Okay? Yeah, it's tilting at windmills right now. What are you going to do? Well, there you go, Hyena. But we'll give them a chance, okay? But I'll give this like 30 more seconds, and then we'll just ban and go on. His logs go on about mandatory puberty block. Oh yeah, the mandatory puberty blockers that people are being put on. I'm not even unbanned yet in the server on either of my accounts. Yeah, okay, we'll fix that, Jack. I'm You got this, Jack. Don't ban this fucker till we get the content. Well, some people will drag on forever, you know. He's the same guy who said Vosh should be a libertarian. Ah, I see. So this guy's mad because he thinks that I'm muscling in on his child degeneracy game. You got this, Jack. 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 I don't think he's in chat anymore. He was in chat like 2 seconds ago. It's probably not going to happen. Ah, well. Yeah, he said I'm defending my honor, but then he dipped. What are you going to do with these people? Honestly. Scared another one off? I hate these people, dude. This is the issue. I can't even I can't even get the fucking debates that I want to do anymore these days because everyone's a little beta bitch. I will talk with you. Thank you, Jakey Z. I really appreciate that. But no, I wanted to talk to Jack. That was my preference personally. This is his 4th alt. Why was I banned from Discord? Wait, these guys' logs are fucking funny. Holy shit. If a girl pretends to enjoy sex and then says yes to the man before they start but isn't actually enjoying the sex, is that rape? If you say no, you're a rape supporter. Damn, we got a real one here. Based on what? You're getting enthusiasm raped. Ah, well, look like it's not gonna happen. I'll pretend to have shit opinions to talk to you, Vosh. You know, that's unironically the reason why I stopped doing call-ins as often and only do them for 100K celebrations now. Because, so often, like, anytime I want to debate these crazy folk, you know, they, you fuckers just pretend to be crazy to talk to me. Wild. The lengths you people will go to suck my dick. Jesus. All right, well, getting rid of all these friend requests. Oh, nope. Nope, 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 nope. Remember the zoo spill? Yeah, I remember. All right, I think we're done with this. Unless I got... Nope. Nope. Nice. All right, nothing interesting. All right, back to the shit. We've had so many interruptions on this. And how much longer does it go? Oh, it still goes for a while. We'll go for as long as we can with the Biden town hall, okay? We're already... We're 20 minutes... We're 20 minutes past stream end. Where did the time go? I haven't read any donations. What is happening? Okay, no. Sorry. Nope. Sorry. We're streaming tomorrow too. Nope. Sorry. All right, people. We're reading some goddamn donations. All right, get ready for it. Okay? Mythology Seaman, thank you both very much for the tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Comrade whores me with $2. Thank you. The additional $2. Thank you. Insert coins to begin. And Billy Bo Joe Bobby, thank you both very much for the $5.69 and $5 respectively. Really appreciate that. Oh God, we're in for it, aren't we? Oh, we absolutely are in for it, as it so happens. Thank you again, Horsme. Dango Bangle with a very kind tier 4 sub. Got that birthday money, can spend it. I've also found out why I got banned in YouTube chat. It's fucking hilarious. Let me know if you want to know. It's not bad. Well, if you want to get unbanned, you can email me and tell me there. Matthew Banks, Dango Bangle, Cold Loyalty, and Pretty Polyglot. Thank you all so fucking much for the incredibly kind $5 donations. Really appreciate that. Cold Loyalty, thanks to the first dono. I really, really appreciate that. Matthew Banks, it's generally in your best interest to be charitable towards the party you're trying to infiltrate. If Bernie Sanders had indeed been a super aggro like asshole to the Democratic Party, he would have done worse. Just because the fucking Chapo people think that political advocacy is done by shitposting on Twitter doesn't mean it actually is. He's back? Jack! Jack, come on. Jack. Give Jack that friend code, baby. Jeremiah Van Elgert with the incredibly kind $20. Hey, dude, still hoping to talk the leftist game / movies flopping because I think you missed my points, but I know you're super busy. Here's some grocery money for being the only streamer to say my last name correctly. Probably just fucked it up, but we'll see, comrade. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Sake Tanuki with a very kind $10. Savannah Guthrie unironically challenged Trump in more than one night than Joe has done in his whole campaign. Yeah, she was pretty fucking awesome, honestly. Senrune, thank you for the $20. Jinbai is based as so are you. Happy to be counted amongst his, alongside him. Very happy. Counterpoints in UA6 and Sather, thank you very much for the incredibly kind $5. Really appreciate that. Much as I prefer your beaming countenance, I do kind of miss your little Akko avatar from the early days. What happened to her? That was only done for like 2 weeks, I think, but I imagine that she went back into pre-production getting ready for Little Witch Academia Season 2, right? Should it ever come? That's what she's up to at the moment. Bullslaw Dart, thank you so much for the 20 euros. Love that debate with Oliver Janik. Thank you for helping show that the German conspiracy grifter scene is just as crazy as the US. You should debate more people like him, like Xavier Naidoo and Ken Jebsen. Well, there's not much you can really do to conspiracy theorists other than, like, prove them wrong, watch them not care, and then make fun of them. So I guess as long as that remains entertaining, I'm down for it. Robert Holmes and Jack Haveman, thank you both very, very much for the $5. Before you start, the Wall Street Journal / NBC poll showed support for Trump with white males, no-degree voters down 16 points from 35 to 19%. Thoughts? Yeah, I mean, it pretty much seems like the whole country is kind of done with Trump, you know? So that's cool. You know? Leo the Silent with the $10, thank you very, very much. Would I consider covering some of the crazier political ads going around? Yeah, maybe, if I found one that was, like, super interesting or something like that. DK Hybrid, thank you very much for the tier 2 sub. Maybe, comrade. Johanna Hospice, the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. Trump is a bi icon, as it happens. Alyssa B, Jeremiah Van Elgort, and Janique the Farmer, thank you all so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Janique, thank you. I try my best. And Jeremiah, as an American, I do actually slather myself in COVID-19 saliva every time I go out. It's American medicine. It's as good as we can get, you know? And Jeremiah with the additional $10. To clarify my point, when left-leaning media fails, it opens the gate for the right to swoop in and radicalize people under the guise of semi-decent criticism. By the way, the cat's are real cute, trans rights. Oh, that's absolutely true. When progressive media does poorly, it is a good radicalization opportunity for reactionaries. That's undeniably the case. But I don't think that the actual intended market base for those pieces of media is typically that affected. Mr. Swallow Salmon, thank you very much for the gifted tier 1 sub. I said Swallow Seaman last time, duly noted. And an Arco Cummies, thank you also for the tier 1 sub. Much appreciated both ways. David Henley with the $10. Can I offer you an egg in this trying time? No, I actually don't like eggs. I don't really eat them at all. Quantum Q with the $10. Saw a Jimmy Dore clip where he said Biden was further right than Trump. Knew something that he was stupid, but not that stupid. Oh no, that's like Jimmy Dore's grift 100%. Yeah. Jimmy Dore is a fucking wacko. He is 100% on that train. Yeah, absolutely he is. Parkour and Sean Stacks, thank you both very much for the $5. Really appreciate that. Sean Stacks, good luck with the growing snowball. Hot take, there'd be 3 Supreme Court vacancies and endless investigations into HRC's emails if she was president right now. Oh yeah, probably for sure. Title Punk Roller Girl with a tier 3 sub. I'd love to talk to you about rural Oregon because holy shit, one rich guy is astroturfing an anti-BLM set of candidates in my town. Voting is so important. Yeah, it really is. Can't promise a conversation, but that does sound terrifying. Jesus. Simp for Jesus, appropriately, with the very kind $50. If it was a political hoax, might as well vote Biden and make it go away. True. Absolutely true. You know, let's vote Biden. Also, let's vote Biden to put an end to the reign of Antifa terror our cities are weathering under, you know? Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Brandon Butterfield, Darwinian Realism, thank you very much for the $5. Yeah, Trump does sound like a third grader. Shadows Hearth with the tier 4 sub, thank you. Coming in to renew my sub to my favorite leftist streamer, also to hear you listen to you yell about Trump, yeah. And also to lovingly tongue bathe Biden, as it seems. TJ Gamer and Mr. Egg Sauce, thank you both very much for the $5. Much appreciated. A hungry coworker with the $2. Good luck with the chest, my friend. Are we doing the Jack thing? Well, good luck with that, guys. Shadows Hearth, thanks the gifted tier 1 sub. Subhuman Brit with the tier 2 sub, thank you. Boris Johnson just made the murder of political dissidents legal. Feels bad, man. Tories have passed a bill giving the government powers to legally murder their political opponents. Yes, seriously? Damn, this looks pretty good. Mr. Swallow Seaman with the tier 1 sub. The monkey video again. Nice try, comrade. You only get that once, but thank you.
Stop.
Evil Eye with $3. Nick Cannon is Mary Carey's ex-husband. Where's the... Thank you. Okay. This would be fun content for us to look over. A black nationalist
so many times during the campaign, all through the course.
Nationalist. Bitch ass cunt 69 with the $5. His name is Waffles. Baby. I don't know how that reactivated. You know, these long hair cats are gorgeous, but you have to remember that because of how long their hair is and how much they lick themselves, Hello? Okay. I think we did it. Go team. And the UK's fucking putting a hit out on me. I'm getting some audio hallucinations over here. Jesus. Tory MPs have passed an extraordinary piece of legislation which effectively hands the UK government and various state actors sweeping powers to commit serious crimes against their political opponents, including torture and even murder, without facing any legal repercussions whatsoever. Cool. I'll look into that. Well, I'll look into that later. Yes, that's the James Bond law, the 00 code. Yeah. Mindforge Manacles, thank you very much for the $4. You've hit 10K a lot recently and 15K today. Yeah, we hit 16.2K people watching today, which is really awesome in spite of the silly content. Xylometris, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Don't worry, I love all European people. Idiot Juice, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Love you too. Spodamine with the $2. Help with telling apart Edge from alt-right stuff. You can't. That's exactly the point. Alt-righters try to come off looking like they're just edgy dipshits. That's what they try to do. You know, that's how they cloak their political beliefs. Mr. Egg Sauce, David Henry, Noise and Noise, and Dango Bangle, thank you very much for the $5 all. I really, really appreciate that, comrade. I push that we propose a new policy in the Vosh pit. Sexy Clone High, JFK, cans for the lovely, silky smooth people in the chat. Yeah. What a fun voice to do. 15-minute Midas, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Try my best. Linkman95 with the $10. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, for sure. Cracking down and backing down. Yeah, all autocrats seem to fail in the same way when it comes to COVID-19. The Prince of None, thanks to $15. Quit shilling. No, it gets me subs. I love you, comrade. Thank you. Von Tux with the incredibly kind $5. Thank you. Nice. Fake ballot drop-offs all over California. Rock Splat with tier 1 sub. Thank you. Rurin with the tier 2 sub. Thank you. Singe with the $5. Look up post-QAnon conspiracy nuts like Richie from Boston. Try to get him on a debate. Dude's nuts. He's been YouTube banned like 4 times, Lamau. That sounds funny as fuck. Yeah. I kind of wish people would want to debate me, though. I don't like pursuing other people for debates. I can't go as hard. When conservatives come to me, I get to be meaner, you know? The BT and Shadows Hearth again with the tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated in both case. UK Marxism DLC failed. Thanks to €2. Aya's Cat Kit with the $7. He would absolutely, Trump would absolutely be considered a narcissist. 100%. I'll armchair diagnosis that effortlessly. Logan Berry, the Monster MW, thank you both very much for the $5. The Monster MW, appreciate that, comrade. Just happy to see the support, honestly. Shadows Hearth, the additional gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you, Mr. Egg Sauce, the 5 Canadian. Thank you. Dude Man and Gregory Lazarino with the $5. Very much appreciated. North Dakota, one of the worst with COVID. Less than 800K people live there and over 800 new cases today. Over 30K have gotten it, over 300 dead. Jesus. Imagine unironically being a North Dakotan. Whew. I can't even imagine. Savonic, thanks to the $7. Congratulations on your transition, comrade, and good luck with the testosterone injections, okay? Be powerful. Be a powerful NB. I believe in you. Daryl Wright with the $10. Ash got kicked out of the house at 10 so his mom could get tag teamed by Professor Oak and Mr. Mime. Keep up the good work. I've heard that rumor. Hope she's having fun. Kevin Illustrium and James Jones with the $5. Even, thank you both very, 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 very much. What even was our healthcare system before Obamacare? Well, all Obamacare really did is create a system that made it easier for people to get insurance with the marketplace, and then had provided some legislation that that made healthcare a little more forgiving with regards to pre-existing conditions, being able to be covered till you're 26 under your parents, and then he introduced the mandate, which essentially meant that you need to pay money if you are not enrolled in health insurance. Pseudonym with a very kind $10. As a bottom, insurance has railed me harder than any man. Yeah, it's rough out there, comrade. And insurance companies aren't even handsome. It's the worst part. It's not even fun. DG, thanks to 2 pounds. Sake Tanuki with a very kind $10. Kyle Kuklinski is never right. Well, I mean, when he's right, he's right. Rainbow Turtle Dude and Doomer Coomer, thank you both very, very, very much for the $10. Really appreciate that. Rainbow Turtle Dude, congrats on getting out of the army. Really happy to hear you enjoy the content. I don't think the military is against socialism principally. The military is leaning Biden this election. The military is just an apparatus of the state, so it'll defend the state's interests, generally speaking. And right now, the state doesn't want socialism, so... Alan Grayson was right when he said the Republican healthcare plan was don't get sick, and if you do get sick, die quickly. Yep, that's life. Under Republicans. Wait, there are people in chat? Iliani. So, Vosh, I will challenge you again. Are you game to debate me on your hypocrisy on cultural Marxism and how you are wrong on cancel culture? Are you going to continue to ignore me? Show your audience I am wrong if you can. Wait, who are you? Eliani? Are you a real human being? I've got energy in me. For one, if Jack Boy is gonna pussy out, then I'm fine with another. But who is this Ellie? I don't see them in chat. I see Ellie M, but that's not Eliani. They left chat, Sajvash? Ah, I see. They were just banned? Hyena just permaban? There we go. Hyena, why are you taking out the trash? Eliani, what's up? Welcome back. Now that you've been unbanned, are you here? No, you're still... you're... Eliani beta behavior? Well, technically that was on Hyena. Well, let me know if they come back. I like the debates. I miss them. Ryan Warmer with the $10. Thank you. The J Thar with the $10. Thank you very, 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 very much. I hope you don't lose your job because your CEO doesn't pay taxes either, comrade. That would fucking suck. Dango Bangle. Yeah, 100%. Well, Trump's been a foreign agent for a while now, for all intents and purposes. Pegasus Austin Darwinian Realism. Thank you all so goddamn much for the $5. I really, really, really appreciate that. Conservatives fearmonger our hypothetical death panels of government healthcare while insurance companies already have death panels based on fucking income. Yeah, true. Very true. Yeah, we need to go over the rising segment. That'll probably be tomorrow. Austin with $5. Why is Matt Taibbi a clown? I forget. Did I say that? Who's Matt Taibbi? Hold on. Matt Maybe. I don't remember why I said that. Did I say that? Why did I say that? Oh, wait. Now, wait. It's all starting to come back now. He founded a podcast called Useful Idiots with such guests as Crystal Ball, Jimmy Dore, Tulsi Gabbard. But he also had Bernie Sanders and Noam Chomsky on there. Rashida Tlaib. Okay, no, there are a lot of figures on there. I don't know. I don't remember. I might have been a little bit cranky when I said that. I need to look back into it. Really remind myself, you know? Austin? Sorry. Astatine and Colby Mays, thank you both so much for the $5. You people sure do type a lot. If you could enact one piece of legislation today other than Medicare for All or the Green New Deal, what would it be? Ranked choice voting or some similar equivalent. Something in that ballpark, you know? Mr. Braindead, thanks the $5. Sousa Q with the $5. Enjoy Warhammer 2, comrade. Fun-ass game. Ass-fun game. All right. Eliani is on Discord. Nice. Eliani, DM me. Fool. You can do it. DM me. Eliani, do it. In Discord, you can do it. Eliani, you can do it. Eliani, you can do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Naba and Hypnotic Happiness, thank you both very much for the $5. Really appreciate those, comrade. Catboy Powerlifter, Shadows Hearth again. It's Mary. Thank you all so much for the tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that, comrade. That's very, very, very kind of you. Zippy, thanks the $1. His Jonas with the $10. Thank you likewise. Red Thinker with a tier 2 sub. Thank you. I'll keep trying to flash my brain flashlight in the right direction, comrade. Godworthy Sins and Brad Neese, thank you both very, very much for the $5. Yeah, I think opportunity zones tend to increase gentrification, generally speaking. It just sounds bad. Opportunity zone. I don't want black people to have the opportunity to have racial equality with white people. I just want them to do it. Yeah, Alyssa B., I think Trump would be way more charismatic if he wasn't a narcissistic conservative psychopath. Jeff Hudson, maybe she is. Mr. Sweetie Bear 95, thanks to the 696, much appreciated. Sake Tanuki with the $10, really appreciate that. Not gonna lie, 1.25 speed Biden is 100 times more tolerable than normal Biden and 1,000,000 times more tolerable than HRC. Oh yeah, 100%. Speeding Biden up a little bit so he sounds a little bit less dawdling, I think it does. It comes off a lot better for sure. Yeah, Sake with $10. Can't have any COVID case in America when every American is already dead. That's true. That would solve the problem. All right, who is this person? Ella Liani. Here we go. Wait, you DM'd me recently. All right, I'm calling you Eliani. That is your real name. Hello? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Give me 1 second. Let me turn down the volume on the other side.
Wait, you sent me a message just a little while ago, and it doesn't look fucking crazy?
You don't remember who I am, but I'm the one that told you about the narrative of cultural Marxism through the emails back last November. Do you remember me?
I apologize, but I get a lot of emails.
Of course, that's to be expected. So I've spoken to Riley, one of the people, Riley Kachong. I've spoken to Xander Hall on their live streams. So bear with me here for a second. So last November, I can show you the emails if you'd like to confirm, but I sent you an email describing in detail the narrative of cultural Marxism. I'm not saying I'm the person that introduced you to this narrative, but I'm don't know, just a lot of your talking points changed over time once I sent you that email about the JQ of cultural Marxism. So yeah.
Right, but so your message in chat. Wait, what are your pronouns?
I'm I'm a baby trans, so pardon my voice. I'm waiting for the pandemic to go over so I can actually get that voice, my larynx shave. So I apologize for the tone of my voice.
You don't need to apologize for anything. They were just they ask for anybody.
Well, I know I've been watching your stuff for a while, so I'm just gonna come off the gate. Now, I criticized you a couple of months ago, and this has been my mainline criticisms of you, Vash, since then, of Armin Navabi. Do you remember platforming that individual?
Mm-hmm. Wait, I'm sorry. Wait. I thought you were a crazy conservative. I thought you were saying that you were that cultural Marxism is real, and I'm a hypocrite for not believing it exists.
No, I said you're a hypocrite on cultural Marxism because you don't speak out against specific individuals who push this narrative. That's what I'm criticizing you on.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I think I've looked more into Arvind Navabi since my conversation with him, or Navadi, I forget. And it seems like he actually promotes some really fucking bad, like, right-leaning ideas. I saw him joking around with Sargon, for example. I saw a lot of wonky shit coming out of that guy.
Yeah, but see, there's a big problem within the skeptic community that not many people are speaking on, and it's kind of, I actually had to kind of throw off my Twitter account because nobody was actually listening, other than a couple of people like Vadim and such. But there's a big problem. If you can go on multiple websites right now of people pushing a narrative of a cult or religion being grown that is literally parallel to the cultural Marxism narrative of what they call wokeism or wokeness, this religion of wokeness or wokeism. Mm-hmm. And many people who are moderates or people who are claiming to be on the left are pushing this narrative. Many people that you would even consider somewhat allies in this situation. And nobody's speaking on it, and it's
wait, haven't I spoken on this? I even criticized the Harper's letter. I even criticized Chomsky for signing that shit. Yeah, the narrative that there's like some supreme feminazi cult that's getting everybody canceled for not using the proper pronouns functionally distills down to the same basic political principles that that the Jewish question does, or that cultural Marxism does. The idea that there is a sinister group of elites who want to destroy white men. And that they can only be defeated through extreme social conservatism.
Vosh, it's a lot deeper than that. I can show you.
Oh wait. If this isn't like a debate, I have to get through donuts. I assume that I'd be shitting down the throat.
Because I do want to approach you on the narrative of cancel culture.
Wait.
You're
okay,
blatantly wrong. We understand, we mutually agree on how cultural Marxism, this is JQ, and all I'm asking, my critiques of this, is for you to be open, more prominent on people that you've platformed in the past that have pushed this narrative. That's like my main point. Armin Navabi.
Sure, but I mean, to be fair, out of 2 years on a channel, I think a pleasant conversation with one guy who pushes some pretty bad ideas.
But you're the one. Didn't you just say over the past couple of months that one of the main things that you've been trying to do is to be more accountable to who you platform or who you have platformed in regards to letting them get a broader audience to their ideals? Weren't you the same person? Okay, that's again my criticism.
I don't disagree with that. So what's the debate then?
Okay, so the debate is cancel culture. So this is one of the things that makes me a deviation of the pretty much prominent left, that every person, and I'm going to be very blunt here because I typically am, everyone that pushes this narrative of cancel culture is complete idiots. And I'm going to explain why. And no offense, you're one of them.
Pretty harsh condemnation.
I'm going to ask, it is very harsh, and I'm going to be very blunt. So just to start off so I can blow you out of the gate, can you give me 3 clear examples that you know of recent history of what you would define as cancel culture?
Yeah, my entire career, but like there's like 20 instances in there. Yeah, if there was
specifics.
My definition of cancel culture, like real cancel culture, is when an in-group, a community with a given set of values, tears down people in that community through a desire to sort of performatively bolster their social reputation
you
at
have
the
to
expense
agree
of
that's
that
a very
person.
generalized, very broad
No, that's pretty
definition.
specific.
I'm asking for 3 specific situations. I wouldn't say that's specific. That's very broad. So can you give me a clear distinction of an individual that has been quote-unquote canceled by your definition?
Well, I'm the most controversial online leftist figure by a pretty wide margin.
So that's one. What else? Can you give me, like, let's say, I'll be fair because I've criticized others for doing this to you. Would it be fair to say that some people who still criticize you dishonestly and in a bad faith way about your previous harassment that you've publicly acknowledged and even apologized for and corrected on, those people who still criticize you on, would you still consider that them doing cancel culture on you?
Yeah, of course. Well, cancel culture doesn't reside purely on like the dishonest presentation of information. It's more of an attitude thing. But anyone who criticizes me is engaging in cancel culture because I'm always right. So by necessity, it has to be a bad thing that they're criticizing me.
So
that was a joke. I need to clarify. That was a very deadpan delivery. I apologize.
But I'm going to just go straight to the point, Vosh. The narrative that you're drawing on that many people are drawing, and I've talking to many people about this, the narrative of cancel culture derived from modern day McCarthy that was spun by the far right prior to 2017. And it's incredibly disheartening to me how so many leftists have literally adopted a far right rhetoric that I can clearly prove through social media accounts and activities during that time. Number two, and this is most importantly, every single acclamation people design as cancel culture clearly has labels in what we use in modern vernacular today.
I've been pretty critical of the cancel culture narrative.
Absolutely, because it's dude, I used to be alt-light. I've written about this to you many times in our email exchange. I'll probably share with that. I'll send a message to you so you can go over the email and see who I am. I used to be alt-light, Vosh. I used to be a content creator prior to 2016, making alt-light content, spreading the narrative of modern-day McCarthyism and of cultural Marxism. I've been there, done that. I'm kind of like Faraday Speaks, but Faraday Speaks is a lot more open about it, and he's a lot more. You know, he has more of a platform than I do.
Well, sure. If the concern is that the uncritical presentation of cancel culture as some kind of civilization-threatening narrative is a bad one, then I agree with that.
No.
I've been critical of Kyle Kulinski for pushing this. Huh?
It's a false narrative. It does not exist.
Well,
the narrative, the label. Just bear with me, Raj. The narrative, the label that you people have attached to cancel culture is like, I'll give you a clear example. I don't know what your position is of what is that guy's name that's married to that Irish woman? I forgot her name.
He's Scottish woman? Are you talking about Peter Coffin?
Peter Coffin, yes. He did a video about a month and a half ago in where at the very first 30-40 seconds of his video, he did multiple examples of what he defines as cancel culture. Yet every one of his clear, distinct examples have other distinct labels that are completely rationally used. For example, he said that when someone does I can distill this.
So you're saying using cancel culture in any context, even ones that are, I guess, descriptively useful, is still a bad idea because people still use it to affirm a cultural Marxism-like conspiracy theory?
No. You're conflating the cultural Marxism discussion. This has nothing to do with... This is just
wait. So you're saying that it's bad to use this term, even in descriptively...
It has a far-right originator.
That's what I just...
literally... but it has nothing to do with cultural Marxism. That's just a completely different narrative.
Well, all of these overlap. People who believe that cancel culture is a big issue tend to also believe in cultural Marxism. It all overlaps.
I can't speak on those individuals, Vosh. I can only speak of what I perceive from what the left is doing in regards to this narrative.
So your argument is don't use the term cancel culture because
cancel
it's adopted
culture
by...
is not... So I can show you, again, many academic papers on the actual narrative of where the original word of cancel culture derived. It derived from McCarthyism. My mainstay in argument against the narrative.
Ben Shapiro. Yeah.
But here's my problem, Vosh. When people use the term today of cancel culture, it literally hand waves all the leftists who went through McCarthyism and all the strife and issues they dealt with for almost 20, 30 years by the far-right government during that time.
Well, McCarthyism was cancel culture, so...
By definition, I acknowledge that. But what people faced back then, actual leftists experienced back then, is nowhere near in comparison what people are claiming now. And that's why it's a bullshit
But I don't disagree. Wait, I feel like you're tilting at windmills here. Like, I agree with everything that you've said.
Then, okay, so I'm going to just be very blunt here, Vosh, and this is where the disagreement's going to rely, okay? When people say, for example, someone doxes someone, that's cancel culture. You've seen this. I know you have, because I know you're very active on social media. They claim that's cancel culture, yet it's clearly doxing. Someone harasses you in a bad faith way, like I've given you the example of your past situation. You're calling that cancel culture. I'm going to call that harassment.
But I've
I'm going
never
to call
called
that
that
bullying.
cancel culture.
What would you gave me as a definition and an example that was a form of cancel culture?
Well, cancel
Did you
culture is
not?
more of a broad description of the attitudes behind why a person is getting harassed.
You do comprehend that all these different situations have clear definitions that we clearly use in society today that we're trying to consolidate into one basis of definition.
Nobody
which
calls
makes no sense.
no. Cancel culture is used as a broad description of the attitudes which underline the harassment a person experiences. Most of the time, it's bullshit. People will say Trump is experiencing cancel culture because people don't like a policy he pushed. These people are
real
insane.
quick, I just have
But
to
when it
address
co-
this. No, this is
Wait!
real quick,
But when
I
it
have to do
comes,
this.
wait,
This isn't
no.
semantics.
Okay, when it comes to like ContraPoints, for example, I'm not saying leaving a mean message is cancel culture. I'm not saying that harassing or DMing a person is cancel culture. But when you use the term cancel culture to refer to what happened to ContraPoints, you're using this term to broadly describe the context behind what she went through. And that is also what I would say, by the way, with the McCarthyist era. Leftist being fired isn't cancel culture. Your boss grilling you isn't cancel culture. An FBI investigation isn't cancel culture. However, leftists all across the country being subjected to extremely strenuous social and legal rigor in an attempt to try to weed out left-leaning political types, that's cancel culture. So it's a broad
Yeah, but the
thing.
reason why it was defined as cancel culture back in Hollywood back in the 1950s was specifically because the Hollywood elites would actually ostracize leftists from the actual industry to make it where these individuals could not work in such industry for nearly 20, 30 years. I can give you clear distinction, but here's my point,
Wait, but that
Bosch.
doesn't disagree with anything that I just said.
It does, and I'm going to explain. Give me a second here. The reason why this narrative of cancel culture makes no absolute sense, and I'm going to explain very detailed here, because so many individuals are trying to use this broad definition to generally lump up definitions and labels that we already have attached as the colloquial usage of the word in modern society. It makes no sense. I have seen arguments, and I'm not saying specifically you, but many individuals that you placate to do share this narrative that doxing is cancel culture, harassment is cancel culture. Everything that you mentioned about ContraPoints, which I agree was completely irrational and wrong.
Who are these
were done.
people?
Who are these people?
Yeah, so you're saying like you're criticizing me because some people who watch my content.
No, I've also seen you spread the narrative of cancel culture yourself. Vosh,
Narrative.
I watch your live stream
What
every other day.
What are we talking about? Right now, optically, the best thing that we can do with regards to the term cancel culture is to accuse right-leaning people of doing it as much as possible, sometimes in a bad faith way, because the term is so meaningless at this point, it basically just means bad thing, and we can weaponize that culturally by pointing out any time conservatives engage in that
acknowledge
behavior.
that is literally meaningless. What is the purpose of having a label that is meaningless rationally?
I just told you.
As a pragmatist, as a person who claims that you are utilitarian and a pragmatist,
I just told
what
you.
is the usefulness of a label that has no meaning?
I just told you for political
But
points.
again, that's doing nothing but deflecting their own argument against them.
No, that's not.
That is not doing anything.
No.
It is.
It's like calling people un-American. It doesn't really mean anything. Yes, I know. We'll be fine. It doesn't really mean anything on its own. It's just a term that you use to try to achieve political points.
I don't see the pragmatic approach on that.
Have you not seen
at
how
all.
much damage the right has been able to do by calling everything cancel culture?
Because it doesn't matter how many of those Trump sycophants literally push on this narrative, as you even acknowledged in multiple times in your own streams. These individuals don't give a crap about truth. They don't care about empiricism. All they care about is narrative.
Yeah, but there are
and when
people
you
in the middle. There are people in the middle who can be persuaded by certain language. Since cancel culture is such a frequently used term these days, using it in certain contexts can increase the likelihood that people in the center sympathize with our arguments.
And I would also argue there are many people in the center that don't sympathize. They actually side with the right-wing argument. And a clear distinction that cancel culture is an actual real thing. That actually has
no,
meaning.
that's my point. But the argument cancel culture doesn't exist isn't very effective at winning people over. It just makes us sound like we're dismissing an actual problem. The best thing that we can do is redefine the term so that when people use it, it's more likely to be used against right-leaning people.
No. That's completely irrational. The appropriate measure would be to describe why we say that cancel culture, as the multiple articles, publications have clearly displayed why it's not a real narrative. We provide factual evidence.
It doesn't move people over. It doesn't do it.
So let me understand this. You're saying that when it comes to certain argumentations on certain other things in society, that evidence does sway people. But when it comes to this specific narrative, evidence will not sway people.
Yes, that is correct.
That makes no sense.
Okay. Well, can you stew over that while I finish these donos? Because I think explaining why that makes sense would take longer than the purview of this call.
Fair enough.
All right. Okay, I love you. Godspeed, okay?
Take care, Bosh.
Bye. All right. It was an excellent use of my and everyone else's time. All right. Paige Hermanson, Taylor Wells, thank you both very much for the $5. Dango Bango, likewise to you. Thank you. You've been incredibly kind to me today. I really appreciate that. Sheeptar and the Crimson Drummer, thank you both very, very much for the $5. Yes, some people actually believe Trump will concede more to the left than Biden. Those people are fucking crazy. True. Rad Villain with a tier 1 sub, thank you very, 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 very much. Godspeed, comrade. Very sorry to hear you live in a community that's so far right. Sake with the $10. The GOP wants to take black people off the mental plantation and return to the physical ones. Goddamn right. Absolutely. They want to bring it back to the classic days. But me, I'm a millennial man, all right? I don't want black people in the mental or physical plantation. I want them to be people. Amazing. Wolfgar with the tier 2 sub. Thank you. Brendan Fody with a very kind $10. Thank you very, very much. I remember seeing some analysis on how Dems are much more likely to gerrymander in ways that keep certain incumbents in power, while ultimately suppressing Dems in surrounding districts. Oh yeah, of course. The Democratic Party sucks at suppressing Republicans and is amazing at suppressing progressives. It's actually incredible how selective they are in their fucking behavior. Eva Fan and Drunk Wizard, thank you both so much for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. What do I think of Cenk and the Young Turks? Well, first of all, thank you, Pegasus, for the $5. Cenk and the Young Turks are, I don't know, it's lib. It's to the left of a lot of the stuff that you're going to see in general news programs, so I guess it's a good influence to the world, but it is lib shit. Cenk is funny, though. I appreciate him, because he's a funny guy. This, Unsat, Ryan Warner, and Noah Procco, thank you so much for the incredibly kind $5. I really, really appreciate that. Was Biden on crack or Adderall? He's talking a mile a minute. He was on 1.25 YouTube video speed, comrade, the most potent drug of all. Brandon Butterfield with very kind $10. As someone who is homeschooled, I can attest to what Vosh is saying. I'm just turned 25 and still struggle to do basic social stuff. I never learned how to make friends or talk to girls or anything. I'm really sorry to hear that, comrade. Seriously, that can be a pretty strong social impediment. I apologize, but there's nowhere in life to go but forward, and you've still got a fuck ton of time, comrade. It's never too late, okay? Hey. Sake with the additional $10. You and I both know a Warren nominee would mean 4 to 8 years of we can't do those reforms and do climate apocalypse was inevitable anyway. I'll take 4 of Biden. I don't know if Warren would be worse off in this than Biden. It's actually possible, given that what happened between. Actually, here's the real 4,000 IQ take. Biden is actually farther to the left than Warren from the perspective of a presidential election, because Warren and Bernie Sanders tussling in the primaries means that Warren wouldn't have been receptive to Bernie Sanders after she won the primary, whereas Biden has been receptive to Bernie Sanders. So it was actually Bernie's maintaining a good relationship with Biden that allowed him to move him so far to the left after the primaries finished. Very true, Atromico. Hey, Rigsy and Daniel Rathbun, thank you so much for the very kind $5. Good luck on voting for Biden in the middle of red-ass Louisiana. Works, though. I mean, every bit counts. I don't think Tulsi Gabbard sways any voters to the left at all, comrade. David E, thanks the $2 books to understand theory. Check out Radical Reviewer on YouTube. Way better at it than I am. And Sake with the $10. If Joe had suggested one way to improve conditions in community of color, it would have been to raise the minimum wage to $13.12 an hour. He would have earned my vote. Sadly, base Joe was not that based. Kirk Cadwell, it is sped up, yes, for sure. And Vitiate with the $5. Thank you very, very much. Wait, I missed that donation. What was the donation? There we go. Having spent time around host schooler groups, I won't claim that's a typical experience at all. I mean, possibly, comrade. Oh, wait, Vitiate with the incredibly kind $50. Okay, wait, this is the experience that is not that common. I was homeschooled and am thankful my mom dedicated time to my education. Her strategy was mostly to turn me loose at the local bookstore. I read my way out of religion and right-wing politics. My brother was also homeschooled. He dropped out. Oh, really sorry to hear that, comrade. Thank you so much for the $50. Those disparities are real. I'm glad that it worked out for you, though. Jeez. Whatever goes. But yeah, probably not a typical experience. Sneaky Wakiki with $10. Change the God of Change supports trans and NB rights, and so should the rest of you. So does Slanesh, as it turns out. Atomic Crow. What's the actual reason there are so few conservative academics? Conservatism is antithetical to reality. It really is that simple. There's no other reason. Matt Volby, thank you very much for the $5. Godspeed, comrade, with getting that new job. Would I have knowing better on the stream? Yes, David Rojas. Adam plays guitar with the $5. Thank you very much. You should occasionally have viewers come on to discuss their ideas with you. Yeah, that works great. The Paste DMT with the $5. How tasty do you think the rich would be if I added barbecue sauce? Not at all, because cannibalism and any kind of violence at all is very immoral, comrade. Chase Moy with the $5. Will you institute prima nocta against Republican wives and husbands? I mean, absolutely. That's part of disenfranchising Republicans, being able to fuck them whenever. Frankly, by the way, as far as I'm concerned, fucking conservative women, like being able to fuck conservative women with prima nocta, that would actually be like a humanitarian effort to them, because we know fucking Ben Shapiro's wife is not getting sufficient coverage in the inside of those walls. We need to help him out, okay? Corbin Austin with the $5. Thank you very much. Comrade Darth Midius with the $10. Love the content. Keep being the best and most informed realist leftist commentary out there. Thank you. What an incredible affirmation, comrade. I really appreciate that. Oh, we're actually almost done with donos. I didn't think we'd be able to finish them today. Well, that's just amazing, comrades. I love to see it. Corbin Austin Flea and Heinrich Bratwurst with a very kind $5. Can I do a video on Stossel TV? No idea who that is, but I can give them a look, comrade. Thank you very much. I really, really, really appreciate that. Mischievous Dango and Voshbad. Thank you both very much for the tier 1 subs. AT5D2D Derek, thank you for the $5. Don't worry about the Chomsky thing, comrade. I've already sent out the email. And Neil Sisirega with the $2. This stream is no malarkey. This stream has had a fuck ton of malarkey. I don't want to hear it. Somniostatic with the incredibly kind 2 consecutive $25 donations. That's $50 if my brain math is working out. Don't go tilting at windows. Just stick to the bigots and the chuds that you're used to. Fuck, dude. Windmills, not windows. How would you understand my dono otherwise? I get the tilting at windows. I can contextually put that one together, comrade. Don't worry about it. Thank you so much for the $50 dono. Don't you worry, comrade. I want to say this. If there's one way in which I've grown as a content creator, I think my temper is much more measured now than it used to be. I used to get angry at chat sometimes, and it's passion, and I'm not ashamed of that. But I think that I've gotten way better at navigating difficult or complex interactions without actually getting upset. Sir Luscious Butts, thank you very, very much for the $5. What are your thoughts on universal retirement plans? I think that old people should be provided Social Security by default, independent of whatever 401k payments you made in. Yentex, thanks to $5. Thoughts on semen retention? Keep your vital essences close to you. Darth Midius, thank you for the $5. Probably and true. Somnio with the additional $25. What, are you saying Bernie's a smart politician or something? No way. I'm Bernie or Bust because I think he's a fucking moron. Yeah, the whiplash from Bernie or Busters venerating the man to despising him was fucking insane. I can't believe it, how quickly that happened. Still live with the $2. Are there any debates where you concede you lost? No, I don't think so. Not real ones. I don't normally debate particularly complicated subjects, you know. Stuff like, is systemic racism real, isn't a fucking opinion. These aren't like super edgeline debates. If I were talking with real conservatives with real brains, we could have conversations about how practical a welfare state is in this country, and how much money you can reasonably spend given our large population and politically disparate, you know, like views. That's a real conversation with real room for disagreement. I could lose a conversation like that. I could be overly optimistic and say, oh yeah, we can get everyone this amount. And then I would lose because I was wrong. Maybe that's too much. Maybe that's unfeasible. That's totally possible. But these aren't the conversations conservatives have. Conservatives are fucking lunatics, dude. What about the Contra dog girl versus cat girl debate? If I talk to Contra again, I'll be coming with a defeater for her previous arguments. Thank you. Rockstar Skull is thanks to $2. I have not. Nico Sam with the $2. That was not violating the cum pledge. Fuck you. Kinky Astronaut, thanks to the $5 and prolonging the donation process that much longer. How kind of you. And let's go over some links very quickly. Lumi with the $5. Hey Vosh, please help Signal boost this petition for LGBT rights in Japan. Oh yeah, this is I saw this. This is actually good and important. Guys, I'm linking this to you, okay? Japanese people fucking hate gays, all right? The only way to fix it is to go in Japan and come in butts. And also to fill this out. Go. Do it. Go. Look at all the colors. Go. Go! Spao with the incredibly kind $20. Rolling out the demo version of Vosh Sad. No, why do you keep doing that? I've had so little time lately. Okay, this is also going in the debunk thing, so we now have 2 Vosh songs to listen to. I can't promise every Vosh song gets the full listen to, okay? I love you. I'm putting this on the debunk so it'll get watched soon. I love you, Spao. You're amazing. And you're a frequent chatter, okay? Tranrec with a very kind $5. Thanks for covering my little site yesterday. However, the bad link doesn't work. My shitty site services failing to provide me HTTPS, so use this. Okay. Got Hyena. Use that link right there to be the one that gets linked to with the Vosh bad link. Godspeed. Thank you, Tranrec. Pours me the $5 since we do the Corona memes. True. Trust Papa Nurgle. Free associated producer with the $5. Biden and Kamala did a weird reaction video kind of thing to Trump. It's weird, but want to react to the reaction.
The Biden plan would destroy protections for people with pre.
Oh yeah, I saw this. They're taking my shtick. They're React YouTubers now. I'll go over that in a future stream, maybe. Kvi with the $2. Capitalism is not a market system, my guy. Okay, yes. If you want to be specific about the way in which capitalism works and the way in which capitalism infiltrates the state and starts to suppress dissident and suppress free market economics in favor of oligopoly, yes, of course, I know. But still, fundamentally, it is a market-driven system in a principal sense. But yes, yes, I recognize. Salt and Sea with the incredibly kind $20. Trump states COVID is an issue because of mismanaged blue cities, but New York and San Francisco have handled it extremely well. Yep, yeah, 100%. Blue cities have managed it pretty well. It's really just a matter of how strict the lockdowns have been and how much aid and support they've been able to get for their medical functions, you know? Vontux with the $5. What is this? The undecided voter who was coincidentally right behind Trump and nodding along with his town hall appearance, along with a Proud Boy Trump claims to know nothing about. Ah, there we go. Doing the okay sign too. I like that. Very, very good. Always with these people. Yeah, I'm an undecided voter, and they're just like fucking steeped in it, you know? One of the reasons they do that, by the way, and they're all paid off, they're all grifters. One of the reasons they do this is because if you pretend you're an undecided voter, even though you're 100% with Trump, when you switch over, you later get to say, dude, Trump was so convincing that even I, an undecided voter, was convinced by him. It's a way of pulling it together, you know? Unity with the very kind $5. Mitch killed his own bill for money. Dem Unity forces McConnell to fit. Yep! Washington Post. Well, I think we saw that earlier, but I'll look more into it soon. Dango Bangle with the kind $5. Really appreciate that. Yes, apparently Donald Trump has quite a bit more in debt, but the amount isn't as relevant to me. 400 million and 1 billion are just both so much. Arolas the $5. Did you see Johnny Ernst getting dunked on?
Teresa Greenfield, you answer first. Question is a simple ag question. Teresa Greenfield, you answer first. What's the break-even price for a bushel of corn in Iowa this week?
Well, a bushel of corn's going for about $3.68 today, $3.69, and break even really just depends on the amount of debt someone has. I suspect there's farmers that are breaking even at that price. However, if their yields are down 50%, that's certainly not going to cover it for them. I'll tell you, we've had low commodity prices for too long, and they've been going out of business prices.
Senator?
I might have missed it, but I don't think you answered my question. What's the break-even price for soybeans in Iowa? You grew up on a farm. You should know this.
I think you had asked about corn, and it depends on.
I asked her corn.
It depends on what the inputs are, but probably about $5.50.
Well, you're a couple dollars off, I think, here because it's 10:05. So, well, we'll move on to something else.
And I don't think Ms. Greenfield answered either.
Dude, she's so mad. Look at this Stepford wife-ass looking motherfucker. Look at her grinning her way through the pain. Look, she's suffering. This bitch. You can tell just from the way that she talks that she's a fucking sociopath, by the way. Oh, man. Holy shit. I know that sounds like a dumbass question, but, but in states like this is actually an exceptionally important question, you know? Nico Sam with the $2. Yep, true. Beautiful babies. I love them so much. And Lil Knight is the $5. Wasn't that last caller in a previous video where you kept saying their name excessively? Also, I have no idea what you're talking about. But also, baby, baby. And we're down to the last 5. Nico Sam, thank you very much for the $2. Raul the $2, much appreciated. Sure Luscious Butts with a very kind $5. Sorry, I meant to clarify when one is born, automatic retirement plan. I mean, that'd be preferable to what we have now, certainly. I don't like the 401k system that much. Marcus Antonio with the $10. Love watching you debate Vosh. Would love to get high with you sometime. Ha! I appreciate the compliment, comrade, but unfortunately, when I get high, I just go to sleep. So I don't know how entertaining I'd be. And Yentex won with the $5. I was going to vote for Trump, but Hunter Biden is an absolute Chad, so I'm voting for Sleepy Joe in the hopes of a cock party. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Vote Biden so you can get railed behind a Denny's in the parking lot by Hunter Biden and his gigantic Chad dick. His dick probably has stubble. Don't know if that feel good, but it probably does. All right, people. Thank you so much for the stream. We went an hour 15 late. I love you guys very, very much. You're beautiful. We didn't finish the Biden segment. I apologize for that. We'll probably cover a little bit more tomorrow. Are we doing politics tomorrow? What am I doing Sunday? Listen, I'll stream tomorrow. I'll stream tomorrow and we'll see what happens. Wait, hold on. God, you used to speak with such a nasal inflection and your lexicon was so much academic and so much more academic and radical. I want to address this one comment before I go, okay? I don't know much about the nasal inflection thing. I have a different mic than I used to, so I probably sound different. It's probably better to not use a nasal inflection. But when it comes to my lexicon being more academic and radical, I'm very happy with how my channel has come over the past 2 years. Initially, I was interested in being just a very radical, very smart, big brain boy. But now what I realize is not only do I have more fun when I talk a little more, colloquially, but also I attract more people. And at the end of the day, politics is about being able to attract people to your ideas. If I'm just sitting here using highly academic language that I got off my fucking degree and like half as many people listen to me, then I'm deliberately hurting my own political ambitions. But I am ambitious. And I don't think that the way I speak today is in any way, shape, or form a detriment or a detractor from the way in which I communicate my ideas or how effectively I communicate my ideas. I think that you watch me, you probably know, I goof up, I slip up when I talk sometimes because I talk fast, but on the whole, I think I'm a pretty good communicator. I think that I can bant with the best when it comes to the academic language and the specificity of the words that I use. And yeah, love you all very much. You're beautiful people. Somebody just linked me some very cute emotes. I'll take a look at that soon. Be well, comrades, and I'll see you all tomorrow.